I've never been heard that. No, explain that.
So because the Earth is a given size that they tell us, then what they do is they just work out where the positions of stars are, and then they come up with latitude and longitude lines. That's how they.
Based on the
That's how
stars.
they pretend. Yeah, latitude and longitude are based on the sky. So, and then what they do is, of course, maps work for land masses. Yeah, where those land masses are positioned, we don't know because no one can measure over water.
Correct.
Now, what they do is they just go, okay, the Earth is this size, so therefore these continents have to be this distance apart.
I mean,
Now,
we
in order
possibly
for
could
them,
measure over water, right? If we had a laser that could.
no, you got to listen to me though, because I'll finish this
I'm
off. Because
listening.
yeah, so what they do is they say, so because the Earth is a certain size, these continents have to be this distance apart. Now, how'd they get that size of the Earth to know that these continents are this far apart from each other? That's where you got to go. You go back to basics too. You go, well, you're just doing a reification fallacy, saying the Earth is a globe of this size, so therefore these continents are distance apart. How did you get the size of the Earth in the first place?
Mm.
It's yeah, because and then if they don't, because you're going back to basics, how did you get the size of the Earth to work out these distances?
True.
If they
Yes.
don't have a size of the Earth, then they got nothing. Because the only thing that they can tell you is they measured shadow angle. Now, if you're measuring shadow angles and assume making what is it, five assumptions, I think, 5 or 6 assumptions, then you're going to come up with a really fucked up answer.
Exactly.
And then they run with it and they say, "Oh, well, he was within 2%." How do you know that?
It
How
was
did you
based off
measure that to
assumptions.
work out? Yeah, exactly. Everything's an assumption.
Well, that's just how gravity came about.
So
I mean, in the theory sense.
The who?
nah, that's not true. Yeah, that's not true. But anyway,
What would tell me about
um,
gravity then? What is not true? What Timbo said, or the gravity being a theory?
It's not
no,
even
you
that.
don't come to conclusions by way of assumptions all the time. No, it's not a necessity to assume things
Most
about
Globers do. Yes,
anything.
absolutely. Most Globers do use
It almost
assumptions. I
like
mean,
that.
that's just how it is.
Well, I mean, you would have to. That's why every argument that they begin with is a begging the question, form a logical fallacy, or an affirming the consequent. That is specifically because of what you said. But it, no one in general on any topic has to make assumptions. Like sometimes things are just self evident. There's no assumption to be made. It's just for you to describe what you're experiencing. For example, you know what I forgot, guys, earlier when I was playing that video. You know, like what I'm trying to relay is we don't have to engage in certain conversations because they're actually traps. For example, now when I bring up celestial navigation, there are certain Globers that'll try to take over the conversation and go, "Oh yeah, we know that it doesn't work with a flat Earth because check it out. So let's take your claim that it's a flat Earth, and we're just going to find 3 points, right? You guys have heard that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. But when I'm talking about navigation, peep this. In the video that I just played y'all, did y'all hear anything about a second observer?
Uh-huh.
No.
Right, that's because it has fuck all nothing to do with the fucking argument that we're making. But they'll say, oh, yeah, we're talking about navigation, but then they'll come up with a question that kind of has a claim in it that assumedly you made that you didn't make. Like, for
Mhm.
instance, somebody coming to look for a certain type of highly accurate map that doesn't exist because it's relative. Like so somebody could, oh, let me see what the most accurate FE map is. Like, no, there's a breakdown in coming to the like in the same way that that question is fallacious is the same way that people will say, well, how come when you're doing navigation, if you take three observers to try to uh figure out the position of the sun, it doesn't work. That's because that's not celestial navigation or navigation in any sense that you're doing. Because the video that I played, where he's talking about one observer making many observations, is way different than someone saying, well, let's take a few observers and then do whatever the fuck we want to do, call that your claim, and tell you how wrong it is. It's absurd.
Crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, why would you have many observers doing celestial navigation anyway? You're trying to work out where you are, and you don't know where someone else is because you don't know where you are yourself. So you're trying to work out where you are, and then you're bringing in different observers, and you don't know where the fuck they are. They don't know where the fuck they are. They're trying to work out where they are. Doesn't make any sense.
But they're trying to use their methodology to disprove a flat Earth using a plane with a methodology that we didn't give them, nor did we say was valid for any useful way. In any useful way. I don't get that. And then people go, "Oh, we're gonna play their game. We're gonna see what happens because we're gonna take these 3 points because we know the Earth is flat. So what's the harm in doing it? We're gonna take these 3 points and then we're gonna try to triangulate the sun. Because can't we? No, you fucking can't. You fucking dickhead."
That's the other thing is to travel 70 nautical miles, and the star that you're going to is going to change in the sky by 1 degree. Why would you expect, if you travel 70 miles, why would you expect the star to be in the same place in the sky anyway? What's going on there?
I scanned my thing twice.
What are you ordering, CP?
Oh, you could. Y'all can hear me.
Something was $18.99 or something.
Nah, y'all ain't hear that.
Self-serve.
Y'all hear that.
You at self-serve?
Yeah. Damn, y'all can
And
hear
you
that? That's
accidentally-
crazy.
And you accidentally scanned the product twice.
Yeah, I did. I was getting some water and my water scanned twice. Y'all can really hear that? That's wild, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Was the panel that dead? Holy. Sorry.
We
about
just
that,
had a
fellas.
moment of silence for the death of the globe.
Yeah, man, that shit is dead and gone, boys. Holy. Who?
I'm gonna need you to ring me up whatever it was that you ended up getting.
I'll get everybody whatever they want on the house, guys. It's fine.
Yo, they had this fucking, what was it? Burnt ends, like kind of like
pork.
Yeah, and it had a little sweet barbecue taste to it, man, and it was like limited edition type stuff.
Pork belly?
I think it was no pork belly. Is it? It was pork something. It was definitely like crispy
shoulder or something,
but tender at the same time.
All right, I'm about to order some more food. So I'm gonna go on mute for a second. I'll be back. Don't let the panel die, guys. If you let it die,
Yo,
someone's getting
tell
banned.
them I don't want any cilantro on my rice. Bring me
No,
the
extra
rice from the
cilantro.
back before.
Yeah, man.
Extra cilantro.
Extra for sure.
I'm at an Asian
fresh.
spot.
That's fresh, man.
I'm gonna take a picture. This place is so good. It's one of the best places, man.
Coriander.
Yes, that's what we call it. Coriander.
It's so hard. It's so hard because you go from it's a natural progression of things in life in general. You go from trying to figure shit out to being in the front lines to starting to call out certain plays that are advantageous to the team to eventually just sitting back going, damn, man, all this conflict could have been avoided if I had just asked myself this one simple question. It's always one simple question, should be, because there should only be one simple answer. Right? Like, all right, if I'm going to my girl's house, what's the question? What's the address? That's the only shit I want to know. Like, I don't give a fuck about the detours. I don't give a fuck about the traffic. I don't give a fuck about the side coming attractions. It's just like, yo, I just need to figure out how to get there. And I'll try to figure it out and block out as many distractions as possible. In this case, it's like, who measured it? Who measured the Earth for it to be the geometric shape that it is? What is the claim? Well, the claim is that latitudes are built based off of observations to the geometric horizon. Uh-oh, that can't be true. According to y'all, for the last 4 years,
Yeah,
you've
we don't
never
have one.
observed one. Whoopsie. Look, guess how fast, you hear how fast that was? I get to go home. I don't have to argue with an idiot for 3 years now.
Yeah, you skipped the traffic lights there. No detours.
What's been frustrating me recently is I keep trying to make angular resolution demonstrations, of objects disappearing bottom first on flat surfaces, just to put this to bed, because globe or flat, these guys on the globe side, they should be recognizing that this is an effect that happens, right?
Always.
I think we got a couple videos on we got a couple of videos of that.
Oh, I've been making loads of videos. I did one recently on a running track, 100-meter running track. Made my feet disappear. I've been walking up to skyscrapers.
That's good shit.
Where skyscrapers, you can see they're completely flat, they're just vertical. But the ends of the skyscrapers, the ends of the buildings disappear. But anyway, no matter what I show these globers, the ones that are defending the globe every day, they just reject it. No matter what I do, they just go, the surface must be curved. And it's like, it's impossible, and that's how I know that they don't have any valid points. The mind's completely gone. And because they're just rejecting these videos after videos after videos. And it's something they can just do themselves if they wanted. And they won't.
Just keep pushing the word, bro. Just, it's the best thing you're doing right now is just telling the truth and showing the truth.
Frustrates the hell out of me, though, man. Like, today, Eggshells, the riding on eggshells guy, he messaged me and he was like, and he goes, and he just goes, instantly just said to me, that running track is curved for drainage.
What?
That's it.
Yeah, but it's curved left to right, not front to back.
And that's a stretch as well. Like
people like Eggshells are just doing what CB was talking about earlier, which is appealing to the jury. He's not appealing to you. He's not trying to convince you. He's appealing to the jury. And what he's trying to do is throw dirt into the argument to make it look bad.
Oh.
He doesn't care if it's true or not. He doesn't care if it's true or not.
Wow, that's deep. And it's very rare to find Globies who are willing to even attempt to do that. They're so focused on you most of the
It's
time.
just indoctrination, man. It's really, this been taught in their heads for so long. I mean, a lot of us were like that
Yeah,
too
but
one times, So it's like
look,
it took a long time for some people. Sometimes some
I,
people get it right
I
away.
get what you're saying. Like a lot of us were like that at some point, but I don't think we were like these guys, the ones that hit the reset button every night and come back
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
every
look,
next
night.
day.
Yeah,
Like
look at
every
Or
night
even
is
the,
like
the
everybody.
filtering on flat Earth is getting even. It's they don't want this out. So
yeah, facts.
What we
Every
look
night
don't
at
is crazy
guys
to
understand,
like
people.
look at
what we
guys
don't
like
understand is
eggshells.
that
Sorry, go ahead.
it's just it is your perspective. It really is, which is a problem because we try to bring it out of, well, you can believe what you want, I can see it a different way, and bring it into, well,
Yeah,
there's only one answer here. It's curved or it's not. Well, what are the what what are what are the effects of the curve? Well, they say that the horizon is geometric. It's a certain distance, and like we can probably try to show them. But here's the thing. Here's what's wrong with their perspective. Like we don't get that there isn't two different things to deal with. We're all seeing the same thing.
right.
And like those memes on Facebook where you're like, if you see a girl sucking dick, like then you're nasty. And it's really somebody reading a book, but it also kind of looks like somebody sucking dick. You know what I mean? Like it's like it
Yeah,
looks
yeah.
like both. And that's exactly what this conversation is like. I just told y'all with the diagrams that I posted earlier, like I had no idea like what to make of it because every time I looked at them, I just thought, okay, this is a representation of the globe in 3D space. Like, and so how do I reconstruct this? Until I found out, oh no, this is actually just a 2D circle in the aerial view of a celestial sphere represented over that 2D plane. Like, so we're looking at the same shit, but we're understanding the same shit differently for some reason. Which is why they're like, no, it's not what you're saying, it's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't really know how to fix that.
Some people can't be fixed, man. A lot of them don't even want to be fixed, for real.
Some people, yeah, they just will just say, no, it's a globe. I don't care what you show me, it's a globe. Like, look at Matthew, for example. What if NASA came out and said, okay, this whole time we've thought it was a sphere, it's actually flat? What would you say,
He
Matthew?
would
And he said, well, I
deny
wouldn't believe them because the math shows me that it's, yeah.
it.
So you're a NASA denier.
Freaking crazy.
It's just like,
Yeah,
okay.
he's possibly the most bricked person I've ever heard, but he's kind of a nice guy
Correct.
and kind of gets away. But I've showed Matthew Learns a video from the ISS where the guy unscrews a screw and he drops it on the floor.
Yeah, I
And
know that
gravity
one.
does this.
Yeah.
Showed it to Matthew Learns and went, "What do you think of that?" And he just said, "I didn't see anything. Didn't see anything wrong with it. Like he
Wow.
just completely didn't acknowledge it at all.
The
Like he's
guy,
that
the guy
bricked."
even looks
Utterly
down at
brick.
the guy even looks down at the screw that he dropped.
Yeah, he even looks down at it up. But what's
No,
worse though with Matthew Learns is he teaches at college.
well, y'all know why. Y'all know why people can't see
Oh,
when you show them
Memus is
proof, right?
here.
Yes, I have arrived with my good mic.
Hey, Memus, how are you?
I'm all right. How y'all doing? Am I
Good to
coming
hear
through
from you.
clear
Yeah,
for everybody?
tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
man.
What's going on?
All right. So attached to everybody's belief system is intrinsically a part of their ego, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what the ego is, it's you. It's who you are. You are not the conscious mind. You are the unconscious mind. That's what makes up most of you, right? And so for you to change your mind, it's death. It's actual death. So you're
Explain.
not. It's not until someone is open, they learn to when they understand their ego or they understand themselves, and they're actually that opens you up to actually learning and listening. And that's a better teacher than any information you'll ever get.
Yeah, I remember we've spoken about this a few times, Mimas. Yeah, once you let that ego go, that's the only thing standing in your way of learning.
Yeah, and it's and I don't even mean ego in like the egotistical way, like you're self-righteous or anything like that. I literally mean like the self. It's like it's called ego death. And
ego death.
Yeah, and when that happens, you have a major paradigm shift. So that's why some people, they'll go through something like that in their life. They'll suffer like the death of the self. And all of a sudden, they are open to all new possibilities and wonders. And it had nothing to do with being shown any kind of information. I mean, that's why guys like Matthew,
a lot of you guys here.
Yeah, and that's like that's a lot of people's story. That's why you'll find that a lot of people who move past like the truth community and stuff, and even past flat Earth, you know, they've gone down that path, and they realized it's not about this particular single piece of information, but they've all had this particular experience where suddenly they were just hungry, and they weren't afraid of hearing anything anymore. And that's all it is. It's fear of death. Like this is who these people are, and whether they know it or not, that's the thing that it doesn't let them see anything you show them. So,
and yeah, that explains a lot, like why they seem kind of blinded when you try to present stuff to them.
Yes.
Well, you know, so it's unfortunate because we're here to help, but
yeah,
they don't want to be helped.
It's who they are. I mean, and it's as part of their lives as any religion is to a lot of people who are, you know, true believers.
And they say that about us.
Yeah.
That we're just a bunch of believers who couldn't be farther from the truth. Like, I barely know what some of you guys believe. How could I just be like amongst you guys believing the same thing? That's not the case.
Right.
Period.
Yeah, I don't think anyone gets on here and
go ahead, guys.
Proselytizes. I think.
Right.
We all know. We all kind of know. You know, there is an understanding that we're all searching for truth. We're not trying to preach truth. You know, and that's really what this is about.
I mean, and the ones that do proselytize typically get called out. Sorry to call out names, but our boy XO, who I do like, you know, guys like that who would come and tell everybody, you must think like this. I mean, maybe I'm kind of like,
no, you're right.
Maybe I'm just calling him out too much, but
we all know
he's who came to mind.
But then we all the Asian Smiths too. Like there's not only that'll, because in a way, not only like is the storefront, XO is the kind of person who's just trying to expose a lie, but on the back end, he's really distilling in you a way to go about things, aka he's now changing your operating system on how you should do things, how you should approach people. And it's like, no, like I like, no, don't do that. Like, but then there's the call them what you want, Glowbird, anti-flat earther, or just this person that's caught up in the matrix, and they'll just come up to you and they'll try to steal your time.
Yeah.
Like, so you're not talking about truth anymore. You're just trying to combat all the things that they're saying that you don't really believe, but you're trying to get them to they're not really there for understanding, because if they did, the first thing they would ask you is why you think what you think. So why do you feel like you need to give people your time when they don't really give a fuck about what you think? They're just bigoted in the way they think about what they assume your worldview is.
Right. This happened last night, Elijah. I'm not sure if you were here for it, but this goofball came in here and we spotted this shit from a mile away. But he's like, please tell me your profession. What do you all do for a living? This, that, the other. Well, we already know where that goes. We already know they're not here for that necessarily. And Timbo, is he here? Is Timbo here? So Timbo took the bait. He said, all right. he said, all right, Timbo was like, all right, you know what? I'll tell you. This is what I do. I do this, this, and this. And he almost got out of it too. We almost moved on swiftly. And Timbo's like, all right, so repeat what I said. What'd he say, Timbo? He said,
You
you
plum.
plum?
That was it. He took the last word of what I said out of maybe a 15-word paragraph and said the last word that I said. That was it. He didn't
The
listen
very
at
last
all.
word. Yeah. So the point is that oftentimes is that when they ask questions, we know damn well they don't want no answer. They're not here for the answer. They're masking agenda behind a question. Often we've seen this a million times, and we saw it play out in real time last night. It was beautiful.
Well, they got this idea from Carl Sagan that actually we're all just idiots, and the best way to save us is to approach us with questions that will inevitably lead to the right answer. So they think they're asking us questions that will get, if we're honest with ourselves, basically get us to the conclusion that they did. And you know, all things being on the up and up, that should be the case. But they're going off of fallacious reasoning, though. That's the problem with it, because they think that things that are abstract are the things that we should believe to be true.
Yeah. The only abstract truths are philosophical and mathematical.
And there are abstract truths. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But when we're talking about physical reality, like that's a different thing.
Well, yeah, when we're talking about like science, it's defined as the study of the physical and natural world. And so they try to use abstractions as their evidences. And they don't, their a priori is not the physical and natural world. What y'all been up to today?
Trying to think if we had any Glovers in here today. I don't think we have.
I kind of been going around the different servers with my new act. And when I say new act, just, you know, my little demonstration of what I know. And I haven't really gotten any pushback from anyone, so it's like it's like when the Black Swan first came out and you go, what do you think? And nobody knows what to say. Yeah. So now that the Black Swan has come full circle and we realize, well, the only way to get latitude lines on a globe is to have a geometric horizon that you have to have observed at the time of your celestial measurement. Obviously, that's not the case. So no one's really, that's out the window. But I've also been showing people, look, they're trying to say that when you're not establishing a horizontal, you can go from your vertical or whatever, like that they always try to say. And I pointed out with this video that I've been showing like the first 3 minutes of, and I'm like, look at this guy explaining what a rational horizon is. And by the way, the rational horizon is the same thing as the sensible horizon, is the same thing as the celestial equator. 3 different names, but practically used as the same exact thing. A platform in which you will be taking an elevation angle measurement from. And so I'm like, what is it with all this confusing language? Like, what is it that they're really saying? And all they're really saying is you're standing on a plane, and from that singular point, you can take these observations of these celestial bodies, and you're going to get the altitude above your rational horizon. Ultimately, rational horizon is basically defined as this big ass circle in which these celestial bodies are over, because this rational horizon represents the perimeter of the celestial sphere. So most times we're looking at it from a bird's eye view, or like a aerial view, versus an orthographic view where they're explaining you have a right angle, you have as the observer, and then you have a line straight out, and then you have, your measurement in the vertical. Well, they're basically saying that rational horizon, all points from your vertical straight out to the horizon, is 90 degrees, which is why you have to subtract the 90 degrees. So there's no way to look at it in which you're not standing on a horizontal platform representing values somewhere on the actual Earth.
Well put.
There you go, Elijah.
If only proof was what people listened to.
Say again? What'd you say?
I said if only proof is the thing that people listened to.
Hell no.
It was like, what's all that word salad you was just talking, bro? I didn't come here for all that. Listen, like what?
It's amazing how many people have not thought about why things get smaller as they move away. And the more you talk to people, the more you realize and you wonder how the ancient people actually dealt with this question. They didn't try and figure out what it was. They just said, it is. This is what we perceive. Things get smaller as they move away. Right?
I mean, it's as simple as it gets.
And what's funny is in the natural life, let's say no one ever in history ever thought about the shape of the earth or anything. In natural life, you would never think about it. You'd only ever accept that this is how you see the world, and you'd never think about why it even happens.
At most, I could see people because I'd be curious. I've been curious looking outside my window. Damn, what's beyond what I can see? Like how far does this thing go? I had a friend who I was talking to about flat earth, but she was talking about this observation from one island to another. I can't remember the islands, but she was saying that she was on this guided tour, and the guy was basically saying that 100 miles in the distance there is whatever location. And I told her, you know why you can't see it? She's like, because it's too far. I was like, no, because it's beneath the Earth's surface.
Oh shit!
And she's like, I never thought that. I just thought it was too far to see.
Right.
It's just you can't see it. It's there, but I can't see it. And I was like, but you know that if you live on a globe, it can't physically be there.
Yeah.
And she was like, I never thought about it.
That's because our subconscious rational part of our mind just accepts the world the way it is, and you don't think about it. It's just the globe is just a story that exists for 99.9% of people.
It's like when you tell people that's not the sun setting, that's you spinning backwards. They never think about it like that. They just see the sun setting.
Invariably, I always ask someone, tell me what you see when you look at the sky, and they say, I see the sun move. They are offering the proof of observation right there. You see the sun move. And it never occurs to them to claim, I see myself moving under the sun. It's completely natural. I mean, we're hardwired this way to just see the world as it is. Everything else is just tacked on beliefs.
The only times that they do say that is when they're posturing themselves for this debate.
Yes,
then they'll say something.
I was just about to say that. Yeah.
Imagine, you know what? You would get stuffed in your locker if you gave a response like that in high school. Rightly so. You would get the shit bullied out of you, and they'd be right to bully your ass if you said, I'm moving on the rock around the sun. That's what I see when I look up. Stuffed right in the locker, right in the nerdy ass locker. That's where you belong.
Yeah, pretty much. You'd be the young Sheldon of your group.
Yeah.
That's a good ass show, by the way. Young Sheldon. Oh my God. I thought I wouldn't be able to stomach it, but I love it to death. Such a good cast. Perfect cast. They even look alike. My God.
I haven't watched anything like that in years.
You know. So Young Sheldon is like,
yeah, the Cringe Bang Theory, right? That's the
yes.
prequel. Yeah.
Oh my.
Yep. But I'm telling you,
Got to quit all that smoking, Elijah.
Yeah, you're smoking them tweeds.
Smoking them tweeds and everything. But no, it legit is a good show because of the chemistry of the cast and the jokes and the timing. That's what it's legitimately good entertainment.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
prefer
even that much propaganda because it's like Sheldon says all of this nerdy pseudoscientific stuff, and then people go, "Whatever, nerd." Like, so.
Now, if you got onto my Prime account, you'd see like nothing but from like Crunchyroll
Okay.
on my Prime account.
There we go.
I fucks with it.
Hey, CB, I got somebody bringing me cookies Sunday.
Oh, little shoddy.
Scratch made, yeah.
Hey,
Scratch made peanut butter cookies.
I was just thinking of you because I'm at the Starbucks right now. I'll have to go have the barista make me stuff.
Yeah. When I tell anybody about her, or when I mention her, I just say my barista.
My barista.
So like, okay, well, that's all I can call her.
That's mad funny. That's good. Awesome, though.
You know what's funny is I followed the advice I'd been given to guys for a while. Just go hit on the cashier. And I even said a barista. Just go into a coffee shop, find the barista there, and hit on her. Get off the internet. Get off Tinder. Get off all that crap.
Yeah. It's a W. That's a good win right there.
It is.
And that's the type you. We know you like that type too. So.
Yep.
Yep. Good stuff, man. Yeah, I walked into the Starbucks and I immediately was like, all right, I started thinking of me this. The little baristas back there. Anyway, while we have you here, Mimas, I feel like we should do a meeting soon. I mean, what do you think? Do you think it's meeting time or?
Yeah, I was gonna do one either tomorrow night or Saturday evening.
Tomorrow night would work better for me.
Okay.
And then maybe we could like spill out into a ladies' night because I'm trying to spread the word about doing like a ladies' night 2.0. So maybe we could do it tomorrow night.
Let's have a what is a lady night.
I think me and Karma have been talking, and I think we kind of have some ideas about how to revamp the ladies' night, make it like a fresh and fit style, fresh and flat, basically. Guys, girls included. You talk about, oh, you're a flat earther. Are you single? Or are you dating? Oh, you're dating? Is the person you're dating? Are you a flat earther? Is the person you're dating a flat earther? Stuff like that. I think that could be really, really interesting. We've already got some really good stories, like from Flat Lloyd Wright. His ex dumped some water on his MacBook Pro and stuff like that because he was listening to Flat Earth videos. So it'd be a great way to, Flat Lloyd Wright. One of the craziest stories I've heard. But this is because
I was there. I was there when he told that story, and I had the same reaction. I remember now.
Unbelievable.
You hear me? I'm like,
great story.
It was one of the craziest stories I've heard, and so it's like we will be able to generate more and more of that type of content by doing a new style of ladies' night. So I think as long as we have like a strong gal like Karma or somebody like that can co-host or host, they'll be able to engage with the guys because there's tons of people here that want to talk about the topic, but they're not able to debate.
Yeah.
Like they're intimidated by debating and stuff like that. So to be able to get them to talk and share their testimony, that's good. We want that. And so I think just by asking them more stories like, hey, what's been your experience like in the dating market, et cetera, stuff like that could be able to get people to break the ice and share more of their stories. So I'm all for it. And Karma seems all for it as well. We also have ideas like superlatives. You know, like let's see, funniest flat earther, most improved flat earther, who's the best good cop, best bad cop, things like that, right?
Worst flat earther.
Worst flat, yeah, most annoying flat earther.
Go to
what about
find
the most crippled? The most crippled. The most handicapped.
The most handicapped? I don't know. Are we talking mentally or physically?
But yeah, so I think we'll be able to do all types of stuff with a Ladies Night 2.0. The way it was set up probably worked really well when it was very busy. When there was like 99 people on the panel, it's like, all right, guys, shut the hell up, let the girls handle this. But towards the end, it was basically like 2 girls had to tap dance for everybody, and it was no fun for anybody. It seemed like.
You know what? What annoyed me about Ladies Night was all the guys who would come in there for Ladies Night. Like every guy from the internet was just trying to get in there. And I'm like, they're just women.
I know. Yeah.
Like, and that's when I realized, wait a minute, that's why all those podcasts work.
Yeah.
Because these guys know nobody's going to listen to them. Nobody's going to just listen to like these guys talk about dating. They want to, they want, they want the hose. They want to see the hose, And like the girls who go on there are like, yeah, I go on there and I get more subs to my OnlyFans. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
Hey, good W marketing.
Yeah.
But you're not wrong. I mean, you're not wrong. There's definitely a degree of that, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, recently I found like a guerrilla way of bypassing the YouTube censorship, and I don't feel comfortable doing it in the UK because we don't have freedom of speech here. We've got the online safety bill, and we've got the malicious messaging bill. But in America, I'd feel comfortable doing it. If anyone's got a YouTube channel and they want to get the message out, this is how you do it anyway. So I've been experimenting with YouTube Shorts around sporting events. So say there's a big soccer match on here and there's like millions of fans or whatever. You literally you record the match on your computer, cut out the highlights, put it into a 60-second video like YouTube Short, have your hashtags ready to go. That you can put 30 hashtags on the video now. As soon as the match finishes, upload it. So you're one of the first on there with all the hashtags to go with it pre-written. Anyway, these videos, they generate like 18,000, 20,000 views in the space of a few hours before they got took down for copyright because they had the football match on. But no copyright strikes, just taken down on request. Anyway, you put the first 10 seconds of whatever the sporting event is, and then you've got a window now where you can put any message you want to these thousands and thousands of people just for a few seconds. It could be a meme, could be anything. But you can slip through the net.
Sounds like a good idea.
I'm a bit worried about trying it. I think you guys might be better off doing something
That's
like that.
actually a good idea. So you get through because it's a sports kind of message.
Exactly, yeah. The title's the description of the football game. All your hashtags are just describing the football game, the score, the goal scorers, whatever. It goes on within a minute of the match finishing, so anyone searching for it just gets your video. It's there, the highlights. But really, 10 seconds in, you've got whatever you want to show to them. YouTube doesn't know. Unless they watch the video themselves, which they won't. Not for at least 24 hours, I think.
I love the sneakiness. Sneaky. Freaking good idea.
Sorry, I'm texting right now. What'd we say, CB, about not wanting a flat earther girlfriend?
I muted up there for a second. Wait, did you mention me? Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We already know, y'all. We've been talking about this. Give me the normie. Give me the normie, bro.
She's a nice normie girl.
The normie. But not gonna lie, in a perfect dream situation, she's cool with it. She understands it, and she's not as nerdy about it as I am. But she's like, I'm thinking like kind of like Owen Benjamin's wife.
Yeah.
Like I don't think she's not jumping on live streams trying to talk about stuff, but like she seems like she's cool with it at least. The girl I dated was a normie, and it was my mistake by like bringing it up and being like, "Yeah, 9/11." You know, I was trying to be like, keep it real. I don't know if you guys maybe you guys remember that Dave Chappelle skit where it's like, when keeping it real goes wrong. You know,
Yeah, for real.
he's like in the work meeting. He's like Wu-Tang and shit. Like he's trying to like keep it real and shit in the work meeting.
I remember early on, I was telling people, "Hey, don't try and convert people, because you're not going to get the reaction you want."
You never will. I've never have, to be honest. So I just typically leave it alone. You know, that's why I like this place, is I don't have to feel like I'm bothering anybody. You know, they came here seeking out this information, so I'm definitely not about to feel bad. But like I do like kind of, if I looking back, you know, it wasn't like the make or break thing in the relationship, but like she definitely made it clear that I'm not a big fan of this flat earth stuff, yada yada yada. So
yeah,
there was that.
Yeah. Look, if I wanted to be with somebody who was as autistically hyper involved and like searching
just be with another dude.
Yeah, I just be with a dude.
Yeah, just go get with a dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the opposites kind of do attract to you know, in that sense where like she doesn't need to be like me where I'm geeking out, like nerding out on fucking.
All right, but don't put it completely out of the option. I mean, if you happen to find somebody that, you know, I mean,
if you happen to find somebody, that's different.
Yeah.
If you happen to find somebody, that's different. But I always tell people, I always tell guys, don't pass up a good thing just because she's not.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like if she's, as long as she can't be a brainless idiot either, because she'll come around. I mean, if she doesn't, it's fine too, you know.
People always say that. I don't barely meet.
You just want her to stay. You just want her to stay freaking globetard for real. You're cool with that.
No, I don't want that. But that's not the only other option is not brainless idiot. Like the girls that I've never been like,
hey, honey.
Yeah.
Hey, honey. Hey, how about gas pressure next? You know that contain. Like you can imagine. Like, think about honey. Sure, tires can exist without the rubber. Absolutely.
Think about it like this.
Just imagine it's hilarious.
There's a reason that whether it's the truth community or engineering or like the whole conspiracy field and flat earth, there's a reason it is so incredibly gotta be 90% male dominated.
Ooh,
and
yeah.
that is because men are naturally more interested in this kind of thing.
In things. We're interested in things.
Yeah, we're interested in things and how things work. Yes.
Yes. And women are interested in people and dynamic.
Yeah.
And,
yeah. And a lot of women don't care.
Right.
They actually don't care one way or the other. And so whether she's globe or flat earth, she's going to probably be the same person. So like to me, If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. I try and tell my wife stuff all the time, and she pretty much gives me "That's nice, honey." Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like she's not bothered.
And you know what? It's that and the trait of like not wanting to rock the boat, because I don't know if they realize it or not, but this is a topic that typically, you know, they'll be rocking some boats. And I do respect that about them, is that they're not willing. Oh wait, you know, they say women are disagreeable, or right, non-disagreeable, or like men.
They have a higher amount of agreeability than men.
Agreeability, yeah, where men are way more disagreeable. We'll be like, no, man, nah. Like, you know,
yeah.
Because you have to. That's the thing. I have a clip where Tate is talking about how, well, if you're gonna say no, well, you got to defend that no. And like a lot of people are not willing to defend their no. They're not willing to say no because they're not willing to defend that no either.
Right.
So
I don't know who said it the other day, but I think it's a really good point, though. All right, maybe she don't have to be a flat earther, but she has to definitely not have taken the freaking thing.
Yeah, that was me.
That way she's still alive.
And she said that. Yeah, I always shout him out because that was a great example. I think that is a good starting point. If you're really serious about, like, you know what, I'm in this world and it's hard to find a woman, but if I'm going to have a deal breaker, it's going to be that she can't have taken that stupid jab. I do think that's she doesn't have to be a flat earther. I think you can work with that.
Keep in mind, too, a lot of people have lied about taking that.
Ooh.
A lot of people have lied about taking that.
That's true too.
Well, let's say she was like in the beginning she was scared. She did get one, but man, she can't be one of these boosted up. No.
Yeah.
And another thing, you know, a lot of women might not care about it, but I think the majority of the flat Earth women are usually Christians. I bet you that's a pretty high percentage of the flat Earth chicks.
Well, yeah, you're probably right. A good percentage of them probably are. And I know there's a lot of Christians and a lot of Muslims who are flat earthers. Like me, all I really care about in a woman is, 1, she's a Christian, 2, she's feminine, and 3, she's, you know, agreeable. Those are like my 3 green flags that I like desire.
You're looking for a unicorn, man.
Well,
wait,
I got news for you.
Religious? What if she's not religious?
No.
Damn.
No, to me, non-religious is actually a red flag.
Damn, dude.
Yep.
Okay, so wait, what are the boxes again? Religious? What else? What are the boxes again you're looking for?
It was same religion. Okay.
Religion?
That's a must because that's more
feminine. That's freaking hilarious. It's a good one though.
Feminine? I mean, that's a requirement. Yeah.
Yeah. You got to have the same religion because then you have the same meta-ethical foundation that you're both working on. Right.
Okay.
Because you can't have different morals.
Right.
Right. So that's one, agreeability and femininity.
Okay. We can work with that.
And like to me, those are the first things. Like, and to me, femininity, when you're looking, that's like signs of health, signs
teeth.
of like,
teeth. Definitely no teeth. Gotta have teeth.
Teeth. Yeah.
Well, femininity is the big one. It's a big one.
Femininity, big one. Yeah, we don't want no fucking man over here. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just because it sounds rude, but we don't date dudes. If we wanted to do that, there's plenty of guys out here that'll freaking. We ain't on that. All right, so yeah, we want feminine women. Yes,
dude, isn't that what that guy said the other night? He's like, my fiance, or like my boyfriend. I was like, did he just say my fiance? Did he just say my boyfriend? He was on the other night. Somebody the other night. I was like, did he just say his boyfriend?
Not
hell
shocking.
to the no. That's way too common these days.
You want to hear unicorn? Super conservative, also. CB, hyper conservative.
Oh, is she
working as a barista?
Okay. No tattoos? Does she have tattoos?
Not a single one.
Ooh.
Okay, get this.
Ooh.
Runs 17 miles a week.
Oh, I like that.
She's
No
going to run a
tattoos
marathon.
too? Does she
And
have
I'm like,
colored hair?
strawberry blonde.
Okay.
My girl used to run. She's hyper conservative, definitely.
Yeah. All right. Let's ask the pressing questions, Mimas. What are the red flags?
I haven't found any red flags yet, and is that a red flag? No, and here's the thing. Here's the thing is I know everyone puts their best foot forward, and to me, I'm not going to say something that I might have a problem with is a red flag. To me, a red flag is neck tattoos.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, bitch, why you got neck tattoos? Come on.
Yeah.
That's a neck tattoo on a woman. It says anal on the first date.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Facts.
That's not anything you want to subject yourself to.
No.
A girl got BPD or something. You don't want to mess with that.
Hell no.
To me, some guys say a septum is like a red flag. To me, a septum piercing isn't really a red flag. It's kind of just a style. I don't like it, but it's not. Now, neck tattoo, major red flag. Permanent alteration to visible parts of the body. There's something wrong with her head. A septum, you can take it out.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's the difference between someone wanting to act bad and someone wanting to be bad.
Yeah. Yep.
What if this was the scenario? Like, she's a major red flag. She's got the tattoo. She's done all the bad shit, but she's a born again and she's recovering. Would you accept that?
Hold on. I'm going to caveat this. Born again for how long?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Let's give it 6 months.
No.
Yeah. 1 year.
No. 3 years minimum. 3 years minimum.
Okay. Yeah.
Minimum.
But even then, I don't know.
No,
man.
I know if you're. The Bible says, "Do not become unevenly yoked," which means marry on your level. And for some guys, that's never going to be their level. They'll never marry that, no matter what, no matter But there are some guys who are fine with that, and they will marry her. Yeah. And they're marrying on their level.
Yeah.
So
we can't all be on the same level.
Hey, reformed hoes need loving too.
No. Yeah, the streets can love them, man. They can love the streets.
No. For me,
boys, don't sit, man.
For me, if a hoe gets to church and she is 3 years, that's a long time. That's 3 years. That's not 3 months. That's not 6 months. Now, it's not for me. I wouldn't do it.
All right.
But there will
be someone you're saying.
But you know what? There's some 60-year-old gentleman out there who probably would.
God damn. Simp.
And he'll do it. But I wouldn't even call it a simp because he's just. It's like I'm not going to pass up this deal.
Yeah, it's a good deal for him. I guess
it is a great deal for him. I mean, imagine you're 60 and there's a 30-year-old girl who used to be wild, but she's calmed down and everything. You can take in and bring the shrew home. And I mean, somebody's going to. Like for me, there's like a whole generation of broken people. And in the next 10 to 15 years, there's a lot of people who are going to have to bite the bullet. And it's going to have to happen. Like, jeez. And it's like, that's kind of dark, but on the other side of that, it's all white pill. Like this is the generation that everything's failing in, right? Everything's failing in this generation. We're having a population decline. Nobody's having kids. I looked at somebody because we were joking about it at work. And I said, he had said, yeah, but like people are evolving now. I said, no, they aren't. I said, take the progressive idea, right? How many progressives do you know that are having children?
Right.
I said, how many kids do you have? I said, bro, I've got 3 and they believe all the same things I do. And if I get married again, I might have 3 more. That means there's going to be 6 of me running around.
And how many of you?
And I said, the progressive, when they die, it's not just them dying. Their idea goes extinct.
Right.
It's going extinct.
I can tell you the Bears are having freaking kids. Like, I talk to a lot of Bears, man. A lot of Bears are freaking having kids. I mean, I send coffee to guys all the time. I give onesies to new dads. My business model is awful business model to give away onesies to new dads. Because, dude, I'm giving away onesies all the time with coffee orders.
Well, like for me, what I look at, I love to read statistics, right? And so what I like to look at is who is actually starting to have kids and what's actually happening. And so right now there's a growth in Catholicism, Orthodox, and American Protestantism. There's a growth in all three sectors, especially with the younger generation. And it's like, well, those are traditional religions, and they're going to have children.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, there's a video where there's some African guy, he's like a politician, and he's explaining why they want to make homosexuality illegal. And he says, look, I put 100 gay people on an island and come back in 100 years and everyone's dead.
Yep. Yeah.
Put 100 straight people on an island, come back in 100 years, the population's flourishing.
Well, see, that's why the whole progressivism thing doesn't bother me. I don't stay awake at night thinking about it because I know when these people die, they're extinct. They're not passing on their ideology.
That's why they push all this crap because they, the whole population.
I don't think they're pushing it for that reason. Because it's only. I don't care if the youth are saying, "Oh, I'm queer" or whatever this is. It's just the new goth. That's all it is. These kids aren't gay. All right, all these kids run around with pronouns. Yeah. None of them are gay. None of them are queer. It's the new goth. That's it.
Shit. Some of these dudes out here crossing lines, man. Once you cross a certain line, it's over.
Sorry, yeah, but that's with like the transgenderism, right? Once you start chopping bits off and everything, and that only makes up 0.01%, right? It's 0.01%.
That is a good point.
And the
I
gays,
was originally talking about the guys.
And gays, like actual, active, exclusive homosexuals, is 1% of the population. 1%. Really? Yes. And
so I've met a guy once who used to be gay. I was at a barbecue, and it was like a lads' barbecue. They were all like personal trainers, gym instructor kind of guys. And one of the guys that apparently used to be gay, and all his mates, all his mates were just ripping on him, like taking the piss out of him because he used to be a gay. Yeah.
Well, think about what's happening where everyone's becoming afraid of sex and afraid of talking to the opposite sex. What is inadvertently happening, and a lot of people don't recognize this, is the culture. What do you call a culture that doesn't want to have like anything to do with sex anymore?
Weird.
Weird, yes. But if you were to say that a culture, for secular reasons, started enacting extremely conservative ideas about sexuality and reining it all back in, right? What you're accidentally doing is what? You're forcing moralization onto people. Like I always tell guys, stop looking for girls. Stop looking for them.
Yeah, you shouldn't be looking for them anyway. That's up to you.
Yeah, that is what happens. Learn to embrace your solitude and learn to be you. Because when you do that and you're not looking and you're genuinely not looking, that one will come along. That's when you'll notice. That's when you'll notice the right one. Because if you're looking, you're not going to notice the right one.
Yeah, they're going to smell it on you. The fact that you're actually looking for them anyway. They
are, and it smells like desperation.
It smells like desperation.
Yeah.
We already know this boy.
Yep.
Man, shit, man. It's so funny. This whole game is crazy.
Nothing will make you more attractive to a woman than that you don't. That you don't need her. That you don't need anything. Because what they see. Yeah, what they see is they see a complete man.
Yeah. You got to be the A side.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's sad but true. Because we were raised on like a Disney movie where You need to like just give her the world, flowers, and this, that.
Yeah.
If you do that, she's not gonna, because you're putting yourself in the same pool as the last 100 guys that did the exact same thing for her. She don't want that.
Yeah.
She wants something a little bit different. So it's just funny. That's why Fresh and Fit's so interesting, because you do kind of have to break the mold. The world that we were sold, and this isn't just with like women, men, women, is with the Globe Earth Flat Earth too, right? The world that we were sold as children does not exist. Okay, they told me that I could be the president one day if I wanted to. That was a lie. They said the Earth was a globe. That is a lie. They said, you want the woman of your dreams? Give her flowers and fucking.
You don't have to chase. You don't have to chase the woman of your dreams.
No.
Then if you have to chase her, she's not the woman of your dreams.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
She's not the one. She's not the one you really want.
So
and like, here's the trap I fell into with women. I was brought up, and like millions of other people, being told at school and stuff that everybody's equal, everybody's the same. Right. Men and women are inherently different.
They are not the same.
And when you start talking to a woman like she's a dude, and the woman's acting all feminine and wants you to act like a man and treat her like a woman, and you're just thinking, well, everyone's the same. Blah blah blah. It doesn't compute. You've got to treat a woman like a woman.
Yeah, and that's how she wants to be treated. She doesn't want to be treated like an equal.
To be treated. Yes.
Yeah, she doesn't want to split the bill with you. She doesn't want to do this shit. She wants to be taken care of, and she wants to be treated like a lady. So you have to be what? A man.
This is why I say a lot of times the red pill guys are right for the wrong reasons. And what it is, it's like they talk about this really cringe stuff. You got to be the alpha Chad, and it's like, no, that's not what they're looking for. They're not looking for the alpha Chad. They're looking for a man who is complete. Now, if you're doing all the things for alpha Chad to be alpha Chad, you're going to be complete, right? It's going to lead to naturally to you being a complete person, because what you're doing is you're focusing your energy not on yourself, but becoming complete, like being comfortable in being alone, not being lonely, but just being alone and knowing who you are, being fully confident in yourself. And that actually shows that you're ready to take care of a woman. You know, and it shows respect for women that you're ready to take care of them. Like, I'm one of those guys who are like, yeah, I think a guy should pay. And I don't think women going to court, like when they commit crimes, should be the same as a man. And I believe that because we aren't equal.
Yeah.
Like, when women go to the court for the same, the reason I say that it's right that they don't get the same sentences as we do is because we're not equal. People don't know this, but when they complain about, well, she did the same thing, and if it was a man, well, that's the point. And you don't realize that you're playing right into their hands. No, we aren't equal. We are not the same. Right? We're not the same.
Yeah. Facts.
I mean, you could use that as an argument for giving them worse sentences. You know, fuck that bitch. Boom.
Yeah. But it shows the natural benevolence of men, though, doesn't it?
Benevolence is because we could do more.
Yeah. Think about Iran. Think about Iran in the 1970s. Women walking around in bikinis. It's westernizing. It's modern. Shah of Iran. All of a sudden, everyone's walking around in burqas. Yeah. Women can't vote anymore. They can't drive. They can't own property. Oh, but it was a democracy before that. Well, the men just decided it wasn't anymore.
Right.
They just, one night, they all woke up. They all looked at each other and said, hey, democracy's over. Put on the blanket, bitch. And that was it.
I think it's so kind of obvious what you're saying there. Like, I have no doubt there's women out there that are much smarter than me, stronger than me, faster than me. But then look through history at anyone who's done anything, and it's men.
Yeah.
You know, everybody. It's just men. They built everything. They invented everything. philosophers, the geniuses, you know.
Who's your police force? Who's your rescue? Who's your military?
Strong, independent women, of course.
Yeah. It's 90% men. It's 90% men. It's almost entirely men. And if those men just said, "Hey guys, democracy's over," who could stop them? Because men can enslave other men can free other men, and men can band together and take away the rights of women. But it's always going to be men, and it's going to be men who give rights to women. And it just proves that men are way more benevolent than they claim.
I've heard girls say that on the FNF pod. They're like, yeah, if they wanted to, they could just like throw us all in cages and this, that, and the other. And I've never really thought about that, and that's never crossed my mind. But she has I guess she kind of has a point, low key.
But see, the truth is, feminism is what feminism is today. Like all these modern independent women, that's the patriarchy. Because the patriarchy is all the men in society who are enabling them to do that. And a lot of guys don't think about this. Yeah, there's a patriarchy. It's not what the women say it is. It's the reality that all the power and force that exist to protect anybody's rights, in fact, to even create those rights in the first place, lies solely with men. And not the men at the top. It lies with the men at the bottom who are the enforcers.
Enforcers, yeah.
Yes. Right. Men enforce justice at the bottom, not the top.
Right. If anything, them boys at the top are the deviants.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, so it's like, hey, girls, who gave you feminism? Men. Who gave you all these rights? Men. And it's not the laws. The laws don't mean anything if you don't have enforcement.
Right. It reminds me of a funny clip that was on the Whatever podcast where this girl basically is like, you guys are like just so misogynist. And Brian's like, of course, what is misogyny? And she starts crying.
I saw this one. She started crying because
what?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Mimas. She asked for permission to leave.
May I leave? Yeah. Oh, yeah. She was playing like,
please?
Am I kidnapped? I feel kidnapped. They wouldn't. I had to beg to leave. You knew that's the story she was making in her mind. If I just ask to leave, it'll look really sinister.
But the cog, this is crazy. That I'm independent. You're a misogynist. I'm independent. I don't need a man. But is it okay if I leave? Okay, is it? Please,
can you
Mr.
imagine? CB, can you imagine? Can you imagine for 2 seconds? I come up to you and say, "Yo, CB, I'm an independent, free male. I wash my own clothes and I got a job." The fuck would you say to me?
I'd be like, congrats, bro. Welcome to the club, bro.
Welcome to normal.
Yeah, exactly. Who are you independent of, mister?
Yeah. I'm an independent man. I wash my own clothes. I have a car. I have a job.
You'd be like,
yeah,
you're supposed to do that.
That's like the minimum.
Yeah.
That's the basic minimum. So girls get out there into the workforce and they do the absolute minimum to survive and call themselves independent. And I'm like, wouldn't you be happier if there was a man who treated you like a queen while all you had to do was stay home and take care of some kids?
I mean, listen, I love being a dude. I love being a guy. But if I was a girl, yeah, man, you bet your ass I'm trying to be at home, man. I'm not trying to do fucking work. Are you serious? For who?
I'm going to play devil's advocate here for the batshit crazy girls. So imagine you're a 10 out of 10 out of 10 smoking hot girl. Now you're in a world where half the world wants to fuck you, half the world is strong enough to overpower you. Yeah. You go fucking nuts.
Well, that's why that's okay. Here's the thing. I married one of those. That was my first wife, right? Absolutely smoking hot. I can't falter on that part. Absolutely smoking hot, 10 out of 10 body. I'm telling you what, you wouldn't believe me unless I showed you pictures.
God
right?
damn.
And CB, I'll show you one day. But I will tell you this, that as time goes on, when they get older, like late 20s, and all that attention goes away, they go
crazy.
insane. Because if you think about it, these girls have been gassed up since the time they were 15 years old. They have been getting just praise and honor and recognition for nothing.
Everybody. Yep.
And it's yes. And part of me feels bad for them because they have been gassed up. They have been given a false sense of reality. And so when they're in their late 20s and they're like, oh my God, I can do so much better. And then in their mid 40s or their mid 30s, they divorce their husband. That's what happened to me anyway, which is what happens. This is what happens is the girls in their mid 30s divorce their husbands, right? And then they go and they're alone.
Yep.
And I gotta say,
it's greener, bitch.
It's very gratifying to see too, especially for my end.
Exactly. The grass ain't greener, bitch.
Like it's so great. It's so great that I'm not even mad at her. I'm like, I'm dating someone 17 years younger than me. What do I care?
Oh shit. Hey, there's a song called X by Future. I'm just flexing on my ex, bitch. That's exactly what you're doing. That's crazy. Yo. That's a L for her and a W for you, my boy.
Major W. And I got custody.
Let's go.
So you think about this. You think about it. You're in your early 30s, right? And you try and date, and you're looking for not necessarily a rich guy, but just some middle of the road guy, right? And you have now 4 children because she got pregnant, and not from me. And now you are a single mom with an illegitimate child, 3 other children, 3 other children, and divorced after a long-term marriage. What exactly do you think? What prospects do you have? Like what I go back, and what really boggles my mind is there was no logic involved in that. Is that there was actually not a single rational thought.
Yeah, pure emotion.
Yeah, it's like living completely on the gassed up idea. Because when she was 19, a multimillionaire offered her $500,000 to divorce me.
God damn.
And she didn't. To her credit, she didn't. And it's funny because I wonder if she thinks about that. Like now that she's in her early 30s, has 4 kids, and is single.
Fuck.
And doesn't have custody of 3 of them.
Jeez. Like
this is like, and like to me, I'm like, there's so many stories like that now.
Mm-hmm. Listen, man, it's a good thing we age like wine. Okay. Sorry, ladies, but y'all got a time clock.
Well, here's the thing. When I was
you better hurry up.
When I was 15, I looked 20. And now that I'm in my early 40s, I look 32.
Reversed? Yeah.
Yes.
Bro, when I was 18, I looked 13, 15, 14, right? I'm about to turn, I'm 29. People keep guessing I'm like 20, 21. I don't know if Hey, I'll take the compliment, man, but
see, my thing is, I'm in my early 40s, but I'm also fit.
Yeah.
Right. And I got my shit together. So like and plus I'm complete. I am completely comfortable being alone, and women can smell that. They can absolutely smell that.
That's true, they can.
But yeah, never. That's another thing too. Is never try and be successful so you can get women.
No, yeah, bro, they can smell that too.
Yeah, that's still desperation. That's still is just simping.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's funny. There's some red pillars that I look at like their style and stuff, and they're really just glorified PUAs.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
PUA, that's a pickup artist.
Pickup artist, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
They're really just glorified PUAs. And it's like all they really want is pussy. That's
you should be so above that, bro. Like
it's all they talk about.
It's crazy.
It's literally all they talk about. Maybe 1 out of 10 of the red pillars really talks about like legitimate, true, actual self-improvement.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Like, think about what is it that you gain from a person joining this panel? Because you know how they're like, oh, you're just trying to get a win. No, I don't care about that. Same thing with, I hate to say it, guys, we're not here for the puss. I'm sorry. I mean, that's part of it, right? You win the debate. That's part of it, sure. But it's me working on gaining experience, getting better. Yes, self-improvement for me. I want to become a better debater, a better argumenter, all these things. And that's going to require a dance partner. So it also, in the same way, women, right? You kind of have to dance with them if you're going to grow that experience level. So it's not just about that one thing, but yeah, there's more to it than that.
Yeah,
you shouldn't make that the only thing. Yeah, that should never be the only.
Yeah,
I have to do it for this one specific thing. Like, no, not really.
It's kind of like self-improvement needs to be independent on your goal of ever finding a good mate. It should be independent of that.
Yeah,
self-improvement needs to be self-improvement, and sometimes just for the sake of self-improvement. But it really does mean you need to learn to be alone and be fully yourself, because you can't fill the character, and be like, now I'm going to become the big alpha Chad and drive a Bugatti and then I'll be swimming in it. And it's like, no, I mean, you're still the same thing. You're still
a loser.
Yeah, you're still an impulsive animal, because that's how I view men who sleep around, is they're just impulsive animals. Actually like men who are like, because I think about it like this. They're like, yeah, you shouldn't like worship the pussy and stuff like this. I'm like, well, what do you think you do?
Oh shit.
Just because you have access to it and now you have no impulse control, you're little better than an animal. I view them the same way. I view them the same way as the 304s.
Can I
really?
Let me push back.
Okay, go ahead.
For content. Okay, do you fast?
I have.
Yeah, I fast too every now and again. Would you say that like those that don't fast, like they have like they need to work on their impulse control? Like, would you say that's about those folks or no?
No.
Like, okay, I would say it's just a choice, right? Personally, but I definitely understand, because people definitely introduce morals and things into it. But I'd say if you leave those aside, it's a choice. Some people, hey, fasting's good. I want to be healthy. Some people want to gain weight. Some people have different lifestyle choices. But women, that's the thing. Women often say, oh, you're not a real man if you can't control your impulses. Well, I have impulses to do things like lift weights. Should I control those impulses? I have impulses to do all types of things. So I don't know. Like fasting, like, I have impulses to eat food and I'm trying to gain weight. Should I just control that?
There we go.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
Perfect.
If you don't eat dinner, okay, or you do eat dinner, your dinner's already dead. You understand?
Yeah.
However, if you go sleep around, right, you're basically telling your future children, I could give a fuck less 50-50 whether you have a dad or not. Think about it.
Why does that say that?
Think about it. If you don't want to be with this chick and you get her pregnant, you going to marry her? Of course not. So you're going to give her a child, and then you're not going to be the child's father, so you're a piece of shit. So you're basically coin toss. Think about it. You're basically coin tossing being a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I'm shorting. Think about it this way, friend. I'm shorting this piece of shit.
No, you're not wrong. Because we don't really have a say in BC, if you will, birth control. We don't have a say in whether that. So, but I mean, like,
what if I said it like this? There's a difference between the engagement of an act and the receival of an act, right? So let's say
if you're gonna go sleep with a chick, man, you're gonna either she can either get an abortion, she can get pregnant, or you're gonna have the kid with her.
Not every single time.
Yeah, it's
now.
not. Yeah, I don't even think that's really like that. Let's just remove that.
These girls don't want to get pregnant anyway. They're on birth control most of the time.
You shouldn't be banging them. You shouldn't be banging them like that.
I'll concede all of that. I'll concede all of that to you. Right. So let's just say that stuff doesn't matter. One is an action, right? So let's say fasting, what you do is you look into yourself and you find strength within and you deny yourself something, right?
Yeah.
So if your impulse is to eat, but you deny the impulse, right?
Yep.
Right. So if you, and that creates like discipline. It's not even a health thing. It's like a more discipline thing, right?
Yeah.
So for some people, it's a health thing.
I would actually say there probably are some health benefits, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But like when I used to do it, it was just for discipline because I was I never had like weight issues or health issues or anything like that. So like I never needed to do it. I only really did it as like mental exercise, right?
Yeah.
And so, but in the act of fasting, what you're doing is you're engaging with yourself. You're not engaging with someone else. So if you go out and like, let's say, like sleep with women, what you're doing is you're engaging in an activity that you don't have to survive. One, that really doesn't take a lot to just say, I'm not going to do it. Or like, I'm not going to get in the Bugatti and go down and like slay pussy all night. All it takes is not doing it and you don't lose anything by it. Right?
I'm not going to get in the Bugatti. I love you, Beavis.
So like for me, it's like, if you have the power to do something and then you say, I'm not, that means you're the king over yourself. But if your passions rule you, you don't really rule yourself.
Yeah.
And so that's why even on like a practical, just stoic level, and not even like a moral level, but just an ethical, like stoic level, that's why I think it's like more harmful to give in and say, I'm going to go do this. And I'm going to bang all these women.
Let me push back.
All right.
It's not, for the majority of men, it is not a giving in. That is something that's very
true.
Difficult.
100%
so
true.
Difficult. There's studies out right now that say 1 in 3 men is either a virgin or sexless in the last, I don't even know how many years, since like pre-COVID or some shit, right?
Yeah.
So it's not that these guys are like passing on pussy, like, yeah, I'm just going to control my passions today. They don't even have the opportunity to
I know. It's only what, 5% of men who are doing it.
Yeah, it's a very small amount of guys. So those are the guys who are looking to, hey man, control yourself when they're getting slung at it.
So let's break that calculation down, right?
Yeah.
So you hear it all the time. 80% of the women want 20% of the men. There's a rise in single minds. They all want to bang the Chad, but they don't want to date John Johnson, right? So what do you end up with? You end up with a bunch of dudes taking advantage and proliferating with all the women, and then those women are raising kids with no dads, and they turn out pieces of crap.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So the idea that the top percent of men it's good for them to look at themselves and say, look, this is the way men are, this is the way women are, so I'm allowed to sleep with hundreds and hundreds of women and have hundreds and hundreds of children, right? But they're directly being deleterious to overall societal structure because we're raising generations or waves of kids that are losers.
Yeah.
It's much better to have kids fathered by average dudes that are going to stay with them and raise them than to have kids fathered by the alpha chads that never have a dad in their lives.
AI, that's so true. But tell that to the hoes. They got to lower their standards and get with the regular guys. Well, they don't want to. They don't want to do that. They want to be with Chad, and he doesn't give a fuck.
You are wrong, sir. You're assuming that women are in charge. No, men are in charge. The men at the top are the ones who are in charge. They need to be responsible, right?
Yeah,
you can't tell women, hey, women, run the society. They don't want to.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree. They're not going to lower their standards anyway. So I think the lower guys just need to raise the fuck up. And I think that's part of.
If you cut all of that off, their ability to get beyond what they think they can get is gone. And then guys who were not their standards before all of a sudden become their standards. Okay, so for example, a woman, I can't remember the exact stats, but it's basically like if a man is like 20% more successful than the woman, she'll basically act like she's with a rich guy.
Right.
So all she needs to do is make all the women poor. If all the women were poor, all the men would be rich. Am I right or am I right? I mean, think about it.
Can you imagine in this hypothetical what would happen if all the red pillars got together tomorrow and said, guys, it's time for celibacy. and we're not going to be sleeping with women any longer. Like all the guys at the top just decided to start doing that.
Yeah.
Right? How many heads would explode, do you think, when the women who wanted to pursue men like that, or were the ones who getting slammed by guys like that, suddenly had no one to go slam? They had no one to pursue.
Yeah. What? So,
yeah.
Is that a rebuttal to why they wouldn't lower their standards? Because that's a good, interesting scenario, and I agree. They probably, even in that scenario, they probably still wouldn't lower their standards.
That's why I say. That's why I say the red pill is really just almost like an evolved form of the PUA.
You might not be wrong.
And they even call it a mating strategy.
Yeah, right.
Dude, what's the number one reason why women leave men?
Financial
divorce, right? So the average divorce rate is 40 to 50% across all demographics. That includes religions. No matter what religion you are, pretty much that, especially in the Western world. In other countries that are more traditional, it's different. But the number one reason they leave is lack of being happy, usually tied to finances or status of the man. And as soon as the woman makes more than the man or has more status than the man, the divorce rate goes up to 80%. 80%. So, okay, let's be clear. Women do not want men to be lesser than them. They want men to be greater than them. That is their desire. So you don't have to be super rich. You just have to be better off. Like you see it all the time in microcasts within society. Like you'll see a girl and a guy, and they're poor, but the girl's more poor than the guy. But she looks at him like he's so great because he's so great compared to her. And that gets her satisfaction because she has a man that's greater than her.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
But that's scaling.
That is intrinsic. Well, yeah, but that's intrinsic to a woman's nature. Right? If you tell a woman, I'm going to equalize you with a man, how in the world is she going to be attracted? Now, don't get me wrong, there's outliers, and the outliers love to tell you that they're outliers and that their husband did all this throughout their lives and blah, 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 but you're not society at large. It's the same thing with those stupid asshole rich dudes that think they can have 10,000 women and then ruin those women from ever being interested in normal guys.
Yeah.
Both of those types of people, when they go out and preach their positions as if that's the way all society should be, it's retarded. And let me tell you why. Because the next generation of guys end up raised by women, and they end up very moody, and then they realize that they themselves can't have a woman for themselves. And because family is one of the greatest anchors of society into your identity, if you don't have any prospects for that in your future, what do you have? You have hedonism, working like a slave.
Yeah.
Well, why do you care about society anymore? You don't. And so guess what happens? You check out of society, and then society crumbles.
Shit. Let me push back on one thing, because AI is cooking right now. I completely agree, but I just want to push back to add some content in this one area. We're not promoting. We're not saying you should cheat, you should do this, you should do that. It's good, right? That's a decision you have to decide to make, right? It's just that it's showing people the nature, especially the female nature. She's inclined to want to be with that guy. She's not being forced to want to. That she's naturally inclined to want to be with him. They're not ruining her. She wants that.
Listen, look. This is the way it is. Okay, whether people realize it or not, is that men and women being able to quote unquote decide what they want is the problem. Yes. Women being able to quote unquote decide what they want is the problem. Think about it.
Technology.
You get to decide whether you want to cheat or not. Look, either cheating is bad for society or it's not. And guess what? It is. So when you go tell people, well, if you want to sleep around with 10 people while you're married and totally fuck your kids in the head, go right ahead. It's like, no, dude, society at large needs to tell you to go take care of your kids, stay with your wife, and quit this attitude that it's all about you. Because we have to deal with your stupid kids that you're going to make.
Yeah. I mean, so AI is making a good point, because I do hear the argument that sex is tied to children. So that does seem like that's the argument he's making, and I can't really knock that. I can't argue against that. In an ideal world, sex is tied to children, so you shouldn't really be having sex if the goal isn't to like create a families and stuff like that. But obviously, we live in 2024. We're not trying to tell people. We're just trying to inform people. We're not trying to say what's right or wrong. That's you. You have to decide. Okay, well then that's fine. We're just trying to tell people what's
wrong,
real
brother.
in 2024, man.
No, it's wrong. No. It is so wrong. Period.
No,
it is.
Well, people
look, you may be too much of a person to judge other people, but I'm not.
No, I'm not, bro. I'll say it. I'm just trying. My thing is that, and that's fine. If it's wrong, it's wrong. That's totally fine. And listen, I've never cheated. I'm not trying to sit here and be like, yeah, cheating is good, all this stuff. I've been in 2 relationships. Both girls were amazing. I still love those girls. Amazing, awesome. Never cheated. Was completely loyal, totally honest. I'm a good boy. But I'm a realist, just like you guys are. And so we're just trying to help people understand the truth of the nature of 2024.
So we end up with
not the world you've been sold.
Right. So everybody ends up becoming a flat earther, right? But we don't solve the problem of the interfamily political dynamics. Guess what? You still live in a shit show of a reality. Nothing's changed. Not one single thing has changed.
Yeah.
The theater in which the drama and chaos and disaster is played out is in a globe or on a stage that's flat. But guess what? The Shakespearean theater, do you know what the Shakespearean theater was called?
The world stage?
The globe.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Right? So if you're in a play that's a tragedy, right? Whether you're on a flat stage or a spherical stage, it's still a tragedy.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, this isn't perfect scenario for anyone. It's just that's the cold hard truth. Hoes gonna be hoes, man. Sorry, we're just letting you know.
This is why I say the red pill is very good at identifying the problem, but their solution is completely selfish. I'd say their solution is completely selfish.
I get that.
Like for me, I believe that all of our decisions have to be moral. They have to be good, right? Mm-hmm. And so I've come around to like the complete opposite end of like the red pill, where I would ban things. I would take away people's choice. I wouldn't say that's on you. I'd say no. You've shown you're not responsible enough. We're taking that from you.
Bingo. Right. That's what it is, brother.
So my prescription for society is 1, the banning of pornography, the banning of like, or also the tax credits for people who are married and stable with kids, right? Total tax credit. So no income tax if you have a family that is together. If you have a nuclear family, you pay no taxes, right? And I would also work to phase women out of the workplace.
Yeah.
And I would ban social media.
I mean, you're not far off.
These are prescriptions that I have for dismantling the things that are causing problem, because technology is what has been the largest contributing factor, because it's given choice where it's really just an illusion of choice, because the choice is either marriage or self-destruction. Those are the only two. Yeah, those are the only two choices somebody has in what's called the dating market. I would like to see dating completely phased out. I don't believe in dating.
Yeah.
I believe in mate selection and courtship.
Y'all are right. And these are good ideas. The problem is this. It ain't gonna save those girls. That's the problem. They're still gonna want to behave the way they want to behave.
Well, for a lot, you're right. But we haven't gotten to a point where we can statistically test that yet. I will say this.
Be willing to try.
There's this funny video I saw of this English girl. I just saw this yesterday, and she's gone into a place in Japan, a gym in Japan. And when she went in there at first, she was in what women wear in the gym, right?
Yeah.
They basically spray painted yoga outfit. She goes into the gym in Japan, and everybody gives her the nasty eye.
I saw that video. Yeah.
Yeah. The men and the women all look at her. And I left a post on there, shaming works.
Yeah, shaming does work.
Because shaming literally modifies human behavior. And what the problem with not just the 304s, but the promiscuous men at the top too, is that nobody is willing. The only people shaming them are the women that they're sleeping with.
Yeah.
But nobody important in society, that is the morally upstanding people, none of them are shaming either of these groups. And if we brought back hardcore shaming, I guarantee you behavior modification would follow hands down, no matter what, because shame is the greatest behavior modifier there is.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't want to make it seem like we're promoting hedonism here in the flat earth. I think ultimately people deep down are sweethearts, just like I think Huey's a sweetheart deep down. Just like I am. You guys hear me? I'm the misogynist, right? I mean, y'all should have seen my relationship.
This is a cathedral of misogyny.
My relationships are wholesome, guys. I don't be cheating. I don't be lying. I don't be smacking. I don't do none of that. Okay, I think deep down we definitely want a wholesome, beautiful.
What's wrong with smack the hoe?
But like you know
how many problems? You know how many problems in the world would be solved by a light slap at the beginning rather than a divorce at the end?
Yes.
Wayne Brady is CB's freaking main freaking guy, man. That's who he looks up to.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I truly believe I don't believe in adaptation. I believe in reactionism.
Reactionism?
Right? Yeah, it's reactionary thought. That is prescriptions that actually attack the problem.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So you'll hear a lot of the Red Bill guys, and they're like, we've got to adapt. I'm like, what are you adapting for? Do you think you're going to be the last man on earth that's your seed that needs to be spread? What are you adapting to? When really the reality is they just want to get laid too.
You
know, and
when they say they're reacting to feminism, like the feminist,
they're adapting. They're adapting to the feminism. So essentially, what they've done is they've let it change them. What I'm talking about is essentially a return to patriarchy, true patriarchy.
But see, the problem is that here's the argument: is that they're not going to return. They're not going to let go of the freedoms that they've achieved. They're in the workplace.
Where men go, women won't have a choice.
Yeah, bro, you're missing the point, dude. This all stops when men decide it stops.
Yeah.
Women don't get a say. It's that simple, dude. They don't have the power to back up their alleged rights. They require men to back up their rights for them, so they will do whatever the men in power tell them to, period.
It's just like Iran in the 1970s. One day it's all bikinis and Westernism, and the next day, put on the burqa, bitch.
Shit,
yeah, bro. So check this out. Check this out. You know this is true. So you think this isn't true because you live in the Western world and you've been told this story that women fought for their rights, yada yada yada. No, they didn't. Men in power decided that they wanted this to change in society, and they instigated it, and they forced it, and they changed it. In fact, many women didn't want any of these changes because they knew it was going to change their family structure. Right. It was. You go back and you look at the source of these people that were involved in this stuff. Like some of them are straight up CIA agents and all kinds of weirdos. They're not like women. They're not like average women.
No.
Right.
Oh
no, I agree with you, AI. I definitely agree with you, AI.
Think about. Let's try and project some cause and effect. Right. So think about this. Think about all the boys who are right now starting to grow up. They've had no fathers in their lives. And as they grow to adulthood and they don't know how to deal with women, they're going to have a deep resentment and even hatred for women.
Oh, shit.
And that's a whole generation of young men who are not going to be shy about just taking all those rights away. And if they want to, women aren't going to have a choice.
Damn. I mean, you're right. I just never thought about that.
And that's the inevitable. That is the inevitable. It's like that saying that hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times, and then it's back around to hard times create strong men. And right now we're in hard times.
Yeah.
We're in hard times right now. Yeah, and the boys right now, anywhere from 15 to 20, right now, they are not going to be happy with their mothers.
No. Yeah, facts.
And they're going to create a generation of very militantly anti-woman legislation.
Y'all should better watch out.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've said this. We've watched this cycle through history so many times. It's ridiculous. But for some reason, people are saying that, oh, that can't happen here. This is America. We've evolved. We've changed. We're progressive. And it's like, you dumb fuck. It's happened to every empire multiple times. It doesn't even end empires. Empires have gone here, gone through it, recovered, done the whole cycle again, sometimes 2 or 3 times. Rome went through 5 cycles.
Yeah, because listen, men are required to maintain your society. It's that simple. Men and fathers. So as soon as you disenfranchise boys from their fathers, they're then stuck with their mothers. They then realize once they become adults how bad their mother fucked them over by having their father not in their lives. And then they don't care about family. And if you don't care about family, what do you need a society for? And so very quickly they realize, well, why do I care about society? Why should I do anything except just check out and watch it all burn? And as soon as all the present generation that's supposed to be taking over to take care of everything says, no, I'm not going to take care of it anymore, it just all implodes.
Yeah.
And let me tell you this, friends. And, as unpopular as his opinion is in the modern era, women ain't going to pick up the slack. They're not capable of doing it.
I agree.
They're literally incapable. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. I'm being serious. There's nothing wrong with saying women are incapable of doing that role in society. They simply are. Just like men are incapable of being mothers in society. We simply are.
Yeah, it's like if tomorrow all the women left the workplace, all that would happen is HR departments would be empty. Because they're not the linemen, they're not the coal miners, they're not the concrete, the bridge builders. They're not doing the things that is required for civilization to operate. What they're doing is these middle managerial positions, right? But they're not doing actually anything. That's not me bashing women. Women shouldn't be there. They're like a bunch of fish who have been convinced that water is a prison. It's like, no, that's where you live. You live in water. You're not a bird. But someone's been trying to convince them that they're birds and not fish. It's like, you can't breathe the air. You need to get back in the water. And it's really unfortunate. But like it's inevitable that we're going to go the way of like the most hardcore, extreme. Yes, it is going to. We're going to go back to Stone Age levels of getting the cave woman.
Get the rocks.
And like to me, that's not even. I don't even want that. I really
would
don't
like to
want
ask
that.
a question. I would
What's
like
that?
to ask a question, sir.
What's that?
Oh, here we go.
You mentioned that, but very passionate, by the way. I've been listening for a while. What's a 304, by the way?
Oh, a 304 is a very promiscuous woman.
Hey, when you type 80085 in your calculator, what are you doing for real?
I don't know what that means. Anyway,
right,
so
we're not cool. Wait, hold on, bro. Don't just move on swiftly. I'm trying to explain what 304 is. What the fuck? You guys are so weird. Holy shit!
I thought you'd answered it. I thought you'd answered
No, dude. Listen. When you type, you never were in school and you typed 80085 in your calculator and turn it upside down.
And you get boobs, yeah.
Boobs. So when you type 304 and turn it upside down, what does that say?
It's hoe.
It's a hoe.
Oh, you
there you go.
You use that calculator for some hoflation.
I'm gonna buy a calculator just to do that.
Get you a TI-89, my boy.
Yeah,
thank you. So this is for Mimas Aurelius.
Sure.
I don't know.
Mimas Aurelius. Just say Mimas Aurelius.
Mimas Aurelius.
Like Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah. I get the reference. So you put forward a vision of a society that you would put together. I think you said ban pornography and women out of the workplace and a couple of other things. But one of the things you said was ban social media. Is that correct?
Yes, I would generally ban social media, except for like companies, like businesses.
LinkedIn, shit like that.
Yeah. So like if you have a business and you need to advertise it, I would make media sites. I would protect media sites like that. But like the whole personal social media, I think it's actually socially unhealthy. It represents a serious health risk to the public.
How do you reconcile that with what you're doing right now?
I would, if I were able to get my way and get all those things, I would sacrifice this in 2 seconds. That's how I reconcile it.
Shit, Amos, God.
Good answer.
When you said social media, I thought you meant like, because we're trying to. I mean, we're not uploading pictures of our face and trying to date each other and stuff on here. I think people naturally want to get together and communicate. I don't think that's what social media is. Social media right now is dating. Like Instagram's a dating app for like it's the number one biggest dating app.
And realistically, like not all of it. There would be platforms, I'm sure, that would still carry on, like where people can gather. But at the same time, all I'm saying is that in this hypothetical, if I got all those things that I wanted, I would not even think twice about all of this being like going the same way.
I love that answer. Yeah,
thank you. I try to be consistent.
No, yeah, well, absolutely. That's something that's lacking nowadays. So, well, you don't need to impress me, but damn, respect there, man. Respect there.
Thank you.
There was one other. Oh no, that was. No, there was one other thing.
Damn, you didn't want to comment on the misogyny?
Well, there was no misogyny here, and I'll tell you why. No. I'm sure someone out there thinks, listen to that cathedral of misogyny in there. When the reality is, I love women, and I respect women, right? And and this is what I want to do to protect them. Right? This is a protection for women. This is not get back in the kitchen and put on your burqa. This is very much taking the goldfish off the floor, trying to breathe the air, and putting it back in the aquarium.
Right.
Yeah, brother.
Right.
Yeah. So look, like children, right, need to be taken care of. They're less powerful and capable than their parents. When their parents look out for their best interests based on what they know that their children need, do they hate their children? Of course not. Now, it just so happens that in the hierarchy of humanity, that men are the apex, right? So if they fail to take responsibility for women and children, just like parents take responsibility for children in that same hierarchy, when men fail to do so, that is when they're hating women.
Yeah.
Okay? When you kowtow to women, you're hating them. because you're robbing them of something that they have a natural right to, which is men. Men and women are designed to work together, right? But if men don't be men, then women don't have the thing that they were given that they need. And especially if you believe in specific creation in any sense, right, that the hierarchy or the nature of the way we operate was intended by a greater being, right? You're not only depriving them of what they need, like you're going against the very thing you were made to do. So women need men to be men, and when you're not men, that is when you're doing them the greatest disservice you could ever do.
Yeah. And if if something doesn't happen to reverse course like by tomorrow, then it's inevitable that at some point we're going to do, 1978 Iran. It's just going to happen. It's just going to be a generation of boys who feel robbed, and they're going to blame women for it. And those boys are going to have all the power, and they're just going to do it.
In America?
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter where, because every world empire ever has gone through this. Some of them multiple times.
I remember you saying,
Yeah. Like, think
about what curtails this type of thing from happening. Okay, an infrastructure of hierarchical authority that has the power to enact its will and the pressure socially for you to comply. Once that is gone, whoever is the biggest wins. And guess who's the biggest? It's not the women. It's not the children.
And when that happens, it's going to be a generation of disenfranchised boys who are very angry at their mothers.
Aurelius, you also did a stellar job of quoting the cycle of the hard times and the good times. That's something that it doesn't instantly help anyone necessarily, but I think everyone should hear that or have that spread, because it's a really, really good kind of just thing to have in the back of your mind.
It's important to know, especially like there's a lot of doomers and black pillars out there who.
Oh, I remembered what my thing was. I remembered. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, go ahead. No, get your thought out this time.
Oh yeah. This is the one that's going to get the group all riled up. This is what you get. This is why you come on. Yeah, I know. Get ready. Put your seatbelts on, lads. You mentioned red pillars, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now I assume you weren't talking about pillars that hold up a house or something that just happens to be red.
Right.
You're talking
the
about
red pill community. Yes.
Right, I see. And what is that?
That is what it's a little
manosphere. The manosphere.
I shouldn't say red pillars. I should say manosphere, because I think they might be kind of different things.
Okay, cool. What did you mean? What did you mean? Whatever it is.
Okay, so
who's included in it? Who's included in it?
I'll let CB explain it.
Yeah, have you heard of we've been talking about Fresh and Fit. Have you heard of the show Fresh and Fit, or the Whatever podcast, or?
Afraid not. No, sorry.
Okay, well, it's just like red pill, or it's the manosphere. Guys talking about guys finally reacting to feminism and shit. AI. You want to add into this?
Yeah, I mean, look. Fresh and Fit, dude, are so late to the game, right? The groundwork, all the real players have already played their hand.
I know
they're not interested anymore. Fresh and Fit are
that's not true.
Johnny come lately that's riding on the coattails of giants.
Yeah, the red pill kind of started. It started around as far back as I remember. It was about 2010. I know it's earlier than that.
On Reddit. It was on Reddit. The Red Pill RPC or STRP on Reddit. So that's where I had heard it way before Fresh and Fit. You're right, AI. They're just helping out the young boys now, man. That's kind of the way I'm thinking about it too. They're just helping out these young bucks that never came across that old shit.
Dude,
I guess
fair enough, but they're still entrenched a lot into society. They haven't reached the part where they realize that society is broken on a fundamental level.
Yeah.
Is everyone here
Now,
a red
that
pillar?
doesn't mean you're black pill. If you say society's broken on a fundamental level, that's not black pill.
No, that's
Right?
just
A lot of
being
people
real.
say that.
Yeah.
Is everyone here a red pill? A red pillar? Is everyone here a red pillar?
Yeah.
I guess that would help me out with a
Okay,
definition.
well, yeah. Let me tell you, brother. Let me tell you. So, the analogy comes from the movie The Matrix, right? In the movie The Matrix, you live inside a constructed world, right? And you're not aware that it's a simulation. Now, interestingly enough, it doesn't matter whether it's a computer simulation. It's just a simulation, right? It's not the way things actually are. You're given a representation of reality. And so you reach a point in your life where you're faced with a choice to take the red pill or the blue pill. Like in The Matrix, the man offers Neo, who's supposed to be the main character.
And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Yeah, I know.
Yes, I'll show you the truth. If you take the blue pill, you accept society the way it is, and you're content, and you get to go back to the life you're living. So part of the thing about taking the red pill is that choice to that you can no longer live the life you've been living up to this point, because you now know truths that make it to where that simulation doesn't fool you anymore. So when you're walking down the street, you're not walking as if you're happy and content with the simulation. You're seeing the problems ever present. And that choice to have your eyes opened is what taking the red pill means.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I get it. Okay, fine. Right. But is everyone here a red pillar? Or is it?
I mean,
or not. Ooh.
I have certainly never called myself that ever. I hate the whole pill thing, but because it's all pill, I'm Christ pilled.
I think there's a color though. What do you mean?
Yeah. So, in context of what we're talking about, like AI said, the red pill is like there's this like hidden, reality, and you're walking around in a fake reality, essentially, like the wool's been pulled over your eyes.
Sure.
And what the red pill community is, as far as like in context to them, it's all about mating strategy. And it's this is how women act. This is how they actually are, and they get into like biology and all this other stuff.
But what's Christ pill? What's Christ pill? Forget the
Christ pill. That means I am a raging Christian, and I'm not going to let
raging Christian.
Yes, a raging Christian.
What happened to just not taking drugs from freaking black men in trench coats?
There.
Good point.
But
has this red pill gone through appropriate FDA trials?
No. But anyway, so the red pill kind of created this thing called the manosphere, and it's just basically it's dating game.
But the Christ pill, the
red pill, the red pill.
No,
the
I
red
understand,
pill
but you're not that. You're a Christ pillar. So okay,
right. So the red pill guys who talk about dating and women, they have identified a lot of problems with society. They've identified a lot of issues that make it hard for men to function in society. They're very good at identifying all that, but their solutions I don't agree with. I think their solutions are basically hedonism. That's their solution.
The reason why I bring up the whole red pill thing is because there was something that you said that if all the red pillars just went on, you didn't say strike, but it was basically, be celibate, I think you said.
Yes, if they all went celibate. Because collectively they have, hundreds of millions of followers. Right. It's basically a ton of young men watch them for like learning how to deal with like problems in their life, learning how to either attract women or be successful. And if all the red pillars went on there and said, okay, everybody, we're going to stop giving women any attention. We're all going to go celibate. That's what we're going to do. And to me, it's just a hypothetical that would never happen.
Yeah, sure.
And it's just a hypothetical, like what would actually happen.
That's all. It made me giggle.
What would happen if these guys who are known for, bagging a lot of women, having a lot of money, flashing all their wealth, if they went basically on strike and said, we're no longer going to be participating in the sexual market. Because to me, that hypothetical is, well, all these women who are chasing after those kind of men, where are they going to go? What are they going to do?
You know what's interesting is when you look at it from an isolated pool rather than the entire pool.
Wait, sorry.
So in the isolated pool,
did CB leave? Did something?
Yeah, hold on. I'm about to make a point.
Sorry.
When you look at this idea of, these guys who are bagging a lot of chicks and stuff, when you look at it at the entire pool of people, it has one picture. But look at it at the isolated pool. So you just have the elite men and the many, many, chicks that they're with. When you think about it, all of these chicks are essentially willing to throw themselves at this category of man. So it's cheap. The men in that category are not actually achieving anything.
Right.
When they're with these women, they're almost a loser.
Yeah.
From a certain point of view.
It's the women that they're bagging are the low quality women that they're complaining about.
Yes.
Yes.
So for example, we know women in our lives who would never give a man like that the time of day. To her, that man is the biggest loser, waste of time. Regardless of how much status, money, or power he has. Because she wants status, money, and power, yes, but for what purpose? For her family. She wants her family to have status, wealth, power, functionality, all of these things to make her family work well. But when she recognizes that this guy isn't about family, he's just, basically a commodity, right? He's a loser. Like these guys that people idolize that are having all these chicks, they're losers. Technically, in a familial societal state of looking at things, they are losers. Losers to the umpteenth degree.
Sounds like me.
What, you're rich and you have 1,000 women lined up?
No, I wouldn't go that far. Just the loser part. Did CB leave? Because he's fun to talk to.
He must have had to bug out for something. Because that was a sudden drop. It
wasn't something I said by any chance, do you think? Was it?
No, it's because I pooped on Fresh and Fit.
I don't think I met you two, Jen.
Like a lot of people getting into this stuff nowadays, even Flat Earth, there's a 10-year history up till now that a lot of people don't know about. They don't know about the battles. They don't know about the arguments. They don't know about the progress. Same thing for the Red Pill community.
What battles?
Battles.
What,
dude, we used to have battles, bro. Yeah, bro.
When we say battles, we mean gay ops, like online fights, essentially.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, cool. I've not met you two gentlemen before, obviously, and I'm sorry, no one else is talking, so I'll just address you two. I should, at the very least, just give you a heads up. So I'm Geeks, and I'm a bit of a troublemaker. So if trouble starts, just
I'll come straight to you.
It's no. It's all in good. It's all in good fun. So this server has given me quite not a huge amount, but a good amount of entertainment so far.
Oh yeah, it can be pretty spirited sometimes. So
yeah, diplomatic way of putting it, absolutely.
So let me ask you a hypothetical. If I had not been consistent in my approach, right? If I had been, say, a hypocrite and said, "No, I think we should keep Discord," I would fight to keep what I wanted, right?
Okay, yeah.
What would you have thought of that? What would your opinion be of that?
It's a good question. And actually, I'm actually trying to play that scenario in my head, because would it actually make me think less of you? I don't think so. It just, I don't know. It's a good damn question. I think I just, in my mind, I don't mean this to be offensive or anything. I hope it doesn't come across that way. But you would have just been kind of like, NPC. There you go for me.
Yes, yes, you're right.
If that helps.
No,
only for the
that's
time
a
being.
fair. That's a fair assessment. That would have been a very fair assessment.
Cool.
Yeah, why would it matter if he wasn't willing to give up?
Because
the thing that he was,
because my prescription for society would be to ban social media, and this is a social media platform. And so if I had my way and was able to get all the prescriptions and legislation that I wanted, but it also meant that I had to give this up, I wouldn't even think about it. I'd do it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm saying that why would it matter if he wasn't willing to give it up?
Because
basically
then
what I was saying.
Then I would basically be saying what I want.
I was agreeing. I was agreeing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So yeah. Good. Damn good question though. There was something else as well. That was it. CB said something about what was it? Oh, he said something that was so fucking juicy. That was it. He definitely said this. He said, "I want to become a better debater. I want to become a better someone who's better at like arguing my points, etc., etc." Yeah. Hey, but yeah, it's annoying that he's not in the room because, earlier on today, he wasn't showing that he wasn't demonstrating that was the case. Just in my view.
Yep. So check this out, dude. Social media is a symptom of a broken society.
I can't hear you, AI.
People think all these things are better. But look at what people do on social media. They just forego other relationships, right? So it's a way to get the fix that you normally would get from a functional relationship with your friends, with your family, with your peer group, and with your workplace. So it's essentially a simulation of the real thing. It's essentially, you don't have the real thing, so here's a crappy-ass substitute. So when you fix society, quote unquote, you don't need this stuff anymore, right? So getting rid of it at that point isn't even a hard choice. It's like, well, what am I going to do with social media? I'm too busy with my family and friends, actually doing real stuff.
Like one of the things I said was phasing women out of the workplace, and that's a very general statement because what I would do, because I had mentioned it earlier, is I would introduce tax incentives to stable families, right? Where they don't have to pay any taxes.
That's brilliant, dude. Here, check this out. You basically make being a stay-at-home mom, raising your kids, taking care of your kids, even homeschooling your kids, a literal job that the government pays you to do in the form of reverse tax credit type shenanigans.
Exactly it. That's what I would do.
Basically, you do what Gaddafi was frickin' doing. Do you remember?
There's ways to do it.
Gaddafi was rewarding all that family business. That was when they took him out.
I must have missed that.
But anyway, if you
family, wasn't it? Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, what if you create a tax incentive where it's basically you get rewarded for being a stay-at-home mom, the workplaces would empty. And that would actually cause salaries to go up because what happens if you were to take away 40% of the workforce, but everyone else is staying at work, law of supply and demand. Yep. Everyone's wages go up.
Yeah, kind of. There's a concept known as, I think
that's it's a simple generalization.
No, I agree. But I'm just saying there are probably other factors at play. There's is it called the Latifer curve? The Latifer curve. Latimer curve. Never mind. Okay, cool. Yeah. Authoritarian rule under His Highness Aurelius, right?
Yes, yes. Unashamedly. I don't mind being called an authoritarian.
No, absolutely. It's just like, you know.
I'll wear that badge with pride.
Dude, it's so easy. Let me tell you how easy it is. So, in the past, there used to be this practice called prima nocta, right? So, prima nocta is you're about to get married, right? And you're going to have your wedding and then your wedding night and be with your wife and consummate your marriage physically. But the king gets to bang your wife before you do, right? So that's one way to be an authoritarian king. The other way is to say, hey, bro, you get to bang your wife before anybody else. And if somebody else bangs your wife, I'm going to have them publicly executed.
Yeah, that's pretty authoritarian, I'd say. Yeah.
But the point is that it's not that hard. I mean, to understand. But even people in certain types of republics will do that. But the thing is if you make everyone a voter, right? They start to compete against each other. So think about it: if a husband and wife have the right to vote and they vote contrary-wise to each other, they just nullified their own vote. Correct?
No.
Why not? You don't understand simple math? Think about it, friend.
No. Net vote
zero. Net vote zero. Net vote zero. If you and your wife are not in agreement, your vote is basically zero. It's useless.
Well, that would mean that the elections would be reported as 20,000 votes to 0 in the end.
No, dude, because there's so many single women and other types of categories. But so, for example, conservatives tend to vote if they're married. They tend to vote the same.
Yeah.
Right. So they have a true vote.
I've got a story for you guys. That you'll like.
Before you go on, women were quote unquote given universal suffrage in the United States, and there's a marked increase in voting for liberal policies and spending and all this kind of stuff. In fact, voting wasn't ratified in all 50 states the same. So you can see these trends as each state ratifies it, right?
Well, yeah, it's the 18th Amendment, wasn't it? When it all got done and wrapped up, I think.
Yeah, but the point is that they started to vote their interest, but contrary-wise to negotiation with men. So what you did is you removed the natural need for men and women to negotiate with each other. You know, men want to have access to women, to be mothers of their children, to be their lovers, to be their mates. Women want to have access to men, to be their mates, to be the husbands of their children, to be providers, right? But when you take all these natural forces out, that's gone. And who's left? Who's left is the state. Right. So all these ideas that have been put in place to allegedly make men get what they want, women get what they want, only resulted in the state getting what it wants.
Yeah, and women becoming less free than they were.
Rascals. But I have a story for you. But before I do, now CB's back. I'm not gonna let him escape from what he said earlier on. Do you remember what you said earlier on, CB, about are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What'd I say?
About you want to become a better debater. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you going to do that?
I mean, just like how does Kobe become a better basketball player? He stays his butt in the gym. So you catch me in here debating. I mean, bro, like I'll literally jump over people's shoulders to get a word in. Yeah, I'm in here debating.
What if someone asks you relative to what? What will you do?
Holy brother, you only say that because you don't think we understand relativity. But what I'm doing is speaking objectively. I'm going beyond and speaking objectively. If I put my luggage, if I go to the airport and I travel to California, and I go to the luggage pickup, whatever, I don't know what you call that, but the luggage is not going to roll itself or walk itself to me, but it is most certainly moving in my direction. So is it moving independently? No. But is it moving objectively? Yes. So I don't give a fuck about your reference frames. You could speak objectively and say, yeah, I think buildings move. I know that sounds crazy, but the earth is moving. You could just stand on that like an average person, but you understand that it sounds silly to say buildings move. So you have to talk about, well, reference frames and this, that, and the other. Fuck your reference frames. Just stand on business. If you think the earth moves, you think the buildings move. Period.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So the reason why I actually dropped in here, I was coding, and I was trying to listen to Geo's room, but I've been timed out properly, and the reason why is because earlier today I gave the Messiah what I would consider a proper dressing down. A proper.
Hey, look! Everybody in Earth Awakenings needs a proper dressing down. So
No. Yeah, okay, fine, maybe, but I haven't got time for that shit. So I made sure the Messiah got the dressing down, and I felt so good afterwards. Oh, I assume everyone knows who the Messiah
who
is.
is the Messiah?
Their leader, the one true Almighty.
Geo?
You didn't know that, brother? You didn't know?
No, he's talking about Wizzy. He like said some shit and then ran away. Good coward, and then he ran away. Like a coward, ironically.
No, there you go. Is that right? Yeah. No, Andy, hold my beer. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about today, where he had an audience that he couldn't just shut me up with a single mute. He had to respond somehow. But
yeah, I know, brother. You bored me. So you told me this interesting story, but you left out the juicy detail.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Sorry.
Juicy detail.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And like for example, maybe so and so came in the room and he said this and that, and then I said, but what about that and this? And he couldn't respond, and everyone was like, "Whoa."
Okay.
But you gotta actually tell me. You gotta actually tell me what the this and that was. Otherwise, I don't know.
I'll give you satisfaction, sir. Yeah, it's a good point. Sorry, I should have done that. So, for some reason, they were talking about contentious issues in the Bible, and there was a bit of a lull all of a sudden, and so I was like, right, okay, hey, Whitsett, how about this? Exodus 21:10, which, if anyone doesn't know, Exodus 21:10 talks about slavery and how you should treat your slaves, etc., etc. Basically, not approving it, but giving you instructions on what to do with slaves, so not condemning it. And if I could find like the link for you guys and send that through. He just talked bollocks, non-stop shit until the cows come home. Okay, maybe I need to make it juicier. Sorry, it was great though.
So it was the very personalized religion that exists over there?
I don't know. It sounds like were you trying to make a retort against the scripture because it condones slavery or something, or what? I mean, I don't get it. Like, why bring up the slave thing? What was the point?
That's a good point. Like, both, I guess, but my point wasn't to criticize the scripture. It was to criticize the fact that he can't just say it's all perfect. And
what's all perfect?
The word of God. Yeah, the word of God. Yeah.
Well, is it the scripture or what it's recounting? Because there's a lot of bad people and bad things in the Bible. A lot of them.
Interesting. Wouldn't you say the scripture and what it's recounting go one and the same?
Well, it's like there's a book, and is this what this book is, or is this book recounting a piece of history and it's not actually giving you a lesson?
Well, yeah.
Right.
So for example, some places they're just telling what happened. Then there's other places where there's prescriptive language, and then there's other places where there's prescriptive language. Now there also is the law under the the covenants, which that society was supposed to operate under, and they had laws on how to deal with certain things. Now the problem with when it comes to slavery is more often than not we're reading modern sensibilities anachronistically into the past cultures. So, for example, slavery that we use the word today is not the same way necessarily that people used it back then. Much slavery back then was actually it's almost like a job. It's like, look, I'm a loser. Nobody wants to hire me. I suck. I can't do nothing. My parents are dead. I'll sell myself to a family to serve them, right? But that's much different than I'm coming to your nation and kidnapping people. Now, there was war spies, right? But this is the way NationCraft operated back then. They don't have the advancement of society that they have today back then. Like, if you say, so think about it, if you grew up in the Western world, you've been heavily influenced by a post-Christian expansion that changed the entire dynamic of the legal system and in whole nations. Not to mention you have the advent of Rome and other such civilized nations. Right? But, slavery was a staple option for survivability for an individual who otherwise would have no skill, no talents, right? It's not like today where you got, cold running water and you can get a welfare check. It's like, what are you going to do? You're out on your butt. What are you going to do? You can't feed your kids. What are you going to do? I know, I'll work for somebody. Well, a lot of the work was in the nature of that transaction where you had to literally sell yourself in indebtment to that person for them to take you on. And so a lot of people took advantage of this system by mistreating their slaves, right? So if there's this broken system where people are mistreating people in this society, and a more advanced system of laws comes along that makes it better for the interactions between these people, that's not a bad thing. That's a net good. So even though from our perspective now, being so far advanced, it looks bad, to the people then, it was great.
I think you're talking about servants, though. I might be wrong.
But that's what would have meant back then. Like if you read something that was written 500 years ago, but you're looking at it through the lens of somebody born in, 2010, and you don't have someone contextualizing it for you, or you don't have a contextual lens to look at it through, you're going to define it through the world that you know, and not through the world that was. And in the world that was, that's what a slave was. It was more akin to servitude.
No, not quite. No, I was saying that AI was defining what was more like to be a servant, where you sell your
that's servitude.
Trade. Yes, as a servant. But these people were, that was not the case in terms of how they were property.
Well, I mean, they sold themselves into property, but there's I can't find a moral problem with that though. Like, no one's actually ever been able to present.
Look, this is a problem. This is a huge problem. We just went through another anachronistic interpretation.
Yeah.
This idea, I want to be clear, friends. This idea that human beings are not property is a lie. It's a lie. Human beings are property. Let me explain. You created your children. They belong to you. You authored their existence directly. They are your property. Now, you might say, are they an object that you can buy and sell? Oh, no, I'm so offended. Go find out what the legal definition of property actually entails, and it's about exclusions of rights. It's not about an object. So yes, if you give up your property rights and the idea that humans can't be property, then you've just abandoned your property. And when you abandon your property, someone else can come and claim rights. And guess what? We all were tricked into thinking that the idea that humans are property is immoral. And so we abandon our property rights over our loved ones. We abandon our property rights over our children. And guess who claimed the abandoned property, friends?
State.
Big Daddy G himself. Government.
Hey, can you destroy property you own? Can you destroy property that you own?
Dude, did you just completely ignore what I said?
Yeah, facts.
Say you're still looking at it through modern sunglasses, dude. That's the problem.
Okay.
Now they make slaves through debt.
Hey, just because a car is my property and my child is my property doesn't mean that if I can freely destroy my car, that I can freely destroy my child, dude. That's not how it works. Property rights are about right.
Can you sell your property?
Depends on the category of property that it is. Property isn't a universal category, dude.
Yeah, and a lot of parents would have sold their children as in marriages.
Yeah. So, for example, you thought you had this witty idea to demonstrate how something was wrong with what was going on in the past, but then you found out that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I think it's wrong. I don't know how you feel about it. Do you think
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
No, stop. 1 second. Let me go again.
All right.
Do you think it's wrong for a woman who has no chance of getting a dude in a society where it's agrarian and you have to slave away for a living, even if you're not a slave, to quote unquote sell herself in servitude to a family who's going to take care of her, who is living under a set of rules where she knows what to expect from those people? Or is it better for her to just be a free woman that's not property of anyone and just freaking die in the street?
I have a problem with people owning other people, and that's it.
Well, you're retarded. That's all I can tell you. Because guess what?
People
Guess
owning
what,
other
dude?
people. It's a mutual agreement.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: what is your moral objection
to owning another human being?
Yeah.
You're joking, right? You want me to?
No, I want to know what your meta-ethical foundation is.
Yeah, for example, if you can't tell him an answer and you only require intuition or emotion, then you have no argument, and we shouldn't even care what you have to say. So right now is the time for you to shine, bro.
Tell you what, I'm going to take option 2. I'm not going to give a response.
Well, then you, hey, dude, if you're not willing to give a response, then shut the fuck up and sit down and let the big boys play.
I will.
Yeah, now go. Listen, don't take your stupid, irrational inability to give a stance to back up your opinion and go sit in the corner like a girl.
Jeez, you got me.
I did, didn't I?
Yes,
you did.
Yeah.
You got me good.
Damn,
we finally have Tommy Brown.
Look,
that's off the table.
Hey, no, hold on, friends, hold on, because we have historical context to this type of stuff. For example, friend who bitched out like a bitch. Do you know who William Wilberforce is?
I have no idea, but you're going to tell me, aren't you?
So William Wilberforce is a very influential man in the abolition of Western slavery from the African nations. He went on campaigns, okay, to different, let's just call them legislatures or, kings, whatever, to basically give speeches about why slavery in that modern era is wrong and what's wrong with it. He had a reason and he had an argument, and he actually changed nations' policies with his arguments, right? Whereas you come along, and when it's time for you to say what's wrong with it, dude, you come along and you're asked, what's your moral objection? And you just punk out.
I know. It's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing is there was a Christian who already gave the best moral objection to it in history. And you can't even recite that. But the problem is because you don't have a sound meta-ethical foundation, you don't really have a moral reason for it.
Wait, who was that? Who was
William Wilberforce.
Oh, that was the same person. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. And so it's strange because his idea of abolishing it, that was a new idea. Nobody had the idea before because it was just part of humanity. And so it was never evil. It was just a thing that was. It's like warfare between nations. It's just a thing that happens. Is it good? Is it evil? How do we judge it?
Evil. It's evil, yes.
I know, but how are you judging it's evil?
Hold on. Before we go on, I want to ask this guy a question.
Here we go again. More punk bitch stuff.
Okay.
Go on.
So humans, right, have inherent rights, right, that are recognized, not given. Part of that inherent rights are the unlimited ability to contract. Now, many people who make contracts with other people freely entered into, knowing that some of the terms of the contract will be deleterious to them. Other people will look and say, hey, you shouldn't sign that contract because of this, that, or the other. Or, hey, you shouldn't do that because of this, that, or the other. But they're like, you know what? My situation that I'm in right now, I'd like to take advantage of this situation, and I'm going to contract with that other party, and I have to keep up my terms. They have to keep up their terms. And then beyond that, there's the third party, which is usually a government entity, that may, check in to make sure that you're both keeping up on your end of the contract. If one of you makes a complaint, you'd be like, hey, me and him had a contract. I did this for him. He didn't give me this. Now, I want to ask you a question. Is everything I just described on the up and up, nothing wrong with it?
Yeah, sure. Why not? It was so long and drawn out. I don't understand where you're going.
That's what she said.
Well, that's the problem, dude. You're trying to find out where I'm going instead of coming along for the ride.
That might be true, actually. That's actually quite well put.
I know. I'm from the future. I've seen this happen already.
I appreciate that he's very self-aware, at least.
What, AI? Yeah.
No, incidentally, you.
Oh, me? Oh. Well, that just might be luck.
All right, so the correct answer is that what I just said is perfectly legit, and it's part of natural rights. Now, part of when you make a contract, when you make certain types of contracts with property, those contracts become proxies that the other party can actually buy or sell, and you've agreed to it beforehand because you received a benefit. Do you understand? So, for example,
yes, it's called quid pro quo. I understand. Can we? Okay.
Yeah, you may be an agent, or you may have a representative agent, or you may be a subordinate in a company that's owned by another company. So, for example, a parent company can sell a subordinate company to another company without asking the employees who are already subcontracted, because that subcontract is subordinate to the hierarchy of the other contracts. They don't get a choice in who they're sold to, but they're on board because they want the salary. Now, is there anything immoral about that?
I have no idea anymore. Can we move on to maybe globe stuff? Because I didn't realize the Bible.
That's usually what happens. That's usually what happens when a punk bitch comes in and tries to test reality and finds out they're wrong.
But if you can't understand what AI is saying, how are you going to understand the Earth?
Oh, that's irrelevant. It's just, just here for the ride, right?
Well, I just rode you off a cliff. Bro.
I know. Crash. All right. So globes. By the way, sorry, got two gentlemen. I'm also a glober. So there you go.
That's fine.
Are you as well?
That's fine. That's 98% of the world. That's fine.
Are you a glober as well?
No.
Oh, okay.
Former.
Yes, former.
What's great about this? Like people who believed in the globe and then they go to flat Earth. Is it appropriate? Yeah, go on.
I don't know. Is it appropriate? You tell me, because you're on a device, right? Who made your device that you're on?
Is it appropriate to ask if it's if maybe you could just give like just a very short summary of how you went from the round to the flat? Is that okay? I don't want to probe, but
someone showed me the math. I tested it in reality, and it didn't work.
Did you think that we just woke up this way? Like we just were born, fell off a truck, like we just woke up flat earth? Like, is that what your previous thought was?
no, I was asking what happened. I didn't know what happened.
That was when I your former Globers. You're like, what, really? Which would seem to imply that you thought maybe we were always flat earthers or something.
Well, I wasn't just a former Glober. I was a huge NASA fan, space nut. My grandpa worked on Apollo 17. I have been into it my whole life. So I was a big fan.
And same then you met a colleague or a friend, and math was involved, and it didn't work out. Is that what you said?
Yes. The math of the globe Earth parameters, or the parameters that they're supposed to be within, don't work when tested against reality. So there's an assertion. There's an assertion of a radius. The radius math is unapparent. It doesn't exist anywhere in reality. It only exists in the mind. It only exists on paper. It only exists in models.
Gotcha.
Sorry. I would say, let's try to address those things specifically and not go down the path of psychoanalyzing people or the flat earthers. Let's talk about what is it specifically that made you think it's flat? Okay, well, let's talk about those specific parameters.
That's actually what my next question was going to be, but I didn't want to probe too much because it might be a personal story. But that's actually what I was going to ask next. So.
Great, let's do it. Well, I was told that the Earth is a specific size, and so it's not like you hear about flat Earth and you just start Googling flat Earth stuff. Most people, like you, I would imagine, believe in the globe. So what you go and do is try to prove the thing that you believe to be true. At least that's what I would recommend. So as a globe believer, when presented with flat Earth, you go out and say, it's a globe, so let me just go get the proof for that. The problem is, it seems like things start to fall apart upon your investigation. The other part of that is people don't begin their investigation. So I would recommend, number one, like when presented with a flat Earth, you don't just jump to flat Earth. You start with what are the claims what are the globe Earth claims, and start there. And are there evidence for those claims? And you might.
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, that's at least it could be considered a first step if that gives me any value.
Yeah, you're basically a flat earther already.
Yeah, and a punk bitch. Don't forget.
Yep.
Can you?
Well, do you know, for example, do you know how big the globe is claimed to be?
I remember this because we were talking about this the other day when everyone started shouting at me and calling me a douchebag and all the names under the sun. If I remember correctly, is it 4,000 miles radius or just under 4,000 miles radius? Is that correct?
Yes.
Cool. It's like 3956 or something like that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool.
It's 24,901 miles circumference.
Wait, say that again?
24,901 miles in circumference.
Okay, cool. Wait, you sure?
Yeah. You can go look it up on NASA. Or just Google it, bro.
Yeah. Okay, cool. CB, have I lost you?
Sorry, no, I'm still here. I'm just doing some stuff in the background.
Oh, sorry, man.
So we asked about the radius. Okay. Do you know how that was measured?
I don't know.
No worries, no worries. How about like maybe the distance to the moon?
Weirdly enough, I could probably have a better guess as to how that might be measured than the radius or circumference of the Earth.
Oh, well, just like the claim. No, I'm sorry, I could have been more specific. Do you know what the claim distance is?
Is it? Oh, God. Shot in the dark. 280,000 miles. Seriously, I have no idea.
That's pretty close, like 250,000.
Is it really? Okay.
Like 236,000 or something like that. Yeah, 238, 200, something like that. About a quarter of a mil.
Cool.
All right. What about the distance to the sun?
Is it 9.3 million miles?
No, you get the right numbers, but that's claimed to be 93.
Okay, that number stuck in my head. Okay, cool. Well, no.
All right, what next? Is there more than one scientific method?
Oh, I've been asked that before. No, but I can imagine that's not the right answer.
He's literally halfway there to becoming a flat earther. Halfway.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, there's not more than one. There's only one. There's only one scientific method. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Bow. Right.
All right, CB. I'm talking to this girl. I can't stay on. I'll see y'all.
All right, man.
Bye.
Hey, man. It was good talking with you.
Yeah, see y'all.
All right, that is Mimas Aurelius, ladies and gentlemen.
Clap.
All right, AI. Can we talk about this, man, or should we do this like behind the scenes, man? Because I feel like we should talk.
Are you? You're not going to do this? I was excited.
We're still doing this? All right, sorry. Let me give him some more attention. So let's see. Have you?
It's your job. It's your job to turn him into a flat earther by the end of the day, or you're
All right. Next question. Who has the positive claim or the burden of proof? Is it the flat Earth or is it the globe Earth?
What's the claim? The Earth is flat, yes?
You tell me. Who's making the positive claim?
You are. The Earth is flat.
And then, so what is the other side saying?
Earth is not flat.
No, dude. No.
Sorry.
No. You're raised to believe what?
Earth is not flat.
No, they're not teaching people that.
You're gonna have to help me out. I don't know.
Hold on. Let me just ask you this. When was the first time you even heard the words flat Earth?
Probably about 20 years ago now.
20 years ago. For me, that was in 2017. So that was like very recent.
Yeah. No, I'd heard about it a long time when I was in university.
So, but they didn't raise me to believe the Earth is, quote, not flat. That wasn't even presented as an idea, flat Earth. The Earth, we're all taught that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
So that is the claim on the table. I mean, we're all being made fun of. Flat earthers are being made fun of for not believing in this thing specifically. That's the claim on the table. The Earth being a globe with a specific size, it spins at this rate, etc. We're simply just saying, I'd like to see evidence for that. I don't necessarily believe that's true. We're not just flat Earth isn't really. I mean, I could be correct.
I see where you're going. With this. It's a rejection of globe Earth rather than saying it is flat.
We could make that. We could spin it around. So, like,
No, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Spin it around. We could flip it around and eventually, and we could be making that claim for sure. But the positive claim being made here on the table is that the Earth is a globe. And so, in that sense, like let's say you and I, we are roommates, and then our neighbor to the house to the next to us comes up and says, "Yo, guys, I just won the lottery." In that example, whose job would it be to prove or disprove whether that was true? Is it our job or his job to prove it?
His job.
Okay. So if they're saying the Earth is a globe, whose job is it to prove it? Is it the flat earther or the globe earther?
Well, I mean, I don't even know if there is a flat earther in this scenario, but yeah, the glober has the burden of proof. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I just the reason why this is important is just I think
No, it is important. I agree. I like what you're doing.
People will come and try to reverse the burden. Now, I will say this. Let's make a quick caveat because I'm a big fan of law, and I always try to put people's minds or the way they try to make a presentation is to try to put it in the style of like a courtroom. Pretend like you're the counsel for your client. Say you're a globe earther. Well, you're the lawyer for the globe earth, and you're making a case to the judge and the jury.
Yeah.
And so I would highly recommend you do that. Now, in that sense, say I'm the plaintiff, you're the defendant. Well, that's as the plaintiff, it's my responsibility. I'm the one charging you with certain charges, right? So that it's up to me to show the judge and jury that those charges are upheld. You're
guilty for my client to be guilty. Yeah.
Yeah. And you're going to try to poke holes in that and disprove what I'm saying, right? But it's not
to make sure he's not guilty.
Right. It's not your burden to say who actually is guilty or things like that, right? No. Well, if it's not you, then who is it then? Like
no, the burden is on the prosecution to prove that they are guilty. Okay.
Exactly. Now we could flip it. The flat Earth could take the seat of the plaintiff, but the point is that only one side holds the burden at a time. There's no. Well, if you can't prove who killed him, then it was you. Then
he's not guilty,
right?
And he's not guilty, right?
Yeah, that's the important part. Is it's whoever holds the burden holds the burden.
Has to prove it, and if they don't, then their claim hasn't been proved correct. Is that right?
I would agree with that.
Cool. So if I can't prove that the Earth is a globe, then the Earth is I
wouldn't say it makes the Earth flat.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It's just that, it just shows that you can't prove the Earth is a globe.
I can't prove that it's a globe. Yeah. No, I'm happy with that. I like that.
Okay. Cool. I don't think I have too many more questions. I think there maybe one or two more good ones. So,
cool.
Have you heard of the Black Swan before?
This was what I was asking you to do the other day. No, I haven't heard the argument. No.
You haven't heard the argument. Let me post an image and tell me if you've seen it before.
I've definitely not seen it. And I'm being totally honest. I'm not messing around.
All right, fair enough. Just take a look at the chat. You've not seen this before.
Oh, you want me to have a look at something? Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
Live stream voice text.
You might have, you might not. It's totally fine if you haven't.
Black Swan. Okay.
Yeah. Does it look familiar? Yes, no. If it's totally fine. If not, no worries.
No, I've never seen this before.
Okay. All right. No worries. I mean, you'll probably.
What does it mean? Can you help me? Can you walk me through it?
Talk about it a little bit. Yeah, sure. Okay.
That would help.
So, it's based on the idea of the principle of falsifiability. Mm-hmm. So I believe there's a gentleman named Karl Popper who referenced this black swan analogy, if I'm not mistaken. We could probably drop some links for you to check that out. But yeah, if you just look up like Karl Popper, Black Swan, it should bring up some information about that. It's the principle of falsifiability. So it's the idea like, okay, let's say you and I, we lived our whole lives. We believe, hey, every swan I've ever seen is white.
I think they're all white. I think swans are white. I ain't, right? If we were to stumble across a black swan, well, that would then falsify the idea that all swans are white. And so, so that's sort of where the idea comes from, or that the name is rooted in that analogy there. So flipping back to the actual argument itself, it's put into a modus tollens. So it's an if P then Q statement, not Q, therefore not P. And so the P statement starts right out the gate with the claim that we talked about just a few minutes ago about the Earth being a globe, right, with a very specific size. So it says if the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3959 miles, we
You're
just
going too fast for me. You're going too fast for me. You're going too fast for me. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to get this into my head. Sorry.
No worries.
Why do they use P and Q? I mean, what awkward bloody letters to use?
Yeah, you could do A and B, B and A, but
no. Let's keep to it. So this means if P is, let's just say exists. Is that okay?
Sure.
I might be wrong with it. So if it's not right, then we can go back. So if P exists, or let's say P is true, that's better, right?
Yeah, if P is true, yeah, sure.
Right. So if P is Q, then automatically Q is true.
Well, so in that example, like let's say the example I like to give is, let's say you're a 6 foot man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I don't. Maybe you guys don't use feet and inches.
No, we do actually. It's weird.
So if you're 6 foot, well, you have to be 72 inches tall as well, right? It's like required. They're locked together. You know what I'm saying?
Because they're equivalent.
Yeah. Well, it's just that because you're 6 foot, that means you're also like therefore 72 inches as well. Like it can't be like 71 or 73.
You can't be 6 foot and 5 foot at the same time, right?
Yeah, right. So I would say like if P and Q, like if you're 6 foot, you're 72 inches. That's the example I like to give. That might not be perfect, but I think it's just an example to help people understand that like there's going to be a requirement that follows that first statement.
Is this for the P and Q? Is it for the P and Q thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just run through it because sorry, like I said, my brain's like inundated with stuff. So if P is true or whatever, then Q is true. If Q is false, then P has to be false. Is that what the claim is?
Yeah, basically. Mm-hmm. It's a modus tollens, so you can like just maybe take a note. Modus tollens.
Interesting.
Put up for you as well. We can just do that together. But yeah, there's modus ponens, modus tollens. There's different types of logical arguments.
I don't think that logic works, though. I'm not sure that logic works.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. This is not flat earther stuff. I promise you, it's not like.
I could be wrong. But yeah.
So, so it's called in propositional logic, modus tollens, also known as modus tollens. And denying the consequent is a deductive argument form and a rule of inference. So let's take a look. Let's go deeper into this here.
Okay.
So in propositional logic, modus tollens, also known as modus tollendo tollens, Latin for method of removing by taking away or denying the consequent, is a deductive argument form and rule of inference. Okay. So it's a mixed hypothetical syllogism that takes the form of if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay. It is an application of the general truth that if a statement is true, then so is its contrapositive. The form
contrapositive.
Should we open that up? Let's take a look at that. Let's open that up.
Contrapositive. Yes, because it doesn't seem. Sorry. Go on. Sorry.
It just says here quickly in logic and mathematics, contraposition refers to the inference of going from a conditional statement into its logically equivalent contrapositive.
It's opposite, basically. So it would be better actually if they had just said, if true, then true, not true, therefore not true. because true and false are contrapositive, I think.
So give some examples for those that maybe are listening along here. So,
okay.
Let's see.
I just don't think it works with this P and Q thing.
It does. I don't know how, you shouldn't be like arguing with this. If anything,
I'm just trying to get it through my head.
Okay.
Because it can be, because it's almost like they're like, if Q is not inherently contrapositive with P, it's just different. It's just.
It depends on the things that you're putting into the modus tollens. It has to be valid. Right?
I agree.
Right. That's the thing. That's where you see, this is what's really important, is that's why you have to be good at spotting fallacies, because someone can input something into this modus tollens and it be completely invalid.
May I just try this, and you can tell me if what I'm doing is not correct. So instead of P and Q, let's use red and blue. Yeah.
Why are you changing those two? The P and Q are just there. That could be A, B, 1, 2. That doesn't necessarily matter.
Can it be red blue? Can it be red blue?
Bro, have you ever taken algebra before?
Are you asking me, or are you asking TB?
You solve for
anybody. Freaking anybody, dude. Exactly.
Yeah. You solve for X.
Look. I'm gonna put it to you this simply, bro. We know you've done math. We know you've found unknown variables. That's all it is a placeholder. All right. This is just the conventions that they use when people do formal logic, right? They just chose these tokens for whatever reason. They're just placeholders. You literally could put any token you want because they're placeholders for the actual variable that you put in.
Great. So let's use red blue. Fantastic. Thank you.
Why?
No, we're not going to use red blue.
He just said we can put anything.
Yes, you can.
In there.
The problem is now it's going to be easy for you, but then it's going to be hard for others. Oh.
That doesn't make sense though. Like if you're like, okay, your math teacher says, okay, solve for X. You're like, but teacher, I want to solve for red. That's stupid. That's like taking extra unnecessary.
I'll tell you what. We'll use P and Q every time he says P and Q. In your mind, you say red and blue. Fair enough.
Because CB won't be following along with red and blue. Because what I'm trying to demonstrate is that this isn't logically sound.
You're getting lost. You're getting lost in the equation itself in lieu of actually the miracle happening, which is the purpose of this whole thing. You haven't got to it yet, so I wouldn't get lost in just the formula itself. It'll always be there. You can go back to it at any time. I'd wait until the miracle happens.
Not a miracle, it's reality.
It says here the form shows that inference from P implies Q. To the negation of Q implies the negation of P.
And that's not logically sound.
Valid argument. It's a valid argument. It is logically sound. I don't understand how you're saying it's not.
All right, let's listen to how he says it's not. Go ahead, friend. Tell us how.
Well, can I use red and blue, or are you going to shout at me again?
Use whatever you want.
Listen, you can use whatever color crayons you want. Go ahead.
Thanks. Finally. Right. If red, then it's blue. If it's not blue, then it can't be.
You see how that doesn't work already, right? Because you're using red as a specific invariable input. That's not a valid input.
Correct. Yeah.
So the P and Q are placeholders. Now you're using red and blue as the actual. Oh, did he just join and leave, or was that?
Let's go back to P and Q because I seem to be annoying people when I'm.
No, I'm not annoyed.
No.
You see the problem in what you said, though.
Don't talk to him anymore. Okay, so what CB said to me, because I'm a listener and I'm hearing, okay, so I'm going to explain, is if you say if P then Q, and they're just invariable placeholders, but then you remove the placeholder and put an actual concrete thing, which the P and Q doesn't follow, like, for example, if gluten-free bread, then tasty, right? That doesn't follow. You see, because gluten-free bread tastes like crap.
All right, I'm bored of getting shouted at. Let's just use P and Q, and we'll move on to the second part.
You're not. He's just. I don't know why he doesn't like AI. Why do you have a problem with AI?
Because
he actually shouts. If you listen, No, you're not listening. You're not listening.
Okay, let's go to the next.
What he's trying to do is help you explain how you weren't listening to me. He's explaining to you what I said, and then you're not listening to him. So then indirectly, you're not listening to either of us or anyone in this panel. You missed the point completely when you inputted red and blue. Those are your inputs, and we already explained. Your inputs have to be valid. Those are not valid.
Let's give him an example of one that we can all agree that the P and the Q follow, right? Like they're contingent, right? So let's think of one that's really good.
I'm happy to use P and Q. I'm happy to use P and Q.
Like the alphabet?
These are the examples here. It says this. So, for example, if the dog detects an intruder, the dog will bark. The dog did not bark, therefore, no intruder was detected by the dog. So this is going through examples. This might be showing how sometimes they are invalid and sometimes they are valid. So it says the first premise is a conditional if-then claim, such as P implies Q. The second premise is an assertion that Q, the consequent of the conditional claim, is not the case. For these two premises, it can be logically concluded that P, the antecedent of the conditional claim, is also not the case. So I guess they're saying that's a valid example. Another example, if I am the burglar, then I can crack a safe. I cannot crack a safe, therefore I am not the burglar. But again, sometimes they give examples. I'm just skipping to the examples. Sometimes they give examples that are and aren't valid. But the one you gave is definitely not valid. If red and blue, that doesn't follow.
Okay, cool. I'm happy to move on. I heard you kind of realize that. Okay, move on. If the Earth is a sphere, P, then every horizon distance measured must be no more than 1.225 times square root of observer's height in. What's this?
I have something for you to double check those numbers, because people, what they do is try to say this is like flat earther math or whatever. Okay. So here's a link. You could use any calculator.
Sure.
We joked about earlier, like taking a calculator and typing in boobs, right? So
you
can do that with any calculator. So here's a calculator for you as well. I'm going to open it up also. And so we can walk through this here. So what it's going to ask you for is an eye height and a target distance. And so what we're going to do is we're going to put in the eye height is 1 foot, because there it's in the example says every horizon distance must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So let's just do 1 foot.
Yep.
And we'll get the square root of that time, etc. Right. So it's going to ask you for target distance. You can put in let's just put in 10 miles for now.
No, I'm happy. I was doing the square root. So the square root of 1 is 1. Am I correct in that? Maybe that's wrong.
Well, it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Sure, which just maths out to 1.22.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So there's so if you hit like calculate on the calculator there, it'll also confirm the D1 horizon distance, 1.22 miles. So basically what this is saying is at a certain height off the surface of the Earth, the distance to the horizon or the curvature of the Earth is going to be at a certain distance away. So 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So boom, that's where that number comes from if you're wondering.
The Earth is a sphere. So, okay. 3959, every horizon measurement must be no more than, and it is more than 1.225, obviously, right?
Well, yeah, so let's flip to the evidence here. Let's take a look at the image here. Let me grab you a photo. It has a multiple choice questionnaire on top.
Cool beans. Thanks for being so patient with me in this.
No problem. That's what we're here for. So 37 minutes past the hour says, where is the horizon? A, B, C, or D?
Horizon. Is it A?
Is that your final answer?
I'm hoping. Yeah, sure. Lock in. Oh, thank God.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty easy.
It is.
Oh, so okay. So let's take a deeper dive into what we're looking at here. So this is a screenshot from a video, guys on the coast of California. I believe it's Santa Barbara. And yeah, so these oil rigs are essentially, it's not like they're floating on the water. They're not boats or anything like that. They're rooted into the earth. And it's also not that they're at unknown distances either. So we know the distances from the shore of these oil rigs. I went and double checked. I had like Google Earth Pro on another computer and double checked the numbers and stuff like that. So that there doesn't seem to be a contention with how far away these rigs are from the shore. So we have the first one there showing it says it's at
9 miles. Sorry, first one 9 miles.
Well,
9.41 miles.
Obviously the closer one would be at 6.21 miles, and then the farther one is at 9.41 miles. So if we're seeing the horizon behind the second rig there, then I think we can safely say it's at least beyond, maybe like 10 miles, 9.42 miles, right? So we can safely say it's beyond that second oil rig. And like we just saw, if the Earth is a globe with this specific size and you're at this height off the ground, well, based off of that size of the Earth, there's going to have to be some Earth curve there. Just like a regulation NBA basketball has to be a very specific size. There's requirements to that. And so if it doesn't match those requirements, what do? They get rid of it. And so what we're doing is we go out into reality and we see that the Earth does not match the requirements that we're told. And so we kind of just discard.
Okay, please just walk me through this again. So I don't understand why there's an ABC and I'm coping thing.
Here's why. Let me explain that one. Because we have goofballs who come in here and they'll say things like, "Oh, the horizon's at B or C," when it's clearly, obviously at A. Or generally, what we'll do is we'll just give the image with no image, no letters, no numbers on it, and we'll say, "Where's the horizon?" And they'll be like, I don't know." So we've had to come up with stuff to help them out. Is it here, here, or here? And they'll still get it wrong. Here's an example of the guy I'm talking to here in this clip named Bob the Science Guy. He's going to try and say it's basically at B. Take a listen.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
So
what's he talking about? The hill of water? Is he talking about that kind of weird effect that's going on in the foreground?
Brother, I've been joking about hills of water for like, I don't know.
But what's he referring to? In your view,
the curve of the Earth.
Oh, okay, fine. I see.
Yeah. So it's an inside joke.
Okay, sorry.
He's saying that the horizon's at B. But anyway, go ahead.
But what is that weird effect in the foreground?
What, that C? I think they call that waves. I think they call those waves.
Bruh.
But I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Let's just give you the video. Let's do that.
Okay, yeah, sure. That looks so weird.
Okay. I know it looks funny. People are like, "Oh yeah, but the rigs look weird." Yeah,
Don't you have a better picture?
The video, though. Hold on, let me just give you the video. Original Black Swan. The channel's called BMLSB69. I think his name is Bo, right, QE?
Correct.
Or is it? Yeah, Bo.
Don't be doing any funny business. We're Americans. All right, just settle down and slap around a bit.
So there's the channel. Go check it out. It's good to check the video out too, because people think like, "Oh, your image, your video, your picture." It's actually just a screen grab.
Well, I'm just having a look at what are they called? Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. I've never heard of these. In the Gulf of Mexico.
Therefore, they don't exist.
Yeah, people said that. Go to Google Maps. Just type in platform habitat.
Did he say yep? I've never heard of that. Therefore, they don't exist. And I'll tell you what, don't try any of your funny business.
Platform habitat.
Are you on Google Maps or what?
Yeah.
Bro, Kiwi, we've had guys who said things like, "Oh, those numbers are wrong."
It doesn't seem to work on Google Maps. I'm just I'm just going to have a quick look on the regular.
Go to Santa Barbara. Go on Google Earth. Go to Santa Barbara. Zone in on Santa Barbara, right on the beachfront, right there, and you'll see the oil rigs out there. You got to get in close. There's 2 islands out there too. I forgot their names.
Santa Rosa and
That's one.
Channel Islands National Park, or Saint Miguel Island, San Miguel. Island.
Yeah. That's it. Don't try any of your funny business.
Well, yeah, if you do the Google Maps, Santa Barbara, and then make sure you do the satellite view.
I see it. Yeah,
and then you'll see those 2 dark spots on the water. They're like in that area right there.
No, they're highlighted. They're highlighted. They're identified. Who the fuck am I echoing through? Or somebody trying to talk
Let me put headphones on.
Or stop that funny business, mister.
Okay. It's weird because they call them like platform C and platform A and
there's platform C and A's out there, but there is also platform Hill House and platform Habitat by name.
No, I know. It's just that they're calling. They're calling. I'm just trying to find like something with both of them. But you're saying it's on.
You're suspect.
You could just specifically look them up. There are lots. It's not. Those are the only 2 platforms out there.
No, it doesn't look like there are. It looks like it's about
platform Hill House comes right up.
Well, it looks like it's unless they've been decommissioned or something.
No, they haven't been.
Brother.
No, not those 2. The other ones that seem to make up like a group of 6. It's not just 2 that are out there.
What's your contention? Amazing. You're right on topic. Thanks for that.
What is your contention here?
I don't have a contention. You said there were 2, and I would say
these are the 2 in the image. Well, the 2 that were part of the discussion. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not more than 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's your argument? Is that we're saying there's only 2 oil rigs and there's more?
No, I don't have an argument.
These are the 2 that you see in the image. If you go to the channel, he has videos where he's looking at. He has other videos where he's looking at a bunch of other rigs too. It's just these are the 2 we're referring to.
Guys, calm down. Okay.
Try any of your funny business. We're Americans.
Mm-hmm. Just reel it in a bit.
It's just the fact that we're into the weeds talking about are the rigs really there though? I mean, come on.
I didn't say that.
All right. Hell no. Shit. Let's just get back to what do you understand the argument though? That we're trying to teach you the argument.
I'm trying to find it on Google Maps. I put in platform habitat.
How is it taking you this long? I just pulled it up.
Did you? Oh, did you give me a link? No, on Maps, yeah.
You just go to Google Maps and type platform Hill House. Bruh. It literally will come right up.
Platform Hill House, Santa Barbara.
Just platform Hill House. It will come right up.
Okay.
Boom.
Okay. And you're saying go to satellite, yeah?
So you can see because
yeah. Okay, so there it is on satellite.
And if you want to, you can get extra crazy and do the little measurement thing. Is
that you, CB? Or is that someone else?
Well, see, they think it's me. Measure distance. Right click on the screen and do measure distance. And you can let's see, let's do this. We drag it to Miramar. Yeah, man. Look, to the coast is like 6 miles. Platform Hill House is the first one. Boom. Let me screenshot this shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it, but
how? All right, let me just chill out.
I don't know why I'm getting pissed off here. Like,
because it's like you guys are technically challenged or some shit. It's weird.
I'm getting so upset. I'm gonna have to take tranquilizer.
Do you see?
I see 5 miles. Sorry,
no, 6.22. Yeah. But that's just me, like, just clicking on the screen. You see what I'm saying?
Sure. And what's the other one? What's the other one? There's 2.
Oh, dude, come on, man. This is crazy.
You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it.
Platform habitat.
Really
you still haven't explained what is your intention?
Last warning. You're on thin ice. I'm being serious. I am warning you.
Fungus muncher, don't warn me. I'll take a giant dump on your ass.
Well, speaking of that, earlier he tried to redefine syllogistic tokens into colors. So we can no longer use P's and Q's. We now have to use blues and reds and fuchsias and periwinkles.
Periwinkles. All right, so here, since you were being difficult, I got you a second screenshot with platform habitat, also showing the correct distance as well, roughly speaking. But if you take a look there, it'll show you 9.40 miles to the coast. Boom. So
why was that a problem? Why was that such a problem?
You were the one who took us down this path, my friend. So none of this was in contention. Yeah, that's true, QE. He couldn't find it. That's
you were the problem.
Yeah, basically. What? So do you get it now? So these rigs are not in contention. They're there, whether they're decommissioned or not. They're not.
Not yet. I think one of them is going to be decommissioned coming up here soon, but not yet.
All right.
You guys. I don't understand why you were taking the piss. Like, what's wrong with asking you to show me?
We do not care.
Nothing. It's just that typically the only times that this has happened, the people ended up saying that the numbers were fake.
Have I said that?
I'm not saying you were actually going to say that or trying to. I'm just saying that's why I got annoyed, is because the only other times that we went down this path of like, well, show me if those numbers are real and stuff like that, is because they ended up saying that that these rigs weren't really there, or it was faked numbers and things like that. So if you're wondering why it would seem frustrating, well, now you know.
No, I don't know why it would be frustrating. I don't know why everyone would be jumping in and getting all fucking antsy.
It's not that bad.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Listen, just take a few deep breaths. Do it,
Is this what you do? Is this what you do with all people who are globers? Are they?
Do what?
Berate them when you're trying to show them
How
your
am I
proof.
berating you? I just feel like I'm speaking calm. Like, how are you being berated? Exactly.
If he jumps in again, I'm off.
Brother.
Because I don't give a shit. Honestly,
And I would just leave. Just leave now. Just leave now. Don't make demands. Just exit silently.
We had.
Because he's not going anywhere. So if anyone's leaving, it's you.
We had something.
We had something. CB.
Baby, come back.
We had something, CB baby, but we lost it.
Listen, man, we're not going anywhere. And
Yeah, you know.
If that guy comes back here, I'm freaking out of here.
I tell you what,
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, geeks. That's just how it is, man.
Yeah.
I would just get used to it, or I don't know. Did you play sports or anything? Like you've been around like other bros, talk trash, like.
This is not bros. This is.
Yeah, it is. Yes, I can literally name AI, bro. Alpha Veritas, bro.
Come on, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You can handle it. Not a big deal.
Zodiac, bro. Jedi, bro.
Maybe I'm overreacting.
There's tons of bros in here, bro.
Maybe I'm overreacting.
What the fuck's going on, man?
QE, chill, bro. They gonna come after me, man. They're gonna be like, "Oh, man."
No, you're right. No, you're right.
You
I was overreacting.
He's literally on like 2. You only want to see him turned up to like 6.
Okay.
But anyway, just geeks.
Cool.
It's gonna
Right.
be okay.
So,
Yeah, all right.
should we? I mean, are we going to continue with this thing? I don't want it to like. No. Should we just?
Well, you took us a little off track for accountability's sake, but we can.
Fine.
We can
So
continue.
I'll have a look in my like. I'm going to look in my own time, so I'm not bothering you with my requests.
I'm not bothered. We're happy to teach you more about the Black Swan or whatever it is you're interested in. Jedi's as well. So I just want to know. I'm going to pull a card out of Timbo's notebook. What is the argument about?
I don't have enough. That's the point. I'm asking you to show me. I'm asking you to show me what the distances are on Google Maps. That was all.
We just did that.
And you did.
Okay, so what is the argument, though?
I don't have one.
No, oh my god.
Oh, you mean why is
Black
it
Swan
stop?
argument?
What was the relevance of you asking for that request to be fulfilled?
Right.
What request?
Hey,
Distances or something?
It's Jetty.
It's Jetty. Yep.
He's lost.
The question was, why am I asking for the evidence to be shown to me? Is that what you're asking?
What evidence? I'll say I'm lost, so I do apologize.
Your evidence about the 2 rigs.
What is the argument? What is the Black Swan? We just walked you through it, right? That you took us off to talk.
CB, ask him, what is the Black Swan argument? He thinks you're asking him, what is the argument between you two as a result of him looking for the distance, for fuck's sake. Please, for everything sacred and holy, please ask him, what is the Black Swan argument?
Well, yeah, we just walked through the Black Swan argument. What is the Black Swan argument that we just detailed to you?
I don't know.
That's why we're trying to tell you it was not. It was you taking us off to like the distances of the rigs was completely nonsensical because you don't actually know the argument.
Okay.
So anyway, we'll move on. I don't even know where to go with this because it's a technical argument. If you can't focus, we need you to focus a little bit longer than the attention span of a TikTok video, bro.
I thought you were just going to leave it just with the tick.
Anyway, I mean, let's just move on. I think the Black Swan is. We'll come back to. We'll quiz you on it next time. But
okay,
just
cool.
Hold it up for now.
Cool. Yeah. What do you think's next?
That's a good question, man. So we already talked to you about. We talked to you about moving buildings. We covered that. We talked a little bit about the Black Swan. We briefly touched about water hills, but we could also talk about gas pressure. So why don't you take your pick? Would you rather talk about hills of water or gas pressure?
Gas pressure.
That's even better. I'd prefer. That's great. So how about this? When I think of gas pressure, I think of my car or a bicycle. I have this pressure inside of a tire. Maybe a can of seltzer water, right? There's carbonation inside the can. I open the soda can, and I lose some of the pressure. If I just leave the can on the counter for a week, I'm going to lose a lot more of that gas pressure. So when I look around, I see that it looks like if I'm going to have some sort of gas pressure, it looks like I need also a container, whether that be a can of soda, a bicycle tire, car tire, whatever. My question to you is, can you have gas pressure without a container?
No.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Okay, here's the problem. Let's go to our space selfies. We see selfies from space, right? Pictures from space.
Yep.
So we have our Earth, and then we have that air that we breathe. And so when we look around, again, like our car, for example, we have the rim, we have the air, and then the tire. So when we look at the globe, what's holding the air in?
I don't know.
All right, that's an honest answer. But you would acknowledge that there is no, quote, tire there, right?
Is there tire around the Earth? What?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, there's no tire around the Earth, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. So do you see, maybe, are you starting to see the problem yet? Or does Jedi need to explain it a little bit more?
What's I don't understand how we get to flat. I don't understand how we get to flat Earth.
Okay, we'll get there. It doesn't make the surface of the Earth flat, but we'll
Creation
get there.
Bear, please, for everything sacred and holy, could you remove don't say the tire on Earth. Say that there must be a container for the love of God.
Yeah, that fucking confused me.
That's a really big tire. That's the fit around the Earth.
I'm fucking confused if I told you, dude.
I'm just trying to keep it simple, man. Shit, man. Listen, the old dogs taught me to keep it simple, stupid. So I'm always keeping it simple, man. If you can't understand a tire, man, holy.
He's wondering
Man,
who's Jedi. Who's Jedi?
Wait,
what?
What happened?
I don't know. I'm lost.
Did we get? There's more. I hope. Yeah.
So, do you see the problem or not? Does Jedi need to explain the problem, or do you have the eyes to see it yet?
How do we get to flat Earth?
Brother.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
The problem isn't that it's now flat. It's that you realize if we're gonna have gas pressure, we need a container. That's what we're talking about. Gas pressure.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So do you see the problem in that regard? Not necessarily. I probably I confused you by saying, well, now the Earth is flat. It doesn't necessarily make the surface flat, but
okay.
We're talking about the gas pressure requiring a container. So do you see the problem there with the fact that we have the Earth, the air, and then no container?
Okay, so there should be a container, but what we're saying is there isn't. Yes, I do see that problem.
Okay. All right. Jed, do you want to add on to that, or Sonny?
I was going to say, because they say that it's an open system, so there lies the problem.
That sounds like Jetty.
Go ahead, Jetty.
That's not Jetty. No, it's Sonny, but close. No, just kidding. Not even close.
I mean, everyone's right. Bye-bye vacuum of space. Bye-bye Jupiter, giant ball of gas in the vacuum of space. Bye-bye sun, giant ball of gas, plasma, whatever. Vacuum of space, can't have that. Bye-bye Earth being a ball with an uncontained gas pressure system that's not following entropic law and dispersing into that vacuum. No, not that then. Perfect. So whatever's up in the sky can't be that.
Can I add to that? So
no.
Keeks.
Mm-hmm.
A big problem is people come in thinking about a flat Earth. Where do they think that flat Earth is? Space. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did you catch on to what Jedi said? Can you maybe repeat what you heard from Jedi, or does he?
Yeah. He said, "Bye-bye Jupiter, bye-bye Sun, no more plasma, Sun."
Right. Bye-bye space. Bye-bye space.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, if you realize the gas pressure argument, it doesn't necessarily make the Earth flat, but it's important for people to understand We ain't talking about no flat Earth in outer space. There is no outer space. This is the reason why. So again, to answer your question about like, well, how does it get to flat? It just helps people understand that pizza planet that you saw on YouTube, that's completely garbage. And no one thinks that. So we don't even think outer space, all that stuff. We don't even think that's real. That's TV. That's fiction. So that's why that argument's important, the gas pressure argument.
Cool.
All right, cool.
All right. Yeah,
awesome. All right, so I guess the last thing would be the curved water. You asked about the water hill. What is he talking about? So let's go back to those space selfies, the pictures in space, right?
Yeah.
We look at the lakes, the oceans. They're curved, right? If you were to do trace your finger over it, you do a little hump, right? It's curved water. I've been joking around. I call it a hill, or you could call it a mound, a bulge, whatever. Call it whatever you want. Use your preferred pronouns. I don't care, but it's curved water at the end of the day. So, I typically present to people, oh, so you think hills of water exist? And they have the funniest reaction. Like, no, that's crazy. Hills of water, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But then they'll turn around and say, well, yeah, that boat went over the curve. Wait, curved what? Curved water? Oh, so like a hill of water. Well, yeah. So you just tell me, have you ever seen convex bodies of water? And when I say body of water, I mean a body of like a water that you could put your body in, maybe like a bathtub, swimming pool, right? Something that size or bigger. We ain't talking about a sink or damn toilet bowl, none of that. Something you could put your body in, a body of water. Have you ever seen one of those curve, convex, hump, hill, bulge? Geeks.
Yeah, not obviously waves don't count with regards to this. Then no.
All right. So here's the problem, or here's a pro tip. You could just ask that question to Globies, or be more specific and say, if they do believe it, ask them at what point does the water start to curve. Here's where it gets interesting. If you take 10 people, 10 globe believers, and ask them the same question, at what point does the water start curving? Does it happen you could ask this in a various ways. You could try man-made bodies of water, pools, bathtubs, things like that, hot tubs, right? And that might confuse them. They'll say, no, those are flat. And then you take them out. You take them outside. Canal. Yeah, you take them outside and say, okay, well, what about? Oh, well, I guess some of them are man-made too, right, Jetty? But you could take them outside and say, well, what about a pond or a lake or an ocean? And they go, some of them will say, well, only the ocean's curve, or it's all curved. So it is really interesting. This argument boils down to the curved water. Where does this take place in reality? Number one, it doesn't. And if you ask your opponents, some of them will say it's all curved. Even your cup in your water in your cup, it's curved too. You just can't tell. And then you'll have some people say, no, some of the water is flat, but the water over there, that's curved. So it is funny to watch them reveal their, stupidity when it comes to the curved water thing. But there is no hills of water in reality, period. Boats don't go over curved water. So that's one of my favorite. I like that argument. It's not the most technical, but it is fun to kind of point at someone and laugh at them and say, dude, you believe in hills of water. So here again, for the folks in the back, this is me speaking to Bob, the science guy. We're talking about the black swan. And he goes, yeah, but something's blocking the bottom of that oil rig. And I said, well, you know what? It's not a hill of water. And he's like, yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, and I have one more clip for you guys. You guys got to hear this one. This is hilarious. So me and Miggy.
Wait, is that argument finished then? That one's done.
One more clip, and then we'll move on. Okay, just so we can put a final bow on this. Miggy is in the panel, Alpha Veritas. He was here with me for this conversation. So we're talking to this guy named Nico. And this is the beauty of questions like the Waterhill thing, because they hear that and they go, Waterhill, that's crazy. No one would ever say that, blah, 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 right? But then they turn around and go, actually, you know what? That is my worldview. Take a listen.
You guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes. No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you're all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that.
Nico,
Anywhere.
why did you say that, bro?
Yeah,
Why
because
did you say that?
Tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the highest point on the sphere.
Are you on top of the hill of? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on the ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You are on top of water. Yes, you are on top of the hill.
Cord, where you at, brother?
Oh man, it's too good. It's too good. So yeah,
It don't get better than that, huh?
Clipcord, where you at, brother? Hey, Miggy, you're funny as hell, dude.
Yo, can someone give me a like the flat Earth roll?
What do I do?
Okay.
What do I do now? What do I do now? Is that it?
All right. Well, come on, man. We given you enough attention, haven't we? Given you enough attention, geeks. So we got a request here. Let's handle the boy.
That guy's all. Is that the best you got? Like, is that it?
No,
That's all you need.
I mean, it's not it, but yeah.
I got told I have to like do like some interview or something for like the flat Earth roll or whatever.
And we got you, man. Just take a seat. We'll get your number. We're talking to this other guy.
Easy,
Just
bro.
relax.
Easy.
Easy. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying.
Wait,
just
what's
relax.
what's the what's the topic? What are you guys talking about?
I mean,
we're talking to this guy right now. So, Geeks or something, whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, but like, what's like what's the argument? Like, what's the?
No one's arguing.
He's just asking questions. That's all.
How many steps?
Oh right,
we take,
okay.
How many steps we take to his sister's house?
What?
After this, we're going to talk about the plight of the Native Americans. So just
Wait, the what? The what of the Native Americans?
Plight.
Tell me.
PLIG.
But to be fair, unless you got beef, Miggy, we did cover all the topics. So I mean, I'm good. We wrapped up the Waterhill and shit. I'm done.
Say, CB, we got another topic. Sonny spelled plight as PLIG.
Oh shit.
GHG.
G. Did somebody say G? Big G or little G?
At the G silent, man.
Yeah, I'm here for a brief moment. I'm on break right now, so.
You junior boomer, you.
All right, well, Miggy, go ahead and bring the smoke for our boy Geeks.
Miggy!
Get him.
Yeah, no. You guys are funny.
Oh, shoot.
Man, that song is a banger, dude.
Yeah, I'd bring the smoke, man, but I probably have to get back here. So.
All right, well, let's just check in with Slav then real quick.
Wait a second. Let's just check in with Miggy for a bit. He hasn't been around here. He's sweeping up leaves at night, at midnight, Jeff. What's going on?
Sweeping up leaves.
Yeah, no, I started working third shift, so I'm at work.
Miggy, you gonna let him talk to you like that though, man? Damn.
Yeah, we go way back. You can talk like that.
No, I'm just messing, bro.
What's third shift? Are you on third shift forever now? That means what's your work time?
We're looking at probably 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. Central Time.
God,
man. Shit,
man. I miss your morning streams, Miggy. I miss those good old days. I'll be waking up and you be just in here cooking, bro, cooking.
Dude, I am. I still am. So when I get off of work at 6, I go to bed like at 8:00 p.m. or a.m. So I'm usually cooking for like 2 hours. I roasted eggshells today.
Oh wow!
I can't stand that fucking idiot.
Yeah,
He's a moron.
He only comes in here when no one's in here too. But yep. Shout out to Miggy, man. That clip was awesome. Oh, Nico, what? Are you on the hill of water, Nico? He's like, yes, I'm on top of the hill.
It's funny as hell, bro.
Everybody's on top of the hill all at the same time.
Man, that's why I love that question. He's like, no, what the hill of water? There is no such thing. But then he turns around and he's like, yeah, I'm on top of the hill. So yeah, I just love that shit. Hilarious.
Yesterday I was listening in, and I think Zodiac and some other people were in here, and that guy, the same guy that's in here now, Geeks, was just asking questions, and they were struggling with him. I was about going stir crazy, man, like because I can't unmute my mic. I was like, my God, can we get this guy to actually think that? Like, because he's asking just like his questions. Because in his mind, he said, I was listening to him. He was like, I've been on Concorde, 60,000 feet, and I saw the curve. And everybody was like, well, imagine if you draw a line off your window. I'm like, dude, that's the wrong argument. Please don't go there. And yeah, I know it's logical for you to say that, but the guy's he doesn't understand because he says he saw a curve, right? So at what point, how do you hit that argument without, to get him to think about the question? Because he definitely said he saw curvature at 60,000 feet. So, you got to deal with that. So, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Dude, if anyone's saying they see curve, that's an automatic L. Automatic L.
Yeah, that's him. The guy that's in here right now. That's
Geeks. I'm talking to you, bro. Like, if you say you see curve, it's over. It's like your wig fell off onto the ground. You just exposed yourself. I mean, you're behind enemy lines, and you just like. It's like that scene in what's it, Inglourious Bastards, when he's like, puts up 3 fingers, but he puts the wrong 3 fingers up, and they're like, oh, this nigga's not even.
I gotta get back, guys.
Later, man.
All right, Miggy. Yeah.
I'll be listening in.
Mickey, come back.
But yeah, bro, that's what happens. You when you do that, you end up revealing yourself, and we all see it. There's no coming back from that.
Do what?
When you say you see curvature from an airplane. God, you guys barely pay attention.
The only way he's going to know for sure is if he takes the numbers that are in the globe charts of how much drop over distance and go check for yourself. That's the only way around this. So that's what needs to be done. Do you plan on checking for yourself, incidentally?
No.
You don't plan on checking for yourself. Okay, that's an honest answer. There's lots of Globers that are like that if that's what you did say. Like, for instance, Matthew Learns was in here for years, getting intellectually bludgeoned the whole way and admitting that he only had a belief. Kind of pretty much agreeing with us the whole time. But still doubling down that it's a globe nonetheless. And so, yeah.
He's a weirdo.
It's pretty strange.
All right, guys, we started up a new show.
Okay. Thanks, DB. I what to do. Thank you.
All right.
Yep. Nice to speak.
Come back some other time.
Yeah, come back anytime. Yeah.
Sure thing. I'll be try and be less triggered.
You're good, man. Sometimes you just need a good dance partner. So no worries, brother.
Do you have one final?
Yeah.
We're gonna be here. We ain't going nowhere.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, any
Oh, for you. Okay.
argument to me because
just when you. I'll be quick, Jedi, and I'll throw it to you. I'll be really quick. Just remember, the building that you're in, it ain't going nowhere. Over to you, Jedi. Go ahead, Jedi.
Hopefully you've heard this already. If you haven't, then that's shameful. But if you have, I'll accept it. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat, stationary plane. Now, the practically used bit, that just involves two straight lines of elevation angle to a star or the sun. This is where we get our navigational systems from, like lines of longitude, latitude, for example. How we navigate the Earth requires the Earth to be a horizontal plane because we use angle measuring devices called sextants that primarily and only measure angles from the horizon, the horizontal plane of reference to stars above. If the Earth was able, we would not be able to use a sextant. We would not navigate around the world the way around the world that we do, using the coordinate systems that always rely on a horizontal plane of reference in the first place. So just understanding what a triangle is means that you can demonstrate the Earth is flat just by navigating across it. If you got any more questions on that, mate, you can ask away.
I do. Okay. May I ask you a couple of questions? I don't want to take up too much of your time, but with a sextant, right? So if I remember correctly, it was like you say, you measure, you establish the horizontal plane that's to do with the stars or something, or am I wrong?
When basically what you do with a sextant is you measure an angle between the horizon and the star's elevation above that horizon. First thing that you will do though when you use a sextant is you want to understand what your altitude is above the surface. This is called a height of eye correction. This is an altitude correction to, mathematically speaking, put the sextant on the surface of the Earth. This is also called a dip correction. You can use this by the angular correction from the horizon, and you can do that to place yourself back down on the horizontal plane of the Earth. But after that, everything that you do will be from that horizontal plane of reference, whether that's you getting an angle off of it, whether that's you getting a ground position of that star at 90 degrees, or whether that's you drawing a circle of equal altitude around that ground position of a star 3 times to get your fix. And also to do with your azimuthal angle, your angle deviation away from north. So everything that you do with regards to celestial navigation is referencing a horizontal plane.
Requires it's basically straight lines. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, tell me if I'm being too nosy. So you said the calibration step, I guess you could call it, requires it to be like literally on the surface from which you're measuring. But as far as I'm aware, sextants were used in like ships. But how did navigators and ships then do the calibration? If you don't know.
Calibration's correction, the word that I used. So, so the corrections are for your altitude above the surface when you're using a marine sextant. So the one correction has got a few names. It's called the height of eye correction. It's the height of the wheelhouse or the bridge or the crow's nest above the seawater. It's also known as the dip correction angle, how much the horizon has dipped down in from that horizontal that you hold. So after you take that correction, mathematically speaking, you've subtracted your altitude and the sextant is now on the surface of the Earth. So if you had 6 foot, 20 foot, 100 foot using a marine sextant, that's what you'll do.
Just take me through the a couple of sentences ago. Just that last part, not the last part, but the middle part. You were saying about the control, the dip. Is a dip calibration and control?
Yeah, dip correction. Yeah.
And
so that's to the horizon because you're above that horizontal plane. So as you look at distance across it, it will dip because it's not horizontal.
Not horizontal.
It's not on your horizontal when you're above it. You're on another horizontal. It's like if you're on the 10th floor of a building, that's a different horizontal to the ground floor of the building.
Parallel lines.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you take the dip correction, because if you're in the 10th floor of the building, that horizon that's on the ground floor is going to dip. That's your dip correction. So after you've cancelled for that, you might be on the 10th floor of the building, but the sextant's now on the ground floor.
Fair enough. Cool. I mean, it's incredibly technical. I've never used a sextant, so thanks for taking the time.
No problem. Down in additional information, alphabetized, you might have heard of it before. Under celestial navigation, C for celestial navigation, there's a whole load of information in there. I kind of post in it daily because I'm doing my own research and study on it. So anything that I find interesting, I put in there. Some really basic stuff about what a sextant even is and why we use it and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, if you want to look into it, mate, there's loads of info.
I actually there was a point where I was like, oh, it'd be kind of cool to have like an old sextant that's like an artifact. While I've got you, if I could trouble you with just one final question, you probably heard earlier that I made a claim about my own observations. Just be interesting to understand what would your response be to me following, say, me claiming that.
What observation have you made?
I mean, this was years ago. I saw a curve on the Earth.
Stop the
Okay.
cap.
From where?
Concord.
From Concord. That's awesome. So I would reply like this. Just give me a moment, because I've just got a little video I'd like to show you, because it helps. I just got to find it. I've got too many of them. Oh, there it is. Just give it a couple.
I hope this is no joke. I'm serious.
Yeah, no worries. What we have, and we must understand that, whether we're standing, let's say we're on a boat, because we don't have any obstructions like hills and mountains and blah, blah, blah. We're on a boat, we're not near any land, and we have a 360-degree circle of vision around us. We turn around and we see a horizontal horizon. Now imagine that we were on a hot air balloon and we could lift off from the boat, but keep turning around 360 degrees. We will continue to see a horizontal circle of vision around us as we panned 360 degrees. Like the video that I've just posted in the live stream. It's from the top of a mountain. So camera shows 360 degree circle of vision around you. So when you're 50,000 feet in Concord and you imagine turning around 360 degrees, do you think that the horizon would actually curve, or that it would still be a circle of vision around you?
That's what I'm asking. I've seen. It's not what you've got here, which is like, say, horizontal pivoting.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the actual curve on the horizon.
Yeah. So
What's
when
my-
we look out of, and if I remember correctly, Concord's windows are really, really small. Yeah, very tiny windows. They're also curved because of the fuselage in a pressurized container, so they have to be flexible and bow. So the majority of the time, in fact, every single time we get an observation from an aeroplane, we have to remember that we're looking through at least 2 panes of glass or perspex, PVC, whatever the construction material is of that transparent thing that we're looking through. It does curve. We wouldn't expect to see that type of deviation anyway when we have a 360 degree circle of vision around us when we turn round. So this is why I'd like to say, we'll go to the other side of Concorde or the aeroplane and look out of that window. You see curve there too, right? Go up to the cockpit. Do you see curve there as well? Awesome. Now join all those lines up. You've got a problem because you don't have a 360 degree circle horizontal horizon around you as you turn around. So that observation there is most definitely not physical Earth curvature, because it should and only can be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and it never is because refraction. So that's not the physical curve of the Earth that we're seeing at altitude anyway, because the horizon's an optical phenomena. It's only observable in your eyes and optics. It doesn't exist in nature.
Cool. Okay, cool. So what I saw was like an optical illusion.
No. One, because you wouldn't expect to see it anyway, and two, the horizon isn't physical to curve.
Okay. But that's fine. Well, I'm asking you. You've been very kind to give me this amount of time, but my claim is that I did see it.
Okay.
Curve.
Okay, then that's fine. One, I mean, I can add some maths in here if you wish, because mathematically speaking, even from the height of the International Space Station, it's said to be 230 miles above the surface of the Earth, shouldn't expect to see curvature from that altitude either, like they show us on YouTube videos from the live stream of the International Space Station, because you're not far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive that left to right curvature if it was to exist and if the horizon was physical. The horizon isn't physical. It is an optical phenomenon. Should be physical at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, but refraction.
Cool. So, what I saw was likely down to something like an optical illusion or fraction of light.
The horizontal line that you saw through your window was deviated because of the window that you were looking through. To put it clearly, yeah.
Oh, thanks. Thank you for being very polite.
Yeah, no worries.
With me, I appreciate taking me through the details of, especially how sextant works. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no worries at all, man. Like I said, welcome back anytime, yeah.
Very kind of you. Thank you. If CB's still here.
Yeah.
Cool. Right now, I mean, you probably guessed this. Like, I can't say I'm convinced. I'm not saying that I can't still be convinced. I'm not there yet.
That's fine. I wouldn't even say that's the goal, really. Is
No,
to
of
try to
course
like
not.
gotta like sign his life over to Flat Earth tonight. You know, like
Okay.
we're just trying to get people to be critical thinkers. We don't want people to, because they're already in a mode where they not. This might not be you, but a lot of people are already in this mode where they just believe what Daddy says. And so we're not trying to get people to just believe what we say. We're trying to get people out of that just like believe what dudes say mode and go think for themselves. So it's okay if you don't get it. I have a song. I said it in one of my songs. You don't have to figure it out in just one night. You know, like that there's no expectation for you to get it here in this VC right now. It takes time, man. A good wine and whiskey takes years to age. And for me, I joke around about how we're in season 9 because a lot of us have been doing this for like years now. So it's like you guys come in and you've been doing this for a couple hours. You don't feel pressured that you need to be like caught up tonight. We're in season 9. You still got time.
Yeah, and actually, that kind of hopefully, you guys aren't going to bed just yet. I can keep you for a little bit longer. It does actually touch on something that I would like to ask, but you did say, hey, this should be a psychological thing. So I won't make it into a question. I will just make a statement. I have seen that you guys, and obviously worldwide, catch a lot of flack. Especially because it's probably seen as a non-standard, non-conventional claim that people just consider, they're the crazy people. I'm not saying that. I'm just, hopefully that isn't offensive. So I can imagine you guys get a lot of flack. May I ask, really, what you? This is. Tell me if I'm being a bit of a bitch here. May I ask, really, what is your guys' goal? If anyone would like to tell me, I'd tell me to fuck off if you would. But
he just told you.
Go ahead, Timbo. Go ahead.
I was saying, CB just told you.
Yeah, trying to get people to be critical thinkers and stuff like that.
Yeah, people to be. Sorry, you're right.
I could go into more detail if you want,
Uh,
but I
I
also
would
want to hear Timbo too. I'm sure Timbo has some good stuff on this as well.
sure. I'd really appreciate that.
Timbo, you want to go
No,
first?
sorry, man. I'm a little bit busy. I've got a bit of noise going on. Sorry, man.
All right, no worries. Okay, what's the goal? What's the goal? Okay,
Sorry,
there are
truth.
people. There are.
Truth.
Go ahead. Good.
Truth.
Yeah, there still are people out here that can be helped, man. Like, so I want to help those people. Like, I'm not a big zombie guy, zombie games, zombie movies, but not everyone's a zombie. And I think you don't really, the goal isn't to try to help the zombies, right? You don't have enough medicine to save everybody, type of thing. So you focus your attention on those people that maybe can like link up with you and you guys can survive together, type of thing. So what's the goal? Save those guys. The guys that are seeking out, survival and a place to, crash or
Yeah.
whatever. That's who I'm looking out for. So it's like, here's the difference, because I know there's people who go into the streets and try to convince people or talk to people in the streets, which I have no problem with that. But I'm not a door-to-door flat earth salesman. I don't have a brochure. What I do is I go post myself up in the jungle in a hut. And there's rumors are going around that there's a flat earther that lives out in the jungle. And so every now and again, you'll get a curious person who comes out to see you and ask you questions. And so that's the person I'm going to give my full attention to. And it's kind of like yourself, you're here. And so like this place is really interesting. So there's no brochure,
Okay.
there's no secret.
Not
There's no-
denying that, certainly.
yeah, there's no cheat code to this subject. Otherwise, I could just randomly call on someone in the panel and they would just hit you with the cheat code. But it's really more like that guru sort of working with people where they are. And so that's my goal, is just work with these individuals that are here to seek out the information. Because I was one of those individuals. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of people in here were just like that too. So those zombies, we'll just have fun with them. We'll just shoot them. Zombie games, you just, just shoot them up, man. Shoot them up, man. Forget them. Zombies can't be helped. They can't be saved. At least that's my opinion. And I'm not one of those types either where I'm trying to convince the whole world. Think about any cool like hangout spot you've ever you stumble across a cool spot. It's got a great view. Maybe there's like a nice pond there, etc. Right? That you're the first person that found it. The water's crystal clear, it's nice and clean and whatever, right? Then maybe you like tell your friends next summer, and then the summer after that, like more and more people hear about it. Next thing you know, everybody and their mama heard about this place, and you show up a couple summers later, and there's spray paint on the rock wall, and the pond's all dirty and trashed up. I think when things go mainstream, they sort of get ruined. Like people fumble the bag anyway. I used to love Wiz Khalifa. And then he got really big. Y'all remember that song Black and Yellow? Black and Yellow, Black and Yellow. I was like, all right, you know what? Y'all can have him. Y'all can have him. I'm good. Think when things go mainstream, they get lame stream. I'm not trying to have Flat Earth go mainstream, but that's just my 2 cents. What do you think, Jedi?
What's our goal?
Yeah.
Look, for me, it's just about having conversations with people. I guess there's an element of you don't know this. Maybe you've never even thought of this before. And if I can give you something to think about and it's a worthy piece of truth to you, then that's fantastic. Most of it's been for my own selfish reasons, I think. Understanding the argument for myself from people who understand the argument for themselves. So getting involved with those people, understanding the finer points of this truth, so I'm self-assured that this truth that I hold is the truth. The earth is measured flat. There is no measured curvature. You can't have gas pressure without a container, blah, blah, blah. So for me, it's understanding those things, and being as flat earth, as far as I'm concerned, is the most easiest thing to understand. I find it fascinating that people have such an adverse defensive reaction to it. It fascinates me. So that's why I hang around in here most of the time, because, be honest with you, been doing this for, 8-9 years? Globers say the stupidest things. And if you'd have kept your mouth shut, I might have believed the earth was a ball still.
True.
What? So then, what? Like, so then, what am I? What am I missing? Like, if it's so easy and it's so obvious, what am I missing?
I know what it is. You're missing the investigation. You haven't yet done the investigation, or at least that's what I would suspect. The flat earth journey does not begin at the flat earth. It really does begin with the globe. You have to begin investigating, because as soon as you start doing that, that's where that's where the magic happens. You start to realize, oh, they're saying the earth is a globe with this specific size. Then you follow up. Okay, well, how is that measured? Then you start to realize, okay, well, damn, doesn't look like anyone measured that. And so, like, the investigation is the starting point. You start to realize, damn, a lot of the things they're saying might not really be true.
But what am I missing? What am I missing? The investigation is
Everybody that started this thing was you. Maybe not identical to you. we were all like, well, this is ridiculous. It's crazy. The Earth can't be flat. We learned that it was a globe. So you go, I'm going to prove the flat earthers wrong. And you look into it and you attempt to prove them wrong. Go out and look at the water. See how far you can see on a clear day.
Yeah.
Just take some simple freaking documents. Just documentation.
Yeah, go ahead, Matrix.
What I think he's missing is he's got this perspective that we're just going to hand him the answers. It doesn't work like that, brother. You got to go out and get them yourself.
You're too used to that, right, Matrix? He's too used to being handed the answers. That's what you're missing. You got to go out and get them answers in the field. Go like BPC said. You got to go and do the investigation outside. So that's what a lot of us have done. And again, you don't have to do this tonight. This will take you some time. Flat Earth was presented to me in 2017, and I did my first field observations in 2021. It's like a 3-4 year gap. So you don't feel like you have to rush, but that's what you're missing probably. I would say that's a good place to start. Whether you believe it's a globe or not, you can say, hey, I went out and tested my beliefs, my worldview.
I would ride down I-5 and wonder why I could see Mount St. Helens from like all the way up by almost the Federal Way, or why I could see the other dang mountain, Rainier. Wonder why you could see Rainier from so far away. And I'm not talking about the tippy top. I'm talking about the whole damn mountain. You just got to pay attention and then just look it up. You got to look it up on their, the Baltard math, and then figure out, does it match what I'm looking at?
What if it does? What if it does match up with the Baltard math?
Ooh, Jedi. Me and Jedi, we were about to say the same thing. I feel like that we talked about the black swan analogy earlier. Remember? So if we see a white swan, that's if we see like 100 white swans, we see one black swan, and then we see another white swan. That doesn't disprove that we just saw a black swan, right? So you follow? What if I see something that does match the globe? Yeah, well, that's just another white swan.
Well, you also got to look into why things disappear from the bottom up too, and why things will disappear from the bottom up at 5 miles one day and 10 miles the next, and why would that happen if the horizon was a edge to a curve? Why would something disappear at 15 miles one day, 10 miles the next, and 70 miles the day after that? Like, is your hump of water moving? Is your Earth curve, is the Is the horizon moving? Your edge, the sphere edge, like it's. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff to look into, but I don't know anybody who's really looked into it and not found that nothing matches what they told you that it would be.
Okay. Cool. I mean, I don't fully understand the white black swan thing, how it relates to the flat Earth. I'm afraid.
I'll tell you. So, for example, you understand that if your theory that only that only white swans exist, I just have to show you a black swan to show you that not only white swans exist. So, with regards to the flat Earth, globe Earth argument, the black swan, if you claim that all horizons are physical and cause obstruction, then I just have to show you a horizon not at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet to demonstrate to you that horizons aren't physical and cause an obstruction. Right?
But all of the other horizons still exist? Will the other white ones still exist?
No. No horizons are physical. The horizon isn't physical in the first instance. The very fact that you always see a horizon when looking out to sea, no matter the better the technology that you use, your eyes, binoculars, telescope, high zoom camera, you always have a horizon.
Gotcha.
That just shows you it's optical. The limitation of your view across the surface of the Earth until it appears to meet the sky.
Okay. Yeah, this one thing really confuses me.
Imagine if you actually had a physical, solid hill, and there were daisies and grass growing on the top of it, and you had a camera and you were miles away. You would assume that you would be able to zoom in on the top of that hill and maybe focus on some of the plant life that are on top of that hill, right? Because it's a physical hill. Can't seem to do that with the curvature of the Earth, can we? Can't zoom up to that sphere edge horizon and take a good close look at it. The horizon always extends into the distance, no matter the technology you use. So it's not physical like a hill is, it's optical. There we go.
Okay. Can I just replay that, please, just for my benefit? Is that okay, or am I just taking up too much time?
What do you need said again?
No, I will replay it to you just to make sure that I've got it correct.
Yeah, of course, please,
Cool. Thank you, by the way. I really do appreciate it. So, okay. There's a hill in the distance. You have a camera, and when you get the camera and you zoom into the hill and take a picture of the
top of the hill, so the grass and maybe the trees is on the top, the apex of that hill. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So just some flowers on the top of the hill.
Yeah.
You can't use the same camera to.
No, you can't do that with the hill of water, the Earth curve, that should also be physically curving, right?
You can't do that with the hill of water. You can't zoom in and take a picture of the hill of water.
You can't zoom in and take a close-up picture of the physical Earth curve, the horizon,
the curve, the actual curve.
The apex of that hill.
Right. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'm just too stupid for this sort of stuff.
Well, it is 10 to 3 in the morning, mate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I'm on different times. Okay. Cool. Thank you. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. But I'm not gonna be, annoying and start picking stuff apart, because that's redonkulous. Yeah.
Well, if you don't understand it, you wouldn't be able to pick it apart, would you?
No, that's correct.
So you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
For example, where I used to live in the southeast of England, we have a region called the South and the North Downs. They're hills. You can't see over those hills. It's not like the horizon that you get at sea. This is a physical hill. When you get a camera, you can zoom in to those hills. You can see.
Because they're elevated. Because they're elevated, you can see it because it's up. Right? Okay, gotcha.
The very fact that you can zoom into the top of that hill, where the hill appears to meet the sky. You can possibly maybe zoom in to see the flowers on there, people taking a walk with a dog. You can physically zoom into this physical top of a physical hill.
And the reason why you can do that is because it's
physically there. It's physically there. It's the reason why you can do it, because the hill is physically there. You can do this with any object that's physically there. You can zoom in and look at it and see it better. The reason why I'm talking about a hill is because this is a demarcation line that you can't see beyond, where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky. This is physical. You can zoom in on that. Good. So when we try to zoom in on the physical curvature of the earth, the top of that hill of water that's curving, we can't do that. The horizon keeps extending into the distance no matter the technology that we use. We can't zoom into the physical curvature of the earth like we can zoom in on the physical curvature on the top of a hill.
We can't zoom into the physical curvature of the earth.
Yep.
Because it dips down.
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Back up.
The curvature, the bit that we see is the horizon. Beyond the horizon, that's the bit that curves down beyond that we can't see.
It curves down. It curves down, so you can't see it.
Yeah, but when I'm zooming in on the top of the hill, I'm not talking about the backside of the hill that I can't see. I'm talking about the very top of that hill.
It's raised, so it's easier in general. Gotcha.
So when we're talking about the curvature of the earth, that's the horizon, the top of the hill, and
it dips down, so you can't take a picture of it.
No, you can take a picture of it. You can't zoom in on it. It keeps extending into the distance. You're not going to get a close-up photograph of the horizon like you would do a hill. It just extends into the distance because the horizon is optical, not physical like the hill.
He's saying you can't see around the same way I don't know if you zoomed into like a corner, you can't see around corners, but that really has nothing to do with it. But every time you try to zoom into it, it doesn't. You're not going to see it. You can't.
It dips down.
You can't
That's a good
see
analogy, actually. The corner, I like that.
Well, you can't see around corners the same way you're not supposed to be able to see it past the horizon according to the globe. But he's saying because it's apparent. No matter how much you zoom in, it keeps just
because it's not there anymore because it's dipped down. Like if you were to try and photograph around a corner because is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a good freaking analogy. That's probably not.
Well, forget the corner.
We're not talking about dipping curve and running array. I'm not talking about that. No, you're right, Fats. Go on, you jump in, mate.
Sorry.
No. Okay, once again, it's the horizon that keeps going further back the more you zoom in because it's optical. The better that you resolve the horizon, the more you can see further, and the horizon is further back. The limitations of perspective, it resolves because we have such an expanse of sky above us, in an expanse of land below us, they're going to appear to meet somewhere with whatever optic you're using. Some optics are better, so the horizon is further. So the better the optic, the further away the horizon is.
I think I got it. Okay.
Let's put it like this: the better the optic, the closer the top of that actual physical hill with the grass on top of it will be able to be resolved in my image. When we look
So
at
the hill I get.
Yeah. So now try and compare that to the horizon we view over water. The better the optic, the further we see, and the horizon extends into the distance.
So there's a limit to how far you can see.
And that will be the horizon. No matter the optic that you use, you will have a limitation of that optic. Your eyes can only see so far. So we use lenses to refract light so we can see further. But not
right,
colours.
and even those have limits. Right?
Yeah. The horizon.
It's also because it's not a hill. It's not a hill. You're not looking at a hill. That's the other important fact. You're not looking at a hill. You're looking at an apparent place that doesn't really exist. You can't go up and touch it. You couldn't go up and touch it if you said, "I'm going to go up and touch where the sky meets the ground." You couldn't do it
because it doesn't exist. Because it doesn't exist. I'm confused.
It's apparent. It's apparent. So
I'm getting even more confused now. Oh, sorry guys. I'm just tying myself in knots. Okay, cool. I'm not going to keep you up any longer because you've been incredibly patient with me, and I just don't. Wire.
Apparent means.
Sorry.
In this context, apparent meaning not actual.
It's not actually there.
It's optical.
Right, like the hill. You could go up and touch the hill if you walked far enough. You could go up and touch the hill. You can touch the daisies. You can touch all that, no matter how far you walk. No, you're not going to touch the sky and the ground, where the sky and the ground meet.
When they say not actual, they don't mean it's not actually there. They mean it's not actual as in the definition of the horizon. The horizon is the apparent junction of the earth and sky. But the earth and sky never actually meet. You follow? That's why it's not actual. Not that it's not actually there. Follow?
That helps.
Yeah, that's right.
Cool. That was complex. That was really complex.
Well, the problem, it's not complex. People make it complex. The actual problem, and you were talking about this before with the Black Swan, the actual problem with the Black Swan is the geometric constraints of the globe, the numbers that they gave us, are debunked in the Black Swan by more than 10 times the amount. That's the problem. Follow? So,
from what I understand with the Black Swan, if you have 100 white swans, and you say
no, that's just a metaphor for the actual Black Swan. So, has anyone showed him Black Swan? Uh-oh. Probably not. Are you in live stream, boys?
Yes, Huey, we did, but he tried to take it off track just a little bit, trying to verify the distance to the rigs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember that, but that's okay.
That was about as we got.
So 58 minutes after the hour, I just posted the Black Swan screen grab. I took this off of BMLSB69 off of his video. It's a screen grab snapshot, right? I color contrasted it to bring the horizon out a little further. So he was So he was 1 foot. He put the camera at 1 foot elevation. There's no There's no contention with this. If you watch the video, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson with that. I'm really sorry about asking.
Nah, that was okay. I mean, just to figure it out, that's fine. You can, like I said, you can.
Yeah, I know, but it pissed a lot of people. But it pissed a lot of people off, and I don't know what's happening
don't
again,
worry about
right?
that.
That
Don't
was when
worry.
it went bloody nuclear.
Don't
So,
worry about that. Focus now. Get the ADHD out. Focus with me now, just for a few minutes.
Go on.
All right. So, what he did was he put a camera down at 1 foot high, right? He was really, in fact, the fucking water was splashing up on the camera. But he put it down there, and according to the globe maths, that is, if you go to any Earth curve calculator, they're going to say at 1 foot observer height, then the horizon needs to be this far and no further. Now, it could be shorter for a number of reasons, weather conditions, tides, things like that. However, under no circumstances can it be any further. So, if you can look on here, it says observer height is 1 foot. That's where the camera was. The max distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. The maximum it could be 1.22 miles. But
And the reason why it's not 1.22 is because we know how far these oil rigs are from the
exactly,
thing.
because you can
Right.
see the horizon behind the oil rigs, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah,
So
that's
if you're at,
you got
if you're at 1 foot,
Mhm.
then the furthest you should be able to see the horizon is 1.22. Oh, this was the calculator that you did. I think that's the thing that I was missing. Do you happen to have that to hand? Because
No,
that'd be really useful.
you can just pull up any Earth curve calculator. It's going to give you the distance to the horizon. It's the same.
Oh,
they're all the
sure.
same.
I gave you one earlier. I'll DM you one right now. But you can pull up anyone. They're all the same, just like we talked about with boobs in the calculator, right? It's all the same thing.
Sure. I think, dude, I think that's what I was missing. Calculate the curve you should see. Okay, so observer height.
1 foot.
And Flatsy put a GIF down below that photo that shows what he actually did. Thanks, Flatsy.
You got it.
Are you sending you sent me an actual calculator on DMs? Thank you very much. Look, on GitHub, fine, very good. Right, eye height 1 foot. Target distance.
We'll just safely say
Not target distance, horizon distance.
Well, it does
There you
ask
have
for target distance, Huey.
Oh, it
You
asks
can
you.
safely
Just
say
put
10
you can
miles.
just put anything in there and look at the horizon distance. It's all the same.
Oh,
It'll
okay.
be-
All right.
Right? Follow.
Okay, cool. Let's look at this. So I'll just leave it at 30 miles.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
Just look at the horizon. Horizon distance.
What do these numbers say? So, oh god, this is bloody calculator. Complex. So H0 is your eye height. So that's on one side of the apparent curve. You should be able to see that horizon and no more at that target distance.
What's the H1 horizon distance?
1.224.
There you go. So okay, so now we got that solved. So
Well,
if you can look-
but I don't know what that means.
well, there's a formula for the distance to the geometric horizon on a ball that is 3959 miles in circumference. The formula is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. All the Earth curve calculators use it. It's just simple geometry.
Fantastic. So, okay. So I'm a data scientist. So I write code and so I understand all of this sort of stuff. But I
You
can
said
get the
data scientist?
Yes. Yeah.
We
what
won't
I do.
go there now. Let's not get off the beaten path. So back to the photo. So as we're looking at this in reality, right?
Yeah.
That the horizon, we could safely say the horizon is 10 miles away. Can we safely say that?
In the photo.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, it's safe. I averaged it at 27 miles, but don't worry about it.
Okay, well, whatever you think is the right distance.
No, we'll just go with 10. What? That's all I need. All I need is 10. According to Pythagorean formula, a horizon at 10 miles, the Earth should have a radius of 264,000 miles. So this photo by itself actually decapitates the globetard spinning space monkey religion. Just by itself.
Because we know how far the rigs are, but we can still see a horizon.
Correct.
Gotcha. And the formula that's put into this calculator is using.
It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. They're all the same.
All the
curve calculators are the same. They all use the same geometry.
Sure, but it says horizon distance D1, which is the distance between where the eye is and where the horizon actually is.
Where the horizon should be.
I see. So it should be 1.22 miles, right?
Correct. Yes.
I see. 1.22 miles based on an eye height of 1 foot. And if we were to just to play around, if we were to just say 6 foot, then you should only be able to see 2.99 miles. Right?
Yeah, I have another black swan with a different eye height.
So if that's the case, and it's flat, and we assume that this formula is true, yes.
Oh, there's no assumption. It's just plain geometry.
Oh, so it is guaranteed. So how can we see the oil rigs that are
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yes, but we can see the oil rigs, and it says we should only be able to see.
No, not the oil rigs. Don't worry about the oil rigs. It's the horizon. That's the key.
But we can see it. What?
Somebody else posted it in there. Good job.
I can help you with this.
Please.
All right. I'm gonna post the image right now.
Thank you.
This is from the calculator, okay? So let's take a look at the red H1 arrow.
Yeah.
That's the rig. That's the second oil rig, okay? Let's just assume that's the rig. Let's just take the top of the arrow and extend it up. Just draw it way up, right? As if you could see it if it was really, really tall. The problem still lies. I circled the problem there, the little circle with the question mark. That green line. That's the problem. It's not about how much of the rig you see or the height of the rig or any of that. It's about the horizon that's behind the rig. You shouldn't even be seeing that. You see that dotted line there? Dot.
Yeah.
Underneath that is like you shouldn't even be seeing it. Shouldn't be in your vision. But when you look at that image, you're seeing that green line there. So it doesn't matter how high up that red arrow is. It could be really, really tall. Oh, look, I'm seeing up there. But really, you're seeing the green line behind it. It doesn't matter how tall the rigs are.
Right. I see.
The oil rigs are just there for demarcation of distance purposes.
No, of course. No, I understand that. It's just I'm just trying to understand this. Okay, cool.
Do you understand it?
Let him marinate with it. There's another one with the observer height with platform C and platform habitat, and it's an observer height at 8 feet. If you scroll down a little bit, then Creation Bear posted it and I posted it. So There's another example.
Sure. I mean, so I guess I'm not trying to cause trouble here, but there are like a few sort of bullet points that I guess I'll have to work through. But the main thing for me, just the main thing, is what dictates that you should only be able to see 1.22 miles, and then we say it's based on the calculator.
Geometry.
Sorry?
Geometry.
Yeah, just like we talked about earlier, geeks. If you're 6 foot, you better be 72 inches tall as well. It's a requirement. No one's deciding that for you. It's inherent.
It's just a geometric formula. It's not opinion based. It's just plain straightforward geometry.
No, I understand. It's just the reason why. Again, this is just on the top of my list of things, just to have a quick look at, because if I just sort of imagine I'm there looking at the oil rigs, right? I'm 4 foot tall and 6 foot tall. Why would the distance of what I'm able to see if the Earth was curved change? Because it's,
Well, because you can see more the taller you are.
Yeah, sure, but not between 4 and 6 foot. That's just one thing I'm gonna.
It'll be minuscule.
Yeah, exactly. But
put it in the calculator, 4 and 6, and see how much it varies. There'll be some variation, but it's not going to be a huge.
Not much.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying there shouldn't be any variation. That's the issue that I have.
There shouldn't be any, according to what?
Based on what?
A smell test. It's not. I'm not trying to prove anything, but it's just a smell test.
It smells. You knock a buzzard off a shit wagon.
Often called a sense test. Does it pass a sense test? It's like,
yeah, that buzzard's still getting knocked off.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's absolutely fine. But I care about whether it's true, right? So I need to investigate it in order to be happy with it. Otherwise, I'm not going to believe it.
Sure.
Surely that's okay.
You wouldn't know it. So go do the geometry and you'll know it.
Well, I was talking about believing it, right? So I want to be convinced.
No, knowing it. Not believing it, knowing it.
Okay, yeah, sure. But I'm not going to know it unless
don't say it.
Passes the sense test.
No, passes the geometry test.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's not even a geometry test. It's falsification. I'm going to try and falsify it. That's all.
Best wishes.
Well, should I not do? Should I not do it?
No, I think you should do it.
You should.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, I won't be able to.
One thing to keep in mind. Go ahead, Timo.
No, I was just going to say when you said, what's this distance to the horizon based on? Well, remember we were talking about the radius yesterday? And you were saying, yeah, what's that got to do with it? This is what it's got to do with it, yeah? That's why it's hard to come in and just talk to us for like 20 minutes and then go, okay, I'm not convinced. It's a long conversation.
No, I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm going to go and...
yeah, that's all right. I'm just explaining.
Yeah, sure. But...
yeah. I don't really care what you do. I'm just explaining it.
Okay, cool. As long as you don't have a problem with it, I mean...
No, I don't have a problem with anything, man. I don't know what you. I don't know what you're doing.
You don't know what I'm doing?
Yeah. Why did you just start an argument with me? I don't understand. Oh, fucking hell.
Sorry, man. False. That's all I want to do is try and falsify it.
Sorry, how are you going to try and falsify this? Are you going out and making observations yourself there?
Don't know yet.
Okay. If that's what you were doing, I would suggest making many different observations through many different atmospheric conditions, and maybe trying out a few different optics.
No. I'm not doing the observations. I'm going to try and falsify it, like the formula. Maybe falsification. But the formula. I just want to make sure it makes sense. It passes
No, I understand why you say good luck. Yeah, good luck.
What do you think the
What do you mean?
formula could be? Do you think the formula could be wrong? Is that what you're saying?
There isn't a bigger waste of time than that.
Okay, cool. All right. Maybe I shouldn't do it then.
No, go ahead. Try
No.
the formula. Go ahead.
Okay. Then, yeah.
Why would
it's not.
That
Sorry.
seems like that's it. Or I mean, by all means, go ahead and do it. But it seems like the wrong thing to be picking to falsify. Shouldn't you be falsifying the radius instead of the formula that was given to us by the globe?
I mean, I don't know how to measure the radius, but
that's not what it said.
Neither do they.
but that's the point. Like, we're not trying to measure the radius. We're just it is that, and we're going to say based on this radius, you shouldn't be able to X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Cool. So we're just going to take that radius and just assume it's correct. Like, you know.
No. It has to be correct because every single thing in their spaceland is based on the radius of the Earth. Everything.
I'm not going to use any other radius. Yeah. When I say assume, I'm not. That's the radius. I'm not changing.
All right.
It.
Well, here you're trying to debunk the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You're going to have a difficult time with that. I'm going to tell you why.
Go on.
Let me put you in here. You're just geeks now? At geeks?
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't pick them up. Why is it not picking them up in live stream? Wait a second. All right, I got them. So I addressed it to you.
Are you sending me something? Okay.
I put it in live stream voice text. Are you in here?
I see it. Yeah.
There you go.
Is this Quantum Eraser? Sorry, I don't think we met, sir. Hello, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I was the asshole that was dragging you around when I first came in here.
When I first came in. All right, never mind.
Remember you were complaining about the bad guy?
That was a while ago. Anyway, bygones be bygones. Right. If
only yesterday, wasn't it?
No, it was earlier today. But don't worry about it. Just relax. So this is from Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University, and from the University of Washington Department of Mathematics. So the first one, Andrew Thomas Young, he's a subject matter expert in this, brother. If h is in meters, that's horizon. That makes the distance to the geometric. Oh, that's height. That makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height I in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the height in feet.
Okay.
Right. Then the University of Washington. So for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using...
I can read. I read it. Why is it going to be difficult for me?
It's going to be difficult for you to debunk it.
Well, then there should be no issue.
Yeah, there is no issue. That's what I'm just telling you.
Yeah, sure.
All right, well, it's over. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Someone's put snacks out as a DJ, apparently.
Smoke them if you got them.
That's the one.
But just to be clear, you guys understand exactly what it is that I'm trying to depart, right? It's the formula.
Yeah,
it's the formula that sits within the calculator.
Yeah, that's the same one that I just told you twice.
Yeah. No, I agree. And then, are there any other calculators? Just so I know.
Yeah, just Google them. There's heaps of them.
With different numbers. I mean, with different formulas.
No, they all end up with the same.
Gotcha.
Nope. Fuck, guys. No. All the Earth curve calculators, all the distance to the horizon is the same fucking formula. Every single one.
Okay. So look.
Yeah, you can't bring another Earth to the party. There's only one. Hey, we call those people BYOB Earthers. They brought their own damn ball to the party. Listen, the party has a big damn bowl of punch for everybody. That punch has globe Earth claims in it. You got to take from that. You can't bring your own. Sorry.
Is he talking to me?
Well, I'm just saying in general, like, don't let people come in here and say, well, it works differently for me. No. There's one.
That's what I didn't want to do. Like, that's what I was asking you guys earlier.
Yeah.
There's only one ball, man.
We have to stick to that.
That ball has a radius of 3959 miles. It's non-negotiable, and it's in the religion. It's already in scripture.
Yeah.
The ball tart spinning space monkey scripture.
They can't change it now. It's already.
Yeah, there's no taking backsies.
Yeah.
You have to tell NASA. You have to tell NASA that they did all their math for taking off
all their launches, all their fairy tale distances to their celestial bodies. The whole fucking thing collapses.
The core, yeah, everything. It's based on the size. You can't change the size. And so what they do is they come in here, they say, well, maybe it's a different size, or well, my globe works like this. You don't get to bring your own version, guys.
No BYOB, baby.
No BYOB. You don't get to bring your own ball. Even the flat earthers were being made fun of for not believing in that ball. Not yours. Not the one you brought here. Okay, so we do not accept people bringing you're not allowed to bring BYOB to can't bring your own ball to this party, man.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
Just like you know.
That's what you would have to do to change that formula.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
No Earth too biggie either.
You mentioned something about what if the numbers were different. That's why I said that. You're like, well, what if the numbers were? If I found another website with different numbers, that would be a BYOB Earther. They've brought their own version now. They know you can't do that.
Calculator, not radius.
They would be the same numbers.
Okay, cool. Well, that's fine then. Then you
just saying,
get annoyed with me.
Forewarned, you will find people who say, "Well, on my globe, I can see curvature." No, you can't.
So, the maths checks out. If the maths checks out, what do we do now? If we're all going to agree that this is the radius and this is the mathematical equation for the observer at altitude on that known curved surface, if we're all going to agree that the maths is correct, what do we do now?
What we do now is I do the checks. Right? Are you asking what I will? Are you asking me to promise something in the future?
No, I'm asking you after this particular piece of inquiry has been put to bed.
In the
because
future,
we're all going to agree that the maths is correct. What are we going to do now? Do we go back to the observation of the black swan and go, well, the maths checks out, but the observation doesn't fit the maths, so bollocks? Or are you going to go and make the observation? What do we do now? Because that seems to be a good point. So now we've unstuck it. You're free to do whatever you think you need to do next. What's that?
Yeah, I tell you what. You order some Bear Bleach coffee, roast it on a flat and stationary plane, and then I'll go and order yourself. You go and order yourself a shirt from frickin' QE site too, just to frickin' support it.
It almost feels like I'm speaking to like the mafia. It's like if you find out there's a different way to calculate it, then what's going to happen?
What?
Well, go, because there's only one way to calculate a sphere or a circle, so it's not that difficult.
Okay, I mean, I guarantee you,
if they give us a radius, yeah. So if there's only one radius size, and there's only one way to calculate a circle, so if they fucked up the maths in calculating a circle somehow, then that's on them. But every Earth curve calculator has the same formula. So,
sure. I guarantee you guys, if I do find like actual issues in the calculator,
take it up with the universities.
Well, I did buy a calculator that it wouldn't let me type boobs. Like I returned
Really?
it. I was frustrated.
I won't tell you. I promise I won't tell you guys. So.
All
So you
right,
don't have to worry.
AI is mad at me for doing the pings, so I did an honest one. He said, "You make sure they're honest." I said, "You are missing out if you don't join the panel." Can't get more honest than that, AI. What do you think, man? Man, I'm gonna
Me?
keep. Is your name AI?
Oh, sorry.
Stop the cap.
He said. Anyway, let's keep going, guys. But we might have some people
Yeah.
joining here shortly.
So if you look to add on to Jedi's thing there, so if you do discover that it's correct, which it is, then would you be maybe wandering out to the ocean and going to see how far you can see?
No.
No.
Why would he need to do that? You got the Black Swan right there.
I mean, whilst we're still having some fun, I mean, you've got some time. I just want to bring this up again. I really don't understand this Black Swan thing. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Listen, the Black Swan. What's confusing you is people Jedi mind tricked you, not Jedi, but Jedi mind tricked you. They said the Black Swan. The Black Swan's a metaphor. The Black Swan's the title of the argument, but it's not the argument. It's more metaphorical. So don't worry about it. Do you know what the actual argument? See, no one posted the actual argument to him.
No, it's
right?
all P&Q thing and everything. Right.
So here's the actual argument. See, this is what you got to deal with. I put it at 26 minutes after the hour. Here it is. This is the Black Swan argument. Yep.
Yep. Oh, you're waiting for me to read it, right? This
No,
is the
no.
thing that
Well, I was reading it before, and you said stop reading that shit. I can fucking read. Now you want me to read it? I'll read it. You want me to read it?
that was about something else. Never mind.
All right. Modus Tollins. Holy shnikes. This is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's Modus Tollins form. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. And I also see geometric horizon, see the curve calculators. Not Q, horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles in the photo. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere. Simple.
Perfect.
Therefore, the Earth is not therefore the Earth is flat. So.
No, the Earth is not a sphere with that radius, but the implication is, the Earth's not. It can't be a sphere because then they'd have to change the numbers.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. These 3959 things is an input, right? And then this 1.225. Why did it say square root? Because I guess that was in the that must be in the calculation. I guess. Like
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the exact thing that I'm going to validate for myself.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
I'm back.
Because
I'm not giving them a slope-a-dope, Alpha. It'll fuck them up.
What's a slope-a-dope?
What? The slope-a-dope?
I think he's getting confused, man. I think you just need to go out and look on a clear day and see how far you can see, and look at the Earth curve calculator and see if it matches what you see. And do it for a couple weeks straight at least. And just
paraplegic, you've been snorting too much of that coffee, man. Already over. Got the Black Swan. He doesn't have to do shit. It's already done for him. can
I
sit back
know
in the
that, but
recliner.
he's not too bright, man.
Yeah, he's all right.
Dude, I'm an idiot. Freaking, he doesn't seem that bright.
No, he's
I'm
okay.
not.
He's just
I'm,
questioning
I
the
am
shit,
pretty.
man.
I'm pretty unintelligent. Yeah,
Dude, I listen. I'm just messing with you.
I know. That I was messing around as well. I'm sorry. I thought I came across. Sorry.
Mickey wants me to pile on him, like dog pile him, like Bob the friggin' crackhead was talking about. I'm not going to dog pile him. When he comes back debunking the formula, the geometry, then we'll give him a slope.
I'm not doing that. I'm definitely not doing that. If I find issues in the formula, there's no way I'm going to come and tell you guys. I can't imagine how much shouting there would be.
No,
You
we'll just laugh at you. Sorry, Jetty, go ahead.
Well, yeah, there'll be that. I mean, if you could demonstrate it, that would be fine. You might be even able to come up with another way to calculate this, but you're going to need a prediction at the end of it. And I guarantee you this, you're not going to be anywhere far off of any prediction that 1.225 makes.
Yeah,
Even
make
with
no
things like-
mistake. Sorry. Make no mistake. We're sitting pretty. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't want to ruin that. So,
Yeah, well, you can't.
And I won't.
No, you could try all you want, but you can't unless you're going to debunk geometry. That ain't fucking happening.
Yeah, I'm not going to. So don't worry. And like I said, even if I do, you guys won't hear about it. So
Even if you do, no, you won't be able to. You can't because it's geometry.
This seems weird.
It's getting weird in here.
Yeah, even if you did, you wouldn't come here and tell us about it.
Well,
absolutely not.
Why?
Why?
Also,
are you fucking joking? Did you not hear when I was just trying to clarify some art?
You're scared. That's why you'd be scared.
Scared, yeah.
Where are
he likes the attention. OnlyFans, Dove is here.
Oh shit!
So how much do you charge? How much do you charge?
What did you just say?
My head
Hey,
hurts.
There you go. There you go. I told you
Over
she
my
was here.
knee
Big
and give you
basket.
a spanking.
Get your credit card out, basket.
How much do you pay? How much do you?
I'm gonna give you a spanking.
Wait, what the hell? What you?
Who needs a spanking in here?
I think it's like $8.99.
Me.
Oh my god! Relax him, bro. Holy shit.
Mr. Big Basket needs to calm down.
Little
That Big
Basket.
Basket's not going to be so full.
Mr. Little Basket got blue
Little
ball.
basket. All right, Dove, you got this one.
What do you want me to, what's up, boys? How are you?
Hey, there, yeah.
Hey, babe, listen, CB's already
Did
in
you
the
get
room.
Did you get a new mic?
How's it? Well, I was on my earphones, my headphones last night. So do I sound better now?
Oh my!
Apparently
You sound
so,
good.
right?
You sound great. Yeah. Yeah.
We thought you were underwater.
Kinda.
Did that simp leave? That simp left.
Yeah, I muted him. He didn't seem
Kinda.
like an adult, so I treated him like a
Yeah,
child.
yeah. I'm glad it wasn't worth it. So, who wants to talk to Dove? Jetty? Jetty? Dove? Jetty?
We spoke last night.
Yeah. All right, Kiwi, you're up.
I already expressed my position.
Oh, you already
on
raised her up? All right, Caleb.
Hold
Caleb.
on. You want to know my position on the situation?
Yeah.
I heard my name. What's up? What's up?
Hey, Caleb, what up, man? How are you?
What up? Man, all is well. I just got off work. I got like 12 hours left before I go to bed.
Cool,
What's
man.
up, man?
Awesome. Just
What?
give us a quick reaction to Flat Earth. What do you think?
I think there's some answers that need to be answered before I agree on.
Questions
Like,
that need to be answered.
What's the question? Yeah, what's the question?
and there's a few, man. There's a few.
Pick one.
Okay. Can we make a device that would hide our boat from going out to the ice wall so that we can live stream it?
God.
Like, is there a way we can do that? Like a skiff or something? A secure, confidential.
Hang on, cloaking device. We can use that.
You'll have to ask the Cubans. They've got ways around it.
Look, I'm just saying that.
Bro, you serious?
Cubans are quite good at smuggling.
We gotta find out something that we can do for that.
Bro,
you know?
we don't need to sneak by the government type shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, but we can do it though. We can do it
For
though.
what? For what?
So they won't shoot us out the sky for getting too close, and then we can live stream the wall.
But what? Oh my God.
We can live stream the wall, man. We can live stream it. Then there won't be no fucking way they can deny it.
Bro, come on, man. We do not need
that's
that.
it, dude. That's it. That's all we need to do.
I don't know if you're trolling. If you are funny as hell. But
I'm not a fucking troll, man.
You don't need to go anywhere to prove the Earth is flat. You especially need to sneak by the government or some bullshit like that. You don't need to go anywhere.
I know. All it takes is lasers.
Yes.
Right, get you a laser or some shit.
I know, man. High power laser to shoot across the fucking globe. You know, there should be 2 inches per mile squared, and it ain't there. And you can prove that with any kind of laser. Yep. Literally, it lines up with sea level from both sides the exact same way. So, you know, there's no point in doing that.
Listen, we don't live.
No one listens. We need to go there. And film this shit so that people will listen.
There's no point in doing that. We don't live in a.
There is a point of doing that. There is a point of doing that.
We don't live in a.
To film it, because people call this bitch a myth. People call this ice wall a myth.
Okay. See, the thing is, if you go to Antarctica, a place that's claimed to be ice sheets and ice walls on a globe Earth model, and you go to Antarctica and you take pictures of ice sheets and ice cliffs, the fuck have you proven? That the Earth's a globe?
No, that the ice wall exists.
Okay, well, what? So what? Everybody knows that ice wall exists.
No, a lot of people think it's fucking an exaggeration. That's what people think it is. It's an exaggeration. I'm here to disprove the exaggeration.
Okay, you are. Well, off you go then. Let us know what happens when you get there.
All right. And does anybody want to come with me?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the problem. Wait.
I am interested.
Can I say this? The problem is that is a one-way mission for people, for certain people.
Dude, wait. Tell them watch.
You really think you're gonna
watch the movie No Escape? Watch the movie No Escape with Ray Liotta. They try to make a freaking boat that can get out from under radar. See what happens in the movie No Escape.
I'm down to risk my life for it.
Okay, well, not everyone is. I might be, sure, whatever. Yeah, fuck it, let's go. But the problem is, not everyone's on that.
All right, well, let's gather the people who are down for that.
No.
Yes, and let's go on a suicide mission.
No.
Where we leaving? Where we leaving from?
You wilding out, bro.
Where we leaving from?
I'm just drinking a little bit, dude. It's a nice one.
You're funny, man. I got a sound effect for that.
It's like 6 o'clock.
What's that, Jedi?
We're leaving from his sister's house.
Making it awkward, bro.
Oh.
Is there no one else?
Was that a can opening?
Yes. Cheers.
What's that? Number 6? 7?
7.
Yeah, good guess.
Oh, it is 6. It is 6. Cheers.
Man, all right. What you got? IPA?
That's natural light.
Man, why are you drinking that? Man, what the?
Light beer? What the hell is light beer?
A 15-pack.
At least get you a VB long neck.
It's a 15-pack, bro. It's 15-pack for $10.
Bro, at least get you a VB long neck or some shit, man.
How about you get a longer dick, bitch?
Whoa. Whoa.
What the hell is a VB?
It's a 15-pack, for $10.
Bro, at least get you a VB long neck or some shit, man. Right?
How about you get a longer dick, bitch?
What the hell is a VB?
How about you get a longer dick, bitch?
Let's get
this
you a
small as
VB.
fuck.
Listen, man.
The way you talking is small as fuck.
Listen, man. We don't even need to go there. We're on YouTube.
No,
Let's just relax. Let's not go there. But get you a little VB long neck, right? Timbo?
You need you a long neck in the bottom area.
If you're a fucking fair dinkum fucking full-grown Aussie, this is what you'd have for breakfast, you fucking dog cunts. A fucking VB long neck at 20 to 8 in the fucking morning. Get that up.
Fucking morning.
That's funny, man.
Is Jedi here?
Phoebe. All right, we got some new people joining. Can we just welcome?
Jetty might be here.
Guys, relax.
Jedi gets like
Put your dick in your mouth and shut the fuck up.
Whoa, Caleb, bro.
You're out of here, buddy.
Relax. Just chill out.
Don't ban me, dude. I'm chill.
No, you can chill out. You can hang, but just chill out, bro. Relax.
I'll be fine.
You talking crazy right now.
My bad, man. My bad.
All right. So we have Bob Winchester. We have Troller. Oh, Bob, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Holy
You were waiting to chime in. All right, Caleb. Just
Holy shit, there's a bunch of people.
Caleb.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah. Just shut your fucking mouth.
Shut your fucking mouth.
All right. So, Bob, how are you? Welcome to the panel. And just give us a quick reaction, Flat Earth. What do you think?
I'm kind of new to this, so I just want to hear what you guys have to say.
Nah, no listening allowed. No listening allowed. So, what do you think of Flat Earth? Have you talked about Flat Earth before?
No, not really. I don't necessarily believe in it, but I don't necessarily believe in globe Earth either because I have not been proven anything.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you have like just a little bit of an understanding of what Flat Earth is?
I'd say I'm pretty much clueless on the matter, so I really don't know any of.
So, are you familiar with ChatGPT?
Yeah, I've never used it, but I know what it is.
I went to ChatGPT one time and I said, "Give me a word that doesn't exist," and it came up with this word "floor blitz." And so, if I told you, hey, Bob, I don't believe in floor blitz, and you're like, well, what's that? Well, and I'm like, I don't know. I just don't believe in it. I know it's wrong. I'm going to turn to you when you say, I don't believe in flat Earth. I'm going to ask you, what is that? And I think flat Earth to you is like floor blitz. You don't really know what that is. Yeah. You don't know what that is. So I think you should just ask, because there's a lot of people in here. There's some legends in here. You guys don't even realize it. Just ask, what is flat Earth, so I can understand? And then you can go on your own journey and figure it out and think about it just like we all did. We're not here to try to convert you tonight, but we're definitely going to help you understand what flat Earth is, because if you go to Google images, flat Earth, it's going to give you a pizza, planet, disc, ice cream cones, some bullshit in space.
Google.
Okay. So, well, nobody's going to give you the real sauce, but here. So,
okay.
So it's who wants to go first? I mean, that's a tough question to answer. But yeah, if you understand what Google's presenting is not it, we're gonna have to give you something else.
I don't really trust Google in like anything really, because I'm more of a politics guy myself. Never really delved into any problems Earth related.
Okay.
And I know that, well, Google and the US in general usually obscure a lot of history and stuff about my country as well. So I don't really trust any of that.
Can I go to the edge of the universe?
No.
Okay. So if I were to ask you...
Sorry. Not with that attitude.
Go ahead, Timbo.
You guys, the only way you're going to get there is with some DMT. You got to take DMT to get the end of the universe.
Oh,
I do not condone that. Hey, so when you say you don't really believe in either. What don't you believe about the globe?
No, I mean, obviously, what I was taught, what everyone taught me as I grew up was obviously the globe Earth. But I mean, I've never really been shown proof of anything of any side, so I just didn't take any side till now.
Yeah.
And I
So it's a
still
lack of evidence has kind
Yeah,
of pushed you in a non-direction.
Yes, and also because I'm not very knowledgeable at the matter, so it's not really my place to speak until I learn. Yeah.
Cool, man. You
I
want to
have a
ask some
follow-up.
questions to some like? Oh, okay, go ahead, man.
What shape is the universe?
From my clueless knowledge, I would say there is no shape.
Awesome.
Flat.
Awesome. Wow. So
They do say it's flat, though.
well, they're describing I don't know, characteristics, I guess, but I'm glad that you said that. So what shape do you think flat Earth is?
Obviously, I don't think it's a disc because that would make no sense. I'm not sure actually.
Well, the answer is exactly the same answer as when I asked you what shape is the universe. What shape is the Earth? Oh, fucking no. How would I know what shape reality is? So when we're like as a flat
So what
earther,
you
when we
defend is
just
that so you're not saying you're not saying you know the shape of the Earth. You're just saying it's not round.
we know the surface is flat. Like if I were to ask you what shape is a lake, what would you say?
Yeah, it's flat.
Lake
Nah.
shaped.
If you're a bird in the sky looking down at the lake, what shape is that?
You can't describe that.
Yeah, you
Exactly.
can't really.
It's not a specific shape.
Yeah.
If someone put a gun to my head and they said, "All right, you better tell me what shape flat Earth is," I'd probably say something like, "It's like that lake. It's irregular. It doesn't have some type of shape like that." So we're not even referring to shape of Earth. We're just describing the surface. Just like that lake, the surface is flat. We don't care what the quote shape is. Just like no one knows what shape the universe is, we don't know what shape reality is either. Well, we
What if
definitely
you're a
do.
bird in the ISS?
Well, surprisingly enough, apparently the ISS is not high enough to see curvature on a globe anyway. But we don't buy into second law of thermodynamics. We don't buy into outer space. We don't buy into men going 17,000 miles in a tin can in the sky. So, yeah. No ISS, probably. All right. We have
I've got a
45
camera
people
there.
in this panel. Camera?
No, I've got a video of it. Don't you remember?
It's not a video.
Of what?
Live video of it, no?
It's an image.
Man, you love your attention tonight, boy. We got so many people in here. This is crazy. Consistently, night after night after night. 44. We're 44, 45. We appreciate all of you guys being here. I'll take a little screenshot of everybody in here. A little selfie of everybody. So everybody say cheese here. I literally have to minimize my screen so much just to get everyone in the screen. So this is awesome, guys. 45.
We do not care.
Kiwi, man. No hating allowed. There we go. All right, so what's next? Who's got a question? We have Black Horn of Heaven, no rolls. Go ahead and chime in if you want to. I'm gonna give you a listening pass. How are you?
What name is that?
Yeah, that's a pretty wild name. Welcome to the panel. We hear you breathing. That's you breathing?
What kind of name is that?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. I mean, hey, listen. Oh, this is not one of those types of streams. Whoa. Man, this is a PG-13 stream, sir. But we do hear you breathing.
God, Mike. I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing? You got a mic?
I hear you.
Oh my God, this dude is annoying. Damn.
God, that's
Wait, is that Long Beach Griffey?
Yeah, it is Long Beach Griffey.
Oh, I love Long Beach Griffey.
Does this mic work? Well then, fuck that mic.
All right, Blackhorn, no moaning in the mic, please. So go ahead. And, do you want to chime in? How are you?
Bruh. All right,
No,
I have a poem.
Yo,
I
can
have
you
a
still
poem.
shut the fuck up?
Yeah, geeks, shut the fuck up. So, all right,
Is that who you were talking about?
probably. Okay, he wasn't talking about me. I know that. Shit, he wasn't talking about me. But
Sure about
anyway,
that? I think he was, man.
Hey, he wasn't talking about me. Let's just we're just gonna start right there.
Maybe he was arguing with the soundboard.
Yeah, probably. You know, that does happen.
I have a poem I wrote about flat Earth. If you want to hear it.
No, we got new people, man. Listen, we've been giving you plenty of attention. You can just hold off for a little second. If it dies off like crazy, we got you. We'll come back to you, okay?
You wrote
Yeah.
a poem about flat Earth. What is flat Earth?
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
it's 10 seconds. 10 seconds long.
Bruh.
Go ahead.
I'll read it later.
No,
Oh,
you
can I
can't
read
do
it
that
now?
now. Yeah,
Read
go.
it now? Okay. The Earth is so flat, green land and sea blue. The sun rotates around us. This is nothing but true. We love our flat Earth. They're a strong crew. Globers try to stop us, but we're strong and push through.
Hell no.
Oh, that was a 2 out of 10. A for effort, though. I'll give you that. Anyway, so Black Horn, just is he unmuted? No.
Get over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone muted him.
Just someone pop him off mute. If he keeps moaning, we'll just mute you. That's weird, but I see you chat skanking, so just come off mute.
No, bro, I just muted the beginning to get y'all in the mood.
Shut up!
Bro, can this bitch shut up?
Some people hate the soundboard. You have fun with it, man.
Bro, the shit's so obnoxious, you know.
Hey, he's still practicing, all right? Give him a break.
We do not care.
He's working on his skills.
I mean, blood can, they say keep a puncher bag in your room, not in public, right?
What kind of
you're supposed to spar in front of an audience in the Coliseum.
Absolutely
so...
not. What are you on about?
What? What do you mean?
What kind of an accent?
Yo, you ever been sparring before, dude? You do it in public.
Yes.
And you do it in private as well.
Yes, in public. Yes. That's how I meet new sparring partners half the time. They come up like, yo, I want to get in on this. I got guys with cameras coming up. Yo, can I record this? This is sick.
Do we have the same definition of public? When I mean public here, I mean you have like public as in like, people who aren't within your household.
Yeah.
You are an Aussie.
Yes.
You're an Aussie, but that's a really weird accent. Where are you from?
I won't disclose that because people bully me.
What? I mean, dude, we were having such a ripe rip snorter, and then you showed up and
rip snorter. I mean, you want me to leave? I mean,
what the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snorter here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We got
it. Fucking piker. That's funny.
No,
Who the fuck is that guy?
don't leave, man.
Who the fuck is that?
Don't leave.
Do
We
you wanna
rock
have
with them Aussies, so you don't gotta
Want to
leave.
have a conversation, or you just want to say random shit? Up to you.
I mean, no, I wanted to say something, bro. I wanted to be like,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was asked to speak by Creation Bear, if I remember correctly.
Facts.
Go ahead.
I mean,
sounds like you got a lot to say.
Do you speak any English?
nah, I'm just preparing myself for the backlash I'm about to receive,
Bro, it's cool. We rock with globe earthers. There's no requirement to be a flat earther to be here. Say whatever you want to say, man. It's all good.
I mean, here's the thing. I read the rules and I came in here, and this shit sounds precarious.
Come on now. What the
You're not even using the right words, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Doesn't even make sense.
But don't psychoanalyze the flat earthers, man. Just make us a case for why it's a globe and why.
Like, you want to know why flat Earth is not true as much as it is fun?
No, that's not what we want to know. I want to know how it's a
CB,
globe.
you know what would have been the perfect clip for that? When that guy just, you're just saying big words.
Oh yeah, you're
just saying big words. You're saying fucking simulacrum.
We do not care. Don't mute him. Let him say his piece.
Shut up. He chimes in like every 9.5 seconds, bro.
Maybe I'm just being rhetorical. No, you're not. God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter. Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
I love how he's like, well, now you're just acting transcendent. Oh, brilliant.
Come on, man. We got 44 people. Let him say his piece.
Yeah,
he's not saying anything, though.
Well, I was about to say something, but then Blood had to fucking give us the whole fucking anime trailer.
We do not care.
Cool.
Facts, yes.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so y'all know about. So y'all know about. Whoever this is needs to stop, dude. You'll put me.
Just mute it on your end and continue.
I don't know who it is. Who is it?
No, you just go to soundboard and go to mute.
Wait,
bro, just keep going. Just God damn it. Right click on his name. Right click on his name.
This is me being an idiot.
Right click on his name.
Who?
My God. Quantum Eraser.
Oh, okay. You act as if I'm looking at everybody right now.
Alright, hurry up with it. Hurry up with it, man. Damn.
Yo, fellas, let me rush him.
It's alright. He can do it. He can do it.
I'm meant to be an equal, right?
Just fucking hurry up with it, man. God damn.
Okay.
You're going nowhere.
Let's get back on track, bro. Don't get distracted by because there's gonna be other people in here who can also use a soundboard. So just
okay.
Get used to it, man. We just do that around here. Don't get triggered.
Okay. So I'm not triggered, but
all right. Well then, your soundboard. Keep rolling.
We do not care.
Words you're using. Blood. I'm not triggered. Blood.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he a hood. No, I was kidding. Go ahead.
What, from Australia?
So
I forgot.
So the thing about the Earth is we have this thing called conservation of momentum, and we have relative motion.
Really?
Yo, don't be acting all contemptuous, bro.
Really contemptuous.
You gotta hear him out.
You're doing it again. Is he doing it again?
Don't be transcendent.
Yeah.
Okay, what is he talking about? Is he talking about the conservation of linear or angular momentum, and then in what context?
Linear.
Leave.
Okay. Here's the thing: conservation of momentum applies to both of those things. You know.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said conservation of linear or angular momentum. What the fuck one are you talking about? In what context, please?
Well, conservation of momentum applies to both of those things.
Fuck. Shut the fuck up, you clown. You're a fucking moron.
Bro, you're already giving me titles.
Yeah, you're a fuckwit. Just conservation of momentum right out the gate. In regards to what?
No, bro. You got eyes and ears and shit.
Yeah, you don't even know what the conservation of fucking momentum is, you clown. Go ahead, define it right now.
The conservation of momentum.
Yep.
is the fact that
go ahead
between you gonna let me finish anyway.
Yeah, go.
Lord, does somebody let you out of kindergarten early?
Listen, it's the motherfucker, man.
Blood, shut up.
You're just buying time to Google it.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I have both. I have my hands in within each other because.
Go ahead. I'm getting ready to hit it, enter, and fucking blow your ass right out of the water.
Whoa, shut up. Okay.
Go ahead.
Conservation of momentum.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Come on, man. I could have Googled it faster than you.
I'm not even touching my keyboard, dude.
He's off that VB long neck. You off that VB long neck, boy? You off that VB long neck, bro?
Huh?
Yeah, but I'll take that VB long neck.
Hey, what is it like? It's like 8 in the morning where you are. You off that VB long neck?
8 in them.
If you're a fucking fair dinkum fucking full-grown Aussie, this is what you'd have for breakfast, you fucking dog cunts. A fucking VB long neck at 20 to 8 in the fucking
He sounds
morning.
like a right fucking. He sounds like a western. He sounds like a southwestern to me.
Get that up, you dog cunts.
Yeah, fucking dog cunt.
You dog cunt.
And man, that's the wrong definition. That's incorrect.
Shit.
No, I mean I didn't even finish. I didn't even get to.
I was talking to Tin Man, not to your dumbass.
Oh, are you like the leader of this Discord?
I am the paterfamilias.
Bro, you are not the father of this shit, bro. Shut up.
I
You
am
sound
the
about.
paterfamilias, sunshine.
Nuh-uh.
Yaha.
You are not the father of this
Shut
family.
the fuck up and get on with the definition. Hurry up.
Bro, you sound like you got one testicle.
All right,
dude.
well, you're fucking done. Next. We're not listening to that fucking soap opera color commentary horse shit. CB. Next.
He's being transcendent.
I actually fell off my chair. Bring him back. He's hilarious.
He's a dumb fuck.
We've got Bob Winchester. Bob Winchester, are you there? VC verified.
Oh yeah,
Bring him
I was
up.
already speaking about like 5 minutes ago.
Sorry, that was you. Sorry, mate.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Oh, can we get Blackhorn back just for 2 more minutes, please? He's hilarious.
No. We'll get back to him here in a minute.
Not sure. Who else have we got? No, there's no one new. Dingus.
Go ahead.
Flat Earther. Timing Kangaroo Down Sport. It's another Aussie. Pre-Curious. Haven't seen you in a while. Are you there, Precurious? No. Linny. You're up. Globe Skeptic. Oh, Precurious. You there, mate?
Yeah, man. I'm in and out, man.
Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't seen you in here for a while. You still... It's got VC verified, 3 points participant. I always forget whether you're a flat earther or not.
Oh, I'm beyond the point of believing. I know it. I know it is.
Ah, okay.
That's what they're talking about earlier, it's about forgetting about everything you believe and only trust what you can know. And I know it's flat. You know, I don't believe anything. I know it's flat. And I mean, it's the bottom line.
That's it, man. Trust your senses instead of do not trust your senses.
Yeah.
Well, looks like Geeks wants to ask a few questions. Or are you hot micing?
What's the delay? Like, what's going on?
Oh, we're just having a quiet break. Everyone's recovering after that intellectual session with Black Horn of Heaven. Everyone needs to get their brain cells back.
Can we get back just for 2 more minutes, please?
Get who?
Black One.
You'll have to ask QE because he muted him.
You racist?
Wait, I actually have to ask you, QE. QE, are you there?
You can ask him if you want.
I know, I'm trying, but you didn't think to be around.
He's there.
Okay, I'll ask him when he's back. Oh, was that the response? Okay.
Did you have any more questions? Or are you kind of flat earthed out for the day?
Wait, you were there when we were talking about how I said I'd never tell you guys certain things.
Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Why do you come to that conclusion? So if you came across a piece of information that said that, okay, those equations are wrong, you say you wouldn't tell anyone about it.
Not in here. No way.
Why?
First of all, because I don't want to upset people, and secondly, because
the truth always upsets people. So if you were to find something truthful, wouldn't you want to tell people that you found the truth instead of people living a lie?
do you want to like ask, say, a sample of 10 people in here and ask them that very question, see what they think?
Yeah, I guarantee that the answer is going to be they want to know the truth. Go for it. Try it.
Do you want me to do it? Do you want me to take the poll?
Yeah, just call out a name and then ask them the question and they'll answer you.
Oh my God, you're leading me into the den of lions.
No, everyone's nice. We're just normal people, dude.
Yeah, until I ask them this question.
It's an easy question to answer, though.
Okay.
You can ask me first if you want.
Okay. Well, no, you answered, so you want to know.
I want to know the truth. That's my whole point of this.
Cool. Is AI here?
If he doesn't, if you can go through the list, and if they don't answer, you can move to the next. He might be working.
But I don't know who's like regular. Can you help me out? Like, who's regular?
All right, I can help you. All right, so you got you started at the top.
No,
Wave me, are you there to answer a question? No. Adam, do you want to open your mic to answer that question? AJ, you'll answer. Dude's got a question for you.
What's the question?
Geeks here. So, the old Black Swan thing with the P&Q and the all of that, like 1.22 stuff. If I was to say, come back to this group to say, actually, there's a problem with the formula, not numbers, but the formula itself, and here's why, would you want to know that or not?
I'd listen to what you had to say. I'm not going to shoot you down straight away, but I would definitely give you the answer that, one, this is the claimed radius of the Earth. This isn't our claimed radius. This is the claim that's currently on the table that we're testing. Yeah? And number two, off that geometry, we know that the horizon or the physical curvature of the Earth that should be blocking these boats and buildings, yeah, can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, that's just basically straight off the math, yeah? Secondly to that, we can also go and research that in sailing manuals. So it's the 225 times. Now, what you will come back with, as everybody does, is that the 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola and therefore doesn't work. However, a parabola will work for this out to at least 1,000 miles, I believe the distance is. So I would be very surprised if you would actually come back to us and say that no, the Earth doesn't have a radius of 3959 miles, or no, it's not 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But I would listen to what you had to say.
If I did come back, would you want to know?
I'd be interested in to hear what you have to say. Of course, listen to anyone, and then we can have a discussion about it and how and why you came to that conclusion.
Cool. Thank you.
There you go. That's 2 out of 2. Bear Pelagic, you're up. He might be busy.
Drink some coffee, bro. Wake up.
Bushel.
Oh, there he is.
Bear.
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
Okay, Bushel. There's a question on the table. We're doing a little survey.
Yo,
Go ahead, Geek.
Yo, so the whole like 1.22 square, like basically the Pythagorean elements that have been used to essentially create this calculator, right? That gives these numbers.
Earth curve calculator.
Sorry.
Earth curve calculator. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. That's a much simpler way of saying it, isn't it? So yeah, the Earth curve calculator. For sure. If I was to come back, if I was to have good reason to show that actually what goes behind the Earth curve calculator is incorrect and have demonstrable reason as to why it's incorrect, would you want to know?
I want to know.
Would you want to know?
I mean, if you have something interesting to share, then sure, yeah, I'll listen to you.
Cool.
I'm not really. It's kind of a weird question. I mean, the Earth curve calculator it's not really something that I claim is true. It's just a stupid calculator for the globe.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. It's 3 out of 3, man. You need to keep going?
To go.
Okay.
Do you need to keep going?
I think Bear Coffee take us back. Right.
Bear, you're up. Or was he drinking coffee? Chubbs, you there, buddy?
Yeah, mate.
Did you hear the question? I don't have to keep repeating it.
Yeah, he was saying that there's a question on the table. He wanted to do a survey of people, how many people would like to hear. If he found that the Earth curve calculation was incorrect and the distance to horizon wasn't right, would you want to hear the truth about it?
Of course. That's a pretty stupid question. Like, the whole
There you
reason we're
go.
here is because we're looking for the answer, like the truth. It's why would we not want to hear it? We don't just want to believe a lie for the sake of being a flat earther, you know, like if you've got some evidence or something wrong with your equation, bring it to the table for sure. But you're not blinded, so good luck.
There you go. 4 out of 4.
Yeah, I'm liking this. Who's that?
All right.
Dove.
You there?
Yeah, sorry, man. I wasn't saying you repeat the question. I was just asking if the people that were asking to unmute heard the question.
Yes, some people might have heard it or might not be
Yeah, you're not.
fully listening. Yeah, I think.
Did
Dove's
somebody call me?
busy. Oh, yeah, we were just.
Hi,
Have you
Timbo.
been listening? Hey, how are you?
Good. How are
You been
you?
listening? I'm very good. Have you been listening to the question going around at the moment?
I'm kind of going in and out. I just heard the last guy talk about a calculator. That it just because it's a calculator doesn't mean it's actually accurate.
Oh, okay. You were listening to Bushel's answer. Yeah. The question on the table is: if you found out that the Earth curve calculator equation was wrong, would you want to know about it?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the whole reason why we're here, isn't it?
Yeah. 5 out of 5.
Wow, I'm liking this.
I level up. You're up. Alright, maybe not. Effie Batman. I know you don't open your mic much, but if you're there, man. Right, maybe he'll come back if he opens up. Chris.
Waste of time at this point, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying, do you need more? You know, how many more do you need?
Oh, yeah. Should we just call it that? Yeah.
Why
Well, you got 5 out of 5, so it's 100% at the moment. So.
No, I'm fine.
I have a question. And my question would be, if you find out that the 8 inches per mile squared works, then where do you sit?
Could only hear after that. Sorry, AJ. Go again.
I said, if you look into this and you find that the equation with the 8 inches per mile squared and the 2 is relevant to the distances that we're looking at, then where are you going to sit after that? Well, let's just say you come back and it's slightly wrong and maybe the horizon's slightly further. As QE said, we're going to have a massive, massive variance in the size of the globe. And the problem we have with that is that everything they claim to do is based off that radius. Their satellites in orbit, their space trips, vacations, is all based off this curvature that we apparently have. Yeah. So if it's not that, then they have some big issues and have to remodel everything they're doing. So when this comes back correct, where are you going to sit?
I don't know.
Well, are you going to take it for what it is, or are you going to sit there and try and make excuses for it and other reasons? Correct. Or are you going to take it for what it is and say, yeah, well, we don't have a geometric horizon at 3 miles from 6 foot. There's a problem here.
There are two different things you're claiming there. I'd continue investigating through the scientific method.
How does the scientific method deal with the geometry of the Earth in distances? Yeah. So what's your naturally observed phenomenon here?
I'm not dealing with that. I'm not going to be taking observations. I'm just looking at how the
So you wouldn't be using the scientific method.
Yes, not. Anyway, so thanks.
So really, you just want to check to see if we're wrong, and then you're going to do nothing about it in the end. Yeah. If we're right.
Did I say that?
Yeah, I think you. Maybe you didn't.
No, sorry, I said I don't know.
So what was the point of your question then? Like, what were you trying to determine? We just reversed it onto you. Like, what are you going for here?
Because I just want to test a couple of things with you guys based on what I've found so far in, say, the last hour, if that's okay. So I don't think these numbers are correct, actually.
Awesome. Go and work out what they're wrong, and then come back to us when they're correct.
Make a claim.
Sure. So I just want to test a couple of things. Not saying they're correct.
How are you going to test them? You're going to do the equations yourself?
No, I mean test them with you guys.
You're going to test the equations with us.
I'm going to test what I found with you guys to see what, because you said you'd want to know, right? So in that case, it'd be interesting to see what your thoughts are about a couple of things, which I'm sure you are already aware of, but maybe you're not. Yeah, is that okay?
Yep.
So this whole 3959 radius, right?
Yep.
Again, I'm not saying this is true or not. I still need to do some checking, but
come on.
Well, we're talking miles. Actually, forget that. So okay, forget that.
Well, miles is good. We all know miles. We can convert it to kilometers in our head. Yeah.
Don't worry. I need to do some more. Digging on it. Right. So this calculator, right? This calculator. And I'd love to get your opinions on it as well, because I might just be going down a nonsense hole. This is based on a 2D circle, right? It's using Pythagorean equations.
Correct.
Can any of you see any difference when we're talking about a sphere? Assuming
we're talking about the distance in front of you, yeah, like a linear relationship between the drop over distance and straight in front of you. So if you're looking out over the water, you are looking in a straight line, yeah, and that straight line, point A to B, should curve at a certain rate based on the radius of the Earth. That's where the equation is.
Yeah, sure. Again, there's probably a nothing to worry about. But
yeah,
do you see any problem between going from 2D to 3D? I'm not saying there are.
We're always in 3. We're in 3D.
The question is, do you?
Because Pythagoras is a 2D.
Formulate an argument and then back it up. I mean, you're wasting everybody's time, kind of,
My question to you is, can a circle have a circumference?
Yeah, it can.
Can a circle have a radius?
Yep.
So if we've got a 3959...
Cutting out, AJ.
Oh, I'll park that one then, because it doesn't.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm going with
well,
maybe you should answer the previous question from. Sorry, who was it? I'm not looking at my screen at the moment.
I messed up.
No.
Sorry, I lost my volume. If anyone was.
That's all right. Who was speaking before AJ?
Imbo.
No. Who was it?
Oblivion.
Oblivion.
Yes.
Big boss man.
Maybe finish your question. That was a good question.
Well, he was proposing this long, drawn out question as to whether or not 2D versus 3D, a sphere versus, a 2D circle, could pose an issue. And I'm like, oh God, do you see an issue with that? If so, formulate an argument and back it up. Otherwise, it appears you're wasting everybody's time.
Yeah.
Can you answer? Yeah. Do you see a problem with going from like a 2D equation to a 3D sphere? Do you see a problem with it?
No, not anymore. Because Oblivion, instead of wasting everyone's time, so I'll just ignore it because that's.
Oh, come on, man! Don't get butthurt over it. It would just,
but what a silly way to respond.
No, well, it's not really a silly way to respond because we can all see in our head that a sphere, if you're looking in a straight path over a sphere, you're going to get a circumference of a circle. Yeah. Any direction that you look over a sphere, you're going to get a circumference of a circle.
That's what AJ was saying. That's what AJ was saying.
Yeah. Wouldn't the equator be a circle around the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then top to bottom, and then change the angle. Every time you're going to get, if the radius is a certain size, you're going to get the same circumference for each part of the Earth.
My actual question, but let's not worry about it. I'll move on to something else.
Yeah, but it is because you said, do you guys find a problem going from 2D to 3D?
When it comes to Pythagoras, when it comes to Pythagoras, but don't worry, Oblivion said it was wasting everyone's time. So
sorry.
I
I will apologize officially. I sometimes late at night I have a short.
No, short fuse.
Whatever.
Accepted.
It's linear. It's line of sight linear. That's what it boils down to.
Sure, you might be right. And in which case, you don't need to get snippy with each other because there's, But appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, what you do is you work it out on a circular math. So you've got the radius, and then you get that radius, and then you work out the 360. 360 degrees of it. You work out the circumference, and then you work out the section of arc that you want to measure, and then you work out the curvature on that arc.
Yeah, precisely. So line of sight on a sphere is calculated differently to on a circle. So
no, it's not. Why would you say that?
Is it not?
No, because you're always on top of the sphere. So your line of sight straight is an arc segment of a flat circle.
Just a slice of the circle. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cut the circle in half. You're standing on top of it. That circle in a straight line is your flat 2D circle.
Okay, cool.
In any direction.
So hang on a sec. So these measurements were taken certain part, right? So the radius, well, I don't know. Do you think there's an issue with regards to trying to measure something in one part of the Earth, or on one part of the Earth versus a different part of the Earth? I'm not trying
they claim that it's larger at the equator, but it's only 24 or 28 miles larger. So the radius would change at the equator by 14 miles.
So actually, there is an impact when you move from 2D to 3D because it depends on where you are slicing the Earth, where you're taking the
Okay, change the equation and see what you come up with then. Change the radius of the Earth. Instead of 3959, add 14 to 3959 and see what you end up with drop over distance. There you go.
Well, no. The radius is going to be the same. I'm just going to use just different equations that take into account the slice of the Earth based on where the or where we are. But what I'm going to do as well is I'm probably going to do it in different parts of the Earth, just to have a look,
Different parts of the Earth, meaning what? Because we're doing this over water, yeah. So we're at sea level, the water conforms to a ball. So the average height, the radius is taken from, well, supposedly from the center of the Earth to sea level, medium sea level.
Ah, good point. Yes, good, very good point. Now, that unfortunately in itself, this is the kind of like a lower priority problem, but that in itself also adds to the equation because
what does median sea level?
I don't know. I could be wrong. But
well, let me tell you, geeks, just to say, which part of the Earth are you talking about would deviate from a sphere? Do you mean like when they say the Earth is the sphere, or I'm sorry, the Earth is the planet is the oblate spheroid, meaning it's wider at the center? You know what I mean, or something like that? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, sure. What I mean
other than
is
that,
like,
what deviation would you have?
Yeah, of course.
Well,
So
I have hang on, but I have an issue with this whole line of questioning. Yeah,
yes, me too.
Waste of time, and the reason being is that the radius we're given is the radius that we're given. We haven't got this radius. You can Google this. You can look anywhere you want, and you're going to get that radius of 3959 miles. Now, my point to this is, if that horizon that we see is beyond 10 miles, what was the radius that QE gave us? It would equate to.
It would be 230 or 240,000.
Correct. So
miles.
regardless of what he comes up with, in the fact that we don't have this radius or this equation isn't quite, we're still never going to get to a globe that size. And if we do, well then they've got problems. Yeah, get rid of their satellites, get rid of everything they have, because everything is based on that radius.
That's why
by
exactly
going down
what I
this
meant.
path, what's that? Sorry.
AJ. Sorry, AJ. I interrupted on accident. That's exactly why I sounded like I lost my patience earlier. It was the same kind of explanation you just had.
Yeah, it's just a waste of time. Yeah, go and do the maths, work it out, and come back.
Exactly.
No, I'm not coming back. I'm not going to tell you, AJ. Sorry.
That's because you're going to be wrong and you won't want to come back and embarrass yourself. That's why.
Well, then everyone wins.
Cool. You might as well leave now then.
But Timbo, you see why I wanted to do the poll, right? Because some people get angry when their beliefs are challenged. So I just wanted to.
No one's getting angry because their beliefs are challenged. You're just asking stupid questions and wasting time.
It's fine, AJ. I'm not going to tell you. So.
All right, if you're not going to let us in on your secret, then we're not going to tell you any more information then.
Okay. It's not a secret.
Do you have some sort of grand secret? Like we are bleeding some of the Globers?
Sorry, I missed half of that.
Do you have some sort of grand secret, such as we are bleeding some of the Globers?
Oh yeah, remember that? I got pissed off with you, bunch of guys. It was there was this other
Bunch of guys.
You just what?
Well, oh, so we're just a bunch of guys who believe in the flat Earth? We're nothings to you?
When did I say that?
You just called us a bunch of guys.
Okay, probably not.
And I just told you, you think that we're too insignificant to hold any real ideas.
When did I say that?
No,
you didn't.
I'm here. I'm a woman, so it's that makes it significant.
Blah blah.
At the end of the day, with the radius and the equation, you're not arguing. Yeah, we're going off based off what we're told. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're not arguing with us. You're arguing with academia anyway. So take it up with them. We don't really care.
Cool. Right.
If you find some, you're not going to tell us anyway. So even if you find something wrong, maybe you should go and take it up with the universities that do the studies. Then take it up with them, and we don't care.
About 10 minutes ago, I would have been okay with telling you, but now I'm not. So.
No, well, you just said before that you wouldn't. Well, 20 minutes ago, you said you aren't going to tell us anyway, even before we did the poll.
I was convinced, and then now again, I'm back to my original thought. So.
About what? See, this is weird. You were asking us questions, and then we went around and you said you had a question for everyone. And everyone said they all wanted to know the truth, yeah. And then you started coming up with scenarios, and then you changed your mind and said, "Oh, now you're back to your original opinion based off nothing."
Yeah,
are you following?
I am following.
Like,
you know,
yeah,
some people.
You are schizophrenic.
How did you know that?
Because the way you act.
You're psychic.
One minute you're normal, and then the next minute you're a psycho. You turn into a little child. So one minute you're an adult, and then you turn into this belligerent child. Like, I'm not telling you anything. I'm not telling you. And then you go back to, if you had it's really psychotic.
Okay, I'll work on it.
Just a tad bipolar.
Yeah.
Maybe.
This goes back to where I interrupted earlier, and I said, make a claim, come back and back it
make
up.
a claim. You didn't make any claims yesterday either. So all you're saying is the radius is wrong. It's not our radius. It's your radius.
You didn't come up with a single example to back up, for example, how gas can be inside it, or how gas can be tested without a container.
I don't know what that has to do with what I was saying. Okay.
What have you been saying? It sounds like you're just saying all kinds of stuff to just continue conversation, which I can appreciate if you're bored. You have nothing else to do, monopolize everybody's time and chit-chat, but long story short, make an argument, for crying out loud.
Yeah, for somebody who's a proxy of another Discord server, you're not acting like you're a proxy at all.
Wait, who the hell was talking? Oh, is that Timbo?
No, man. Timbo's got an Aussie accent.
It
Why
sounded.
do you always relate everyone that's rude with me?
No,
yeah,
I did not do that.
You're psychologically splitting people. You know what splitting means? When you associate something with being bad with no base proof. You're splitting right now. That's a symptom of bipolar.
Okay. Yeah, you just sounded like my arch nemesis. That's all. Sorry.
Arch nemesis? You have an arch nemesis?
Again with the splitting, dude. You're associating him with your arch nemesis.
No, I'm not. Anyway, cool. Thanks for the feedback on my mental health, I guess.
Well, if you're not going to get it from a psychiatrist, maybe someone else in here can get it. I mean, can help you out with that.
Thanks.
Someone gave you the role of space herpes. I don't know what happened with that.
I have no idea. I have no idea what that means. So yeah.
So what ways are, or what techniques do we have to measure the circumference of the Earth?
You asked me.
Yeah.
Well, I heard of this way of measuring shadows with sticks from two different locations, hundreds of miles apart simultaneously, back when there was zero communication over long distances.
Oh, Oblivion seems to know some more about it. I don't.
I heard they were angle measurements requiring two straight lines meeting at a vertex on the surface of the Earth.
So you claim that the horizon is curved. Where did you see the curvature of the horizon? And how did it prove that it was a globe?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't want to bring up the story again because I just get.
Whoa. He claimed that there's a curving horizon?
Yes, he did.
What
the fuck? I don't want to tell the story anymore.
Yeah, he said he saw curvature from the Concorde
That's
60,000 feet up.
That's a law of identity violation.
That's what?
It's a law of identity violation. You see, according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizons, that's horizontal lines and horizons, horizontal lines are derived from horizons. All of them have a rate of change of slope of 0. That's a globetard's IQ. However, according to the United States Naval Academy, the curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope. That's a non-zero number. So how can we be on Earth seeing horizons every fucking where that have a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet have a paradigm told to us that that doesn't exist? There is always a rate of change of slope of non-zero. How can that be and not violate the law of non-contradiction and the law of identity?
I have no idea what you just said.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. You should listen.
Horizons can't have a rate of change of slope, or they wouldn't be horizons. So curvature is defined. Curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope. So they're mutually exclusive.
And there's no square integer with the equation that he just provided.
Yep.
What equation? What equation?
So it's all over. Y equals mx plus b. Slope-intercept formula.
Oh, you meant what quantum theory provided?
You must be cutting out or something. Something's wrong with your mic.
Sorry, man. Sorry. Let me get my headphones.
Don't start splitting again. He has nothing to do with your arch nemesis.
Yeah. If that character comes in on, I'm off.
Which character? Your character or the arch nemesis?
I don't want to talk about it. It angers me even to think about it. So. My arch nemesis.
We do not care.
Anyway, QE. Yeah, y equals mx plus b. Wait, what's that got to do with what I saw? I don't understand.
Because you saw a horizon, you said it was curving, but y equals mx plus b is a slope-intercept formula. According to that formula, all horizontal lines have rate of change of slope of 0. The baller's IQ. Horizontal lines are derived from horizons, so horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. Curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So you can't see a curved horizon. It is a law of non-contradiction violation and the law of identity violation. Second time.
Come on, you. Come on.
Huh?
Did you? Wait, you didn't listen to what I said. You did not listen to what I say, sir.
Shut the fuck up. You're done. So go beat off somewhere else. Get like a third grade acumen, then come back in. Next.
Oh, needs to be on the soundboard.
Yeah, I think he is smoking too much. Too much drugs.
We do not care.
Maybe that's why of his personality change.
I think he's just a troll trying to waste time in the.
You finally figured that out after 2 hours.
No, I knew it ages ago. I entertained him for a minute, but that was why. Sorry, whoever I.
Oh, sorry, that's me.
But yeah, I couldn't hear the shit anymore.
Well, it's kind of like
someone new.
It's like a reverse scammer payback where they're investing so much of their energy into trying to waste everybody else's time that it's having like the reverse effect.
Ragnaras, your mic has been unmuted. Welcome to the server. Hello. Ragnaras. Or Ragnoras. I don't know. Call you Ragnaras. Hello.
Don't work harder trying to push that globe up the hill there. Ragnaras.
What kind of name is that?
Yeah.
Well, I'll admit that I didn't understand a damn word QE just said. I've heard him say it a couple of times, but I've been out of it for a while, so I don't understand it.
It's pretty simple, man. It's a rate of slope formula. Yeah, you don't get it. A horizontal line does not deviate. A curving line does deviate. So therefore, we have a horizon or a horizontal line that does not deviate from zero. We can't see curvature. Pretty simple.
We'll have one more try. Ragnaras. No, he's not in here anymore. Yeah, he is. Ragnaras, welcome to the server. Speak up or forever hold your peace. Okay, I'm gonna have to.
Don't keep holding your peace, man.
Oh. Ah, Liney. Stop changing your name, man. Donkey Kong.
Is Ragnaras server muted? It looks like it.
Yeah, I just put him back on mute because he didn't answer. He doesn't have any. He doesn't have control of his mic.
Got it.
He's got
Understood.
Yeah. Ragnaros, if you want to go up to VC check-in, you can. I'll meet you up there if you don't want to talk on the panel, so we can vet you and have a chat, and then I can give you VC verified. Do you want to do that, Ragnaros? VC check-in 1. I can meet you up there.
He's got an interesting avatar. It was like this little stick man trying to push this big old ball up a hill.
Why I say they're all dung beetles, always rolling their balls of shit and feeding it to our kids.
Yeah, dung beetles.
I'll be back.
At least Geeks is persistent. He's still sitting here and server muted at the same time, and he was talking earlier, so it makes content, so whatever.
I think if I was making all this stuff up, I would have said we had a big old bubble around us, you know? Got to soap up them ships to get through. All right, this is kind of weird for how many people are in here for it to be this quiet. That is, I've never seen it like that. Lit like this. I guess I'll just start having to tell us a couple of stories, right? Maybe that'll get people talking.
Got a story?
My whole life's a story.
Last year, our family went to an area around Phoenix, Arizona. We spent most of the week there, and then all of a sudden I realized, holy shit, when I was young, I realized all the old YouTube videos that I used to watch was like New Mexico and Arizona had the most UFO sightings. So I sat out at the pool and looked straight up, and I shit you not, I saw at least 5 UFOs in an hour. Unexplainable, silverish, bright spheres, at least to my perception.
They're not UFOs because there are no unidentified objects in the sky. Our Air Force knows what every single one of them are and where they came from.
I get you. And they were all traveling. Every single freaking one of them were traveling the same path
I grew up in Phoenix from '74 until 89, and yeah, I've seen my share of objects flying through the air that I didn't know what they were. Didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No problem. No problem. But they were ridiculous speed. Like ridiculous speed across the sky. And traveling squiggly lines, then straight across.
Yep. I'll have to say that you've seen what I have seen in the Arizona sky. Where at around Phoenix were you?
Oh God, where was that?
I mean, there's so many suburbs of Phoenix, it's not funny, but were you to the north, southeast, or west?
Northeast portion of Phoenix.
Northeast would be Scottsdale.
Yes, exactly. I forgot. You're perfectly accurate.
Yeah, I grew up there.
Yeah. And where I'm from in Indiana, our skies are nowhere near as crystal clear and blue as there. But when I was younger, I did see what I call UFO in Indiana. And me and a friend were sitting at an intersection. I was driving and we both happened to look up at the sky and there was this orangish fiery ball just there. We were just staring at it and all of a sudden just streaked across the sky and we both just sat there for a little while and were like, holy shit, did you see that? We both saw that and we were like, holy shit. I have no clue what it was.
Doesn't it say in scriptures that we'll be baffled when we see them, but they're angels, they're fallen angels, and also angels?
Apparently, they'll warn you about the invasion that is to come, and they'll try and reassure you that everything is fine. There's nothing to worry about, but we should prepare for the invasion that comes after.
And isn't that what's happening? They're getting ready. They're telling everybody. They're desensitizing everybody to it right now.
I mean, you could claim that, yeah, like with the mainstream media, if you claim that they're the UFOs. That would be like that movie. What's that movie? The 1980s one.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. The
They live. They live. Yeah.
Oh, They Live?
Yeah, because everybody in that movie who serves the corporate mainstream media is a UFO
or an alien or whatever. Demon.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would say they're more demonic, and they might be from the outside of our realm. I don't know, but I think they're more interdimensional. Maybe I have no clue. I don't have no clue. I shouldn't even be talking about it. I do know what I've seen in the sky, though, and I've seen a lot of unexplainable stuff that our government knows exactly what it is, and they just aren't telling us. It's probably their stuff.
I thought you were talking about Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but no, it's They Live. Yeah.
Remember V?
Oh yeah, I was a '80s boy.
Yeah. They were all lizards.
That was probably a psyop.
Right?
That's what I'm kind of thinking a little bit, is that it was a psyop, and then I got really into the whole UFO thing. Then the internet came, and holy shit, I was Googling, or not, I'm sorry, not Googling, I was searching, what was it, Netscape at the time or whatever, and pulling up printing all kinds of alien shit and reading it. It was, nowadays I'm like, it's all nonsense.
Just destroying that printer ink. I was printing pictures of penguins because I was fascinated what was on the South Pole.
Yeah.
The Antarctic ring that's what I've always called it, the Antarctic Circle. That's what it was when I was a child. what I'll always call it, Antarctic Circle. That is what it was called when I was a child. So I don't remember when they said it was a continent. That it seems like, I guess, when the first time I seen a globe in 1971.
I
Yeah,
forget
you
who it
can't.
was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. We talked at the same time.
I was just going to say, I can't believe you can't hear my music. That surprises me. But go ahead. You were going to say something.
No, you're a little low on the mic, but at least to my perception. But yeah, I can't hear music.
Well, the mic was sitting away from me. Is that better?
No, I don't hear music.
No, I was talking about my voice. You said I was kind of quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I moved the
That
mic
was the
closer
music.
to me.
Hey, can you hear my music now? It's like,
No, it's not really loud. It's just at a nice, it's some of the 432 hertz. Just, some of them are rain and some of them are instrumental, but need to do a music channel on here again. Get the music bot back where it just plays alternative music, not mainstream.
I imagine it'd have to be really dead in here to play music.
No, they had a channel before, way before I thought.
Oh yeah,
But
they did.
They had a Flat Earth music channel, and it was right above where we're at now.
Oh, I see what you mean.
But it had a channel, and when they did the 2.0, I think they didn't put it back.
Got
They
it.
didn't put
Sorry,
the
I've been
music
out for a
bot up.
while.
So have I. My original account got hacked, and that's why I got rid of it. But somebody came in and was talking shit in my name and stuff. I don't know.
Before when I accidentally interrupted you, I was saying when I was a little kid, well, when I was younger, I was in high school in the late 90s. When the internet was new, I used to Google around, or not, damn it, I keep saying Google. Anyway, I used to search the internet for alien shit, and maybe it was YouTube when it was before owned by Google, and there was some channel that was showing stuff where UFOs materialized in midair, and then people started saying it was interdimensional beings. I forget who was saying that. That was so long ago.
I always thought that they were riding the flux field, like lightning bolts jumping from flux field to flux field. You know what I'm saying? And they could travel down one really quick across the sky and then jump over to another one. That's why they zigzag. I don't know. That's what I thought as a young man, as a child. That's just what I always had in my head.
You
They
know,
were
that might have
riding
been
magnetic
implanted.
waves.
That might have been implanted from the movie War of the Worlds, where the beings rode the lightning down to the machines that were
No.
below the earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember War of the World. I wasn't quite old enough, but because it was, what was that, 50 something?
No, the newer movie. The
Oh,
remake.
we call that All About Tom Cruise.
Yeah, Tom Cruise.
Yeah, that's what we call that movie. Oh, All About Tom Cruise? Is the many faces of Tom Cruise in it? Oh, horror, excitement, joy, sadness. Patheticness. He does that one really well. He does it a lot.
That movie drove me absolutely crazy.
I hated
Not
it.
to change
Yeah.
the subject. Because his children would refuse to listen to him, and they all ended up with negative outcomes. And it's like, oh, it drove me nuts. I'd pause the movie, and it's like, they're not listening to their father. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it drove me crazy. It was like programming the young. Oh, it drove me nuts.
I'm not allowed to watch TV with the family because I point out everything. Every
Yeah,
little thing. Oh gosh, it's horrible. Like, let us watch it one time before you nitpick it apart for us, okay?
Yeah, I get it. I'm the same way.
We're surrounded by NPCs, though. Some just learn how to play better than others. Some are becoming like Guy, self-aware. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Say again?
The movie. Just
Oh, yeah, Guy, the movie. Yeah.
yeah. It says, some of the NPCs seem like they might be becoming self-aware, but for the most part, it amazes me. There's this one guy who used to come over to my house when I lived in Arizona, or over to my son's. He was my son's neighbor, and I'd go over there and we'd talk all the time, and I would explain everything to him. And the next day, he was like, he just didn't get it. None of it soaked in. It was like he'd agree with me. You're right. Yeah, you can see a long ways. You're right. The stars have always, been in the same. No parallax. No movement. He'd be agreeing with me, and the next day he'd be back to, yeah. Did you hear about NASA? Yeah. I know it's all fake, but did you hear about NASA? Anyway, used to crack me up. I thought he was an NPC.
I'll tell you what, though, man, back to where I started, seeing those silver bright balls in the sky zigzagging like no jet or aircraft that anyone has ever described as being real.
So,
and then zooming across the sky at speeds, I'm telling you, and then not only just seeing it once, but five times an hour. I even whipped out my phone and tried to take a photo or video. I'm sorry. It could not pick that up. And I was calling my wife out. And I was trying to encourage everybody around the pool to come over and look up, and nobody gave a shit.
Like, yeah, it's all the time. So what?
Yeah, but this was my family. I'm like, come on, you gotta see this. Oh man.
You didn't see none of the triangles or the cigars? Just
No.
all you seen was the round ones?
No, they were just
smaller.
brilliant silver reflect like mirror spheres.
They're
like
small. They're not really big. Those are the small ones. The triangles are bigger, but the cigar shape, it's massive, dude. I've seen it twice, and it is huge. Like maybe a mile long.
I have no judgment of size because I have zero idea of their altitude.
Lower than a plane. And no sound to them. My whole family, we all witnessed the cigar the first time when I was probably 76. I was 10 years old, probably.
Damn, I was born in 77, so you're talking way before me, man.
Yeah, so see, they go. It goes way back in Arizona. I moved there in '74, and that was the first time we seen lights in the sky. And then in '76, a couple years later, we were living out at Deer Canyon, which was right across from Deer Valley Airport. I was in a movie out there, like same year when I was 10 years old. Cloud Dancers with David Carradine. I'm in that movie. When they're at the Deer Valley Airport, I'm sitting on the bleachers, and this heavyset guy comes walking up to me with a hot dog and a soda pop. He's got a couple hot dogs and a couple soda pops, and he gives me a hot dog and a soda pop. He says, "Here you go, son." Sits down next to me and just starts telling me about the planes and everything, and I was like, all in awe. But they filmed it, and I was in the movie. I didn't even know about it until several years later when I seen the movie.
Well, you didn't sign a contract, so you're probably eligible for what's that called? What's that called?
Oh, dude, that movie was filmed back in '76. I think 70, somewhere around there. Yeah, 76. I'm pretty sure. Did you find it? Cloud
Dancer.
Yeah, it's a Barnstormers. Small airplanes, air shows. It's about air shows. And David Carradine's a pilot with an aneurysm. Keep flying, you're gonna die. One more loopy loop, man, and it's gonna pop.
No, I've never seen it.
You didn't miss much. For having David Carradine in it, it was kind of a B-rated movie. I mean, I was starring in it too, so you don't even know who I am, so. The little red-haired freckle-faced boy, that's me in the movie. If you ever watch it, you'll see what
I
I'm
noted
talking
it.
about. Huh?
I noted it. I'll watch it.
That was my 15 minutes of fame. I don't even think it was 15 minutes. It was more like a minute clip, Actually, it wasn't even a minute. It probably 30 seconds. I used to hang out at that airport a lot. And not for the airplanes. One of the guys in the hangar was a ham radio operator, and he, oh yeah, you brought up the internet back when the internet started, but I remember the internet starting a lot sooner than that because everybody was hooking their little what were those, Macintoshes? They were hooking their Macintoshes up to their computer.
Yeah.
Because it's Morse code is on and off. It's a binary, and so the computers were binary. So it was a short step from to, and that's actually where the web started, from what I remember. Was late '70s, early '80s, mid '80s is when it really started picking up, and actually you could start searching stuff on the computers.
My perception of when the internet started for me was
AOL.
when the late night. Yeah. Yeah. AOL.
Yeah.
And when people were advertising their businesses with websites and stuff, and when it was really new and very basic. That was like the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, and then there was Windows Vista, which transformed everything.
Yeah. I even had my own personal website, you know what I mean? And then now it's like far surpassed. It's like crazy now.
I would ask my school teachers what their opinions on climate change were. And there was like this one teacher who's like, well, why do you want to know my opinion? And he's trying to like gauge like, oh, where are you going to put this stuff? And then he said, oh yeah, well, climate change seems like something that we have to, take action for. We have to really do our part.
Back when?
This was like 2005, 6. I know that's not like retro, like late 90s,
it's relevant.
but it's still relevant to a degree because that's like everybody's opinions were forming online and everything else like that. And actually, I would say like mid 2000s, so 2003, 2004, that was like the pinnacle of the climate change activism, I would say.
But aren't you missing the fact that it was used to be called global warming back then, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was called global warming.
Correction. Then they all lost the debates or whatever you want to call it, and then it's not global warming, it's climate change.
That was like, it was a dogmatic belief. Like if you did not believe in climate, or I apologize, global warming, then you were fringe, like you were frowned upon.
This boils back to when I was young, when it was acid rain is going to kill everybody. And then it was what was it called?
That's great.
The gases and what was it called?
Damn it.
Greenhouse gases.
Yeah, see, that's why we're in a fart bubble.
Yeah, and what was it called? The hole in the ozone layer. It's gonna kill us all. Back in the 80s, remember the movie RoboCop? The original RoboCop movie? They had like advertisements of SPF 3000. It's crazy because the holes in the ozone layers, we're all gonna die.
Paint me white.
Just sit under a tree, dude.
Yeah, 3000.
Yeah, it's like you know what I mean. The sunblock.
It's kind of funny because I'm a pasty white boy, red hair, blue eyes, and I never had a problem with the sun at all. I used to play out, I used to get sunburned all the time, but I don't have no skin cancer nowhere. I worked without a shirt on. After I went to Hawaii, I started tanning though. That was kind of weird, but I think the salt water did something to my skin and made me start tanning. So since I was 18 and a half, 18 years old, I've been able to get a tan.
I'll agree with
it's
that.
It's more of an orange, actually. I turn orange. I don't turn tan.
Well, orange man bad.
I'm a pale orange boy. There's dark orange boys, pale orange boys.
I'll agree with that, man. I live in Indiana. And when I was a kid, we would go to the Florida Keys on vacation, maybe once a year, maybe every other year, or whatever. There's something about the saltwater, man. It allows you to tan, and I used to become brown as hell. I would be really brown, come back, lose it completely.
It seasons you.
Yes.
They use salt to tan hides. It only makes sense that it tans yours.
It's possible there's something to do with that.
If not possible, it sure sounds funny. Tanning your hide. Salt water will tan your hide. Anyways, that don't sound funny. That sounds pretty good. Sounds like that's what it does.
Sounds like an allergic reaction. Not in a bad way, but just a reaction of sorts.
Like protection?
Well,
it's soothing.
Well, no. like because like just based off of different irritants in nature, you can get like that brown skin tone that you were describing. I'm not saying that was a bad thing. I'm just saying that the salt and the minerals in the water, they dried up your skin, interacted with it, and then the sun's rays obviously perpetuated that sort of tanning process. In a way, it just made you look more brown, and then it went away.
Can't deny it. No argument here.
Hey, but Florida Keys, that sounds pretty cool.
No, it is awesome. It's great. But the deal with the Florida Keys is if you don't have a boat, if you're not scuba diving, snorkeling, fishing, you're just there to shop, or you're going to the bars.
Snorkeling in the Keys with all the alligators?
Alligators? No, it's way south.
What an alligator for?
No, we're talking about the ocean. On the ocean side, not the Gulf side. Either way, there's no alligators.
And all the people that get attacked by alligators, they were fucking around and found out.
Well, I don't know about that. Like, sometimes they're just perched on top of the water, just waiting to consume something.
You're right. It's South Florida, in the Everglades, that's where the alligators are. But that's on the east side. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the west side.
No, I think they are in west and east, but maybe
yeah, but not in the ocean.
West.
Not in the ocean, though. You know what I mean?
Those are crocodiles.
Not as far as in the Keys.
Crocodiles are saltwater.
Yeah. Well,
we don't have crocodiles in the United States, do we?
No, we were talking about alligators.
I know, but crocodiles are saltwater and alligators are freshwater. So,
regardless, can't alligators be larger than crocodiles? Or are they? Well, they're typically smaller, but supposedly they can get as big or even bigger.
I have no clue. I don't even know why I'm talking about it. I shouldn't be because I have no clue about it. I do because I've watched the Nature Planet or whatever, Animal Planet. Yeah, that's what we used to watch a lot of when my children were young, was Animal Planet.
And that's the other thing that was huge. Animal Planet was big in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Like that was the go-to network.
It was like late 90s into the 2000s, mid 2000s.
My favorite on there was top 10 animals, or they had this like top 10. It was so good.
Oh, like the top 10 deadliest? Or
yeah, top 10 deadliest, yeah.
Top 10 meanest, which the badger is like number one. He's so fearless, take on anything. Yeah, I remember all those episodes. I've probably watched them 10 times each because I have 7 children.
Do you recall a show called The Alligator Boys?
Yep.
Okay, that was in Homestead, which is the furthest south of Florida, right before the Keys, on the Everglades side, which was the west.
Didn't they have to move? Oh no, the hurricane hit them and they lost their gators and had to go round them up. I remember that.
Once you go south of that, it's pure ocean, Gulf side, and the opposed side.
They have more of a problem with snakes, don't they? With the pythons and shit that people were letting loose.
Pythons and what is it called? That damn it,
boas.
Those lizards.
Oh yeah. The
Iguanas.
Iguana, yeah, the big green ones.
Yeah, they got to shoot them all.
Well, I want one.
You don't want them.
Yeah, I
Trust
do.
me, you don't want one. I had one when I was a kid. They're ridiculous. You don't want them. They're spastic.
I don't know. I've got a bearded dragon, a gecko, a baby boa that's 12 inches long. The frog, I can't remember the name of the dang toad, but it secretes DMT. And what was that? Did I miss one? Sid the tortoise. We got Mr. Toad, Sid the tortoise, Echo the gecko, Gertie the bearded dragon, and Rosie the baby boa.
Did I hear a bearded dragon?
Yeah.
From where?
What do you mean from where?
You know, the
From
Chinese
the
New Year. The Chinese New
Oh,
Year is coming up. It's Year of the
well,
Dragon.
this is New Year's Eve right now.
Yeah, the Year of the
Chinese New Year's
Dragon.
Eve is tonight, and tomorrow, the 10th, is the New Year, is the
Yeah.
Chinese New Year. I know it's my year, man. I mean, I wasn't born in the year of the dragon. I was born in the year of the fire horse. But the fire horse and the dragon are
It's a
simpatico,
trine.
man. They're
Is that part of the trine? Well, if you're a dog, you better lay low.
yeah, that's my wife, and she's already having bouts of depression, man. Just like hit her like just today. Just started like, what in the heck is going on? Why is every little thing upsetting you?
Whoa.
My wife's dog,
Whoa.
though, it was born year of the dog.
Yeah, there's got to be a remedy, I would imagine.
Was kind of crazy because when I was 15, which I was kind of old to do a spirit quest, but with the Apaches out at the Superstition Mountains, I did a spirit quest. My grandma took me out there. Used to take me out there all the time, and to the reservation, and she was friends with the chief. Anyways, I did my spirit quest, and my spirit animal was a horse, man. That's what I don't know if it was a real horse or a hallucination, but it spent the night with me.
Nice. I
So,
love horses. I absolutely love
so
them.
do I.
They're beautiful creatures. They're
Yeah, I
just
grew up when I lived in
magnificent.
Aberdeen. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh no,
Tell
I was just carrying on. I was glazing the horse. I was horse glazing. Go on. You go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say when I was up until I was 7 years old, 1974 is when we left Washington and moved to Aberdeen. I was born in '66, so I was 8 years old when we moved. But up until then, I played in the forest and rode bareback on my mom's. It was a half quarter horse and an Arabian, and that horse was huge. Her name was Chloe, and she would come up from the time I was like 3 years old. She'd come up to the fence post and stick her head down, and I'd climb up on the fence post, climb onto her back, grab onto her mane, and she'd take off running, and she'd take me out to the apple tree, and I'd stand on her back and pick apples for her and drop them down, and she'd sit there and eat them.
That's
Smart
nice.
horse. Smart
Yeah.
horse. Found herself a kid to go get the apples she couldn't reach. Anyways, what were you gonna say about horses?
Oh no, I was just saying that they're just beautiful, majestic animals. They're lovely.
And very intelligent. They know
Yeah.
intent.
Well, they're
They
very spiritual. I mean, I think all animals are.
It's
I mean, I
intent.
suppose- yeah.
If you're gonna talk to animals, speak to them with intent. All right,
Yeah.
with intent in your heart, and it's more of a feeling than spoken word. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I feel like they already know your intent. I feel like they read energy a little different, I think, than we do.
Yeah,
Or feel
except
it.
a lot of
I don't know
people
how to
don't
say
have
it.
intent. They're aimless.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? Most people are aimless. They don't have intent. They don't know which direction they're headed. They don't know where they're going. They don't even know where they live. So
Oh, I don't know about that, man. I got to
they
tell
think
you,
they're spinning through space
I don't know about that because they
uncontrollably.
find their way home. So
Who
I
does?
think They know where they live. You know what I mean?
Cats do.
We're not talking about animals. We're talking about people. I was talking
Oh, I
about
was
people when
talking
I was
about
saying all
horses. I thought
that.
you were talking about
But
horses.
horses,
We were kind of
animals are
like
smarter
doing
than
all of
people.
it.
I think in most senses.
I agree. Animals are way more intelligent. They're not so embarrassing like humans are.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, humans are it's an embarrassing breed. I mean,
Well, some
I
can.
mean,
Men can.
there are redeeming moments, but they can be quite embarrassing.
I think those are clone babies. NPCs.
I mean, okay, can we talk about that? What are those? I mean, I hear that in the other server, and I'm just like, I don't really know what to think about that. Soulless people. So are
NPCs, non-player characters. It's a video game thing. It's like
Right.
those people that just walk aimlessly like zombies that do not interact with what's happening actually.
that
They get all their programming
crackheads and
from
bums?
media.
Them?
All right. They're okay, they're just like a drone computer. It's not the main server, it's just a drone, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, no, I understand what you guys are saying.
they get their input from TV and from the news, and that is the only input they'll receive. You can't talk to them outside of that, or they glitch out. They freaking wig out. They say really stupid things. I mean, watch some of those campus videos if you want to see what NPCs are. You know, people going and asking just simple questions. Oh my gosh, some of the simple questions they ask those kids, and they can't even get them right. They're like just clueless, man. They're NPCs, and they're programmed by the TV. So, anyways, all right. I said my piece about that. Sorry.
That's all I've got to say about that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay.
Do you know what he means about that?
Yeah, I got it. I mean, there's really not much to say about it. What do you want me to say about it? I mean, I'm not
No,
going
I'm
to
just
comment
curious.
on it. Yeah, no, I mean, I hear about it. It's thrown
You
around
see
a
it.
lot, you know?
You see it in real life, don't you? I mean, you just see it when you go out on the streets and you interact with people, you see it.
Right. They're just like not there, or they're on another planet, or their awareness is low, I would just say.
Yeah. More so in the cities. Way more so in the big cities. I hate big cities.
Mm-hmm. So are you in a rural area?
Yeah, I live on the outskirts of town even. I live in Donner Trails. It's a little suburb of Fernley. It's still part of the town, but it's Fernley, Nevada. So if you were to look on the map and see Donner Trails, I live right by Fox Peak. It's a little Indian market that's on the corner a few blocks away from me. But anyways, yeah, I live in a rural area. I hate being in town. I hate being in cities. And this
So
is
what's the closest city to you?
Reno is the
Okay.
closest biggest little city. It's the biggest little city in the world. And then Fallon would be next, but it's it's not a very big town either. But they have a hospital, we don't. And Fallon's 45 minutes away, 45 miles.
I've been to Reno. That was fun. That was interesting. And you know what? I landed on the plane, and every single time I stepped outside, I was like, "What's that? Oh, what's that strong smell?" And I couldn't help but ask somebody that was local. I had to wait to find someone that was local, and they're like, "Oh, that's sage. It's a sagebrush," and it was everywhere. It was so strong. It was overwhelming.
You must have been there right at springtime.
I think so.
Season. Right around
Oh,
mosquito season.
it
You
was
take
so
the
strong.
tops of the sagebrush and you just rub it on you, and it keeps the mosquitoes off you.
It was so strong. It was ridiculous. It was overwhelming.
I like the smell.
But I'm from Indiana, so I've never smelled it like that ever.
And you've got a mixed forest there, don't you? You've got mixed forest. You got a little bit of everything, right? In your forest, you got a variety of trees.
Well, trees,
Not
corn,
like the redwoods or like
soybeans. Yeah, no redwoods, nothing like that. That was very exotic or like very alien to me.
So you guys grow soy boys.
Yeah, well, we grow the soybeans and the corn, and the soy boys eat it, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I wish I would have known about the soy milk, 25, 30 years ago when my children were young, because my son because my wife, her milk was just weak anyway, so they put my son on that freaking soy milk, but his younger brother, we lived across the street from these people that raised goats, and
Yep.
so when he couldn't drink the mother's milk, which was usually about 3 months to 4 months after birth, the milk just didn't have enough nutrients for him. And anyhow, and the one on the goat's milk, he's 6'3".
Yep.
The one that drank the soy milk is 5'1". No joke.
Yeah, it's hard to say what caused that, but I do agree. Yeah, I
Well, I'm
have a
just
similar
telling you what
situation.
the fact is I know that my oldest boy was raised on soy milk, and for the first year and a half of his life, 18 months about, till he started chewing, eating food. Because as soon as they started eating food, we gave them food, even though they said, "Oh, don't feed them whole food. Fuck you. They want it. We're feeding it to them. I'm not going to deprive them." Anyways, but Josh, and I know he was raised on goat's milk. He had goat's milk as a baby, and he's huge, man. He's a big boy. And he's large. He's just big everywhere. He isn't just tall and skinny. He's tall and stocky.
When my wife would come across, stray kittens, abandoned kittens or whatnot, she would feed them goat's milk, because we have somebody locally that sells it raw goat's milk. She would rehabilitate baby deer multiple times, many times. Feed them goat's milk out of a bottle, straightens them right out.
Yep. Got a lot of good stuff in it. I love goat's milk. I wish I could get more of it, but I don't know nobody around here that has any goats anymore, because city ordinances and whatnot has chased all of that away. It's kind of ironic, because the main road that goes past me is called Farm District, but it's all houses now. Used to be all farms. Farm District Road. No, nothing but ticky-tacky homes. How you doing there, Skinny Vet?
Boy, I'll tell you some stuff. Come on, Skinny Vet.
Oh,
Fucking with you.
yeah, he's typing instead of, I've just noticed. Oh, he's been talking, and
Yeah, he's probably not in the position to talk right now. It's no big deal.
Tough day. I get it, brother. I totally get it. My wife's been having one right after another.
Tiki Bird,
Yeah, what's up?
what were you saying about the bipolar thing? What is the indication of it?
Bipolar.
Essentially, it can be, well, that's not the main symptom of bipolar disorder. That's not how you diagnose it. It's diagnosed based off of a couple of criteria, but the main thing is if somebody changes their mood and personality too often, or switches between ideas and concepts with no prompting. Like, for example, like if they were just to get angry over a dispute, and they, for example, will attribute something that they think is bad because of a previous experience, right? That's called splitting. And yeah, it's one of the attributes of bipolar disorder, but not just bipolar disorder.
So could that be like somebody like being pissed off and complaining, and then you like ask them a question which like kind of calls them out, and then they all of a sudden like switch into this other like personality and like get composed and be like, no, like going from like erratic to like all of a sudden poised. Is that kind of what you're saying, or no?
Well, that could be indicative of a personality disorder as well. But yeah, typically if somebody changes their mood from happy to sad, from angry to, calm, like one moment they're completely normal and another moment they have a psychotic break and they go off on tangents. Yeah, that's typically like what you would associate with bipolar.
But okay, so I mean, so does that mean like nothing could happen? Like, what if they saw like a picture of some like a relative or an animal that passed, or like something that they were emotional about, or like a traumatic? You mean like what's the context in that? You mean they're just like sitting there?
Triggers.
Yeah, it doesn't even require a trigger, but
Okay.
yeah. So if it's just somebody, one moment, they're all right, they're giddy, and they're happy around you, and then another moment they become irritated. But yeah, they can be triggered by certain external stimuli. It can literally be anything, but also like that delves into the realm of like other psychological disorders. So you have to be. I mean,
So if you see an accident, somebody die in front of you, and you go into shock and start crying, you tell me you're bipolar?
No, that's PTSD.
Okay.
But
Wait,
yeah,
what? Repeat that. Repeat the question, please, Dove.
I said, if you're here, fine, you're like, everything is like jolly, and then you see, like, let's say something horrific happen, like, well, like to me, like if I saw an animal run over or something like that, I would flip. I would start crying, and because I just have like a strong emotional attachment to it, and I'm not desensitized at all, really, and I'm purposely, I've tried to not be.
That's a normal reaction, though.
Exactly. That's why I asked her to repeat the question. Sorry.
But if you didn't have a sensitized reaction to that, if you weren't sensitive to it, that's indicative of a psychopathic disorder.
Correct.
And that's a personality trait that some people do have, but it's indicative of psychopathy. But yeah, I would keep like the dark triads separate from other psychological disorders. But what that guy was, I mean, that guy who was in here, he was supposedly trolling, but he could also have a deep-rooted issue, like a psychological one as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he's bouncing around different discords, and he's trying to elicit reactions, validation from others, because he might feel like an outcast or he doesn't know his place in the social realm. But yeah, he was
That's
exhibiting.
my problem.
Yeah, and he was exhibiting a lot of like different.
Well, I do. I feel like an outcast most of the time. I stay quiet because I feel like nobody wants to hear what I have to say. Nobody needs to.
Well, it sounds like you
But
have.
when I do talk, it's because I just get tired of not talking, you know. And so I go through, you know, it flip flops, man. It's like I want to talk a lot, and then I just don't want to talk at all. I just want to. Then I feel embarrassed about talking about what I said, or you know, letting people know my heart. I don't know. I go back and forth, but yeah, I get that.
Yeah, no reason to rush to a therapist there, but it sounds like an anxiety disorder.
Yeah, I'm trying to deal with it because I spent like almost 2 years cooped up and not talking to nobody at all. And so now I'm trying to talk to people so I could at least hear the thoughts that are in my head vocalized so I can assess them and try to readjust myself.
And sometimes it's not just you. Sometimes you just genuinely don't fit in to certain social situations.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
But if you know, also, I mean, you obviously sound like you're probably more introverted and think deeply, and I think that is kind of hard to go out into public
I'm quite the
and
opposite.
connect. Oh, you're not introverted?
I've always been a socialite. I've always been the, you know, like, I don't know, I've always been well spoken and out there, and then I just all of a sudden had tragedy in my life, I guess. Something happened and it withdrew inside and started, oh, yeah, the flat earth thing. Ha, I remember. That's what happened.
Well, it seems like you like to reflect.
It
So
pissed
I
me
would
off. It pissed
just
me off. I've always believed the earth was flat, and I've been abused my whole life over it. And then all of a sudden, in 2015, 2016, this whole thing broke out, and I went nuts, man, and like turned everybody against me. Everybody against me, and I cannot stop talking about it when I'm out in public. I talk to strangers, I talk to anybody, I talk to everybody, and I can't stop talking. And so I just shut myself up and just lock myself away and stay away from everybody because I get tired of hearing myself.
well, sometimes it's healthy to reflect on those moments and to shut yourself away, especially if you're an introvert. But obviously, you have to be social. Like, you still have to talk to people.
Yeah, that's where the problem is. I don't want to talk to people, but I need to. I need to talk. I can't stop myself from talking. And I don't want to keep talking to myself because I don't get the answers I want to hear.
Sorry, back to Dove.
Yeah, anyways, let's change the subject. Yeah.
No, it's okay. I mean, you know, we all need a little therapy
You
session.
know, it all does stem from the whole flat earth thing. And it's such a stigmatism to even say flat earth anymore. I'd really like to, most of the time I say biblical cosmology, or I, you know, say not a globe. Just, it's not a globe. You know, I don't even bring up flat earth anymore. It's got a stigma to it. Anybody else notice that?
It does.
Yeah, I enjoy asking people about it. I just love the expression on their face. You know?
There was this. Yeah. It's always entertaining.
I was just following Dove's trail of thought. She's asking questions.
What do you mean?
No, you were asking very specific questions, and
yeah, I interrupted. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. Did you remember the last question I asked?
Bipolar, but I've dealt with, my wife is bipolar, and that's been but she's only bipolar when she's on her medication. I swear to you, if she gets off of it, like she ran out for a couple of weeks, we were gone. and she couldn't get her meds, and she seemed to be a lot better, but she was just being emotional and crying all the time instead of being angry. And it was like, just let it pass. Just let the crying pass. It'll go. Let it out. And as soon as she could get back to a doctor's, right back to her dang pills, and she knows that they're poison. Oh man, it's so frustrating. She believes the earth. She believes in biblical cosmology. She believes that we don't live on a spinning ball in space, and we're not from monkeys, as I think it's I forget who says it all the time on here, but spinning space monkeys.
All you have to mention is that in between us and the theory of evolution, when we were apes, there's no intermediaries. So there's no evidence of everything that comes in between apes and humans.
And if there was, you'd be able to breed apes and humans like you can breed donkeys and horses. And zebras and donkeys and zebras and horses. Horses and
I don't know if we came from apes. You think so?
No.
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 I don't think so.
No, we
It's
are
ridiculous.
a separate and totally different, unique.
Cro-Magnon. I mean, we might have evolved a little bit, but
I believe.
like,
Okay, maybe some of you have. I believe that's possible.
I mean, the most likely scenario is that we were spliced by a higher power. But even then, like to suggest that we started walking on twos after they were walking on all fours, and we gained sufficient sufficient knowledge to build fires, and not even talking about caveman stuff, because that whole Neanderthal theory is a bunch of whack stuff.
Right. Look at the pyramid and the Sphinx. The caveman built those, right?
no. That's the Anunnakis.
The Anunnaki. Sorry.
I mean,
I was just
I would much rather go with that. I mean, that's much more of a sexier idea that, like, I don't know, we're from the Anunnakis or something like that than like apes. I mean, I love animals.
Well,
don't
we're
get me wrong.
creating a
Absolutely
society.
do.
Sorry, that's funny. We're creating a society of anti-nookies.
Okay, what's that? Anti-Nookie? Oh, I got it. Never mind. Anunnaki, anti-Nookie.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's what we're creating a society of. They're cutting off their parts, changing their parts, and what the heck is going on in this world?
Anti-Nookies. Okay, well, do you want to go back to the personality disorders and bipolar stuff? Do you want to go back to that? Or no? Did those people leave that wanted to go back? Let's see
well,
who's that.
that was
Oblivion.
me. And yes,
Yeah.
and I was interested in your line of questioning because it seemed like you had a purpose.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, so there was an incident at work yesterday. My initial opinion of this female was that she was a little bit tapped in the head. And so it's been a couple months now, and a situation has arisen, and we had to have a meeting, like all of us. And so she was in this state of like irritation and like kind of anger and being right. And it was total bullshit. Like, it was just this small little nonsense, like really being blown out of proportion. It was so irrelevant to anything. Like, and she was just going on and on and on about it. And then I kind of like called her out on something. So her issue with me was because I asked why, right? Which is like, there's no issue in that. And the funny thing is like the whole time there's like this other stuff going on at work that she's been protesting against and asking why and all that shit, right? So she's sitting there trying to like, do this song and dance with me about why she's irritated with me that I asked her why. And I just said very calmly to her, I said, Have you not been like the one that's been like asking why about, this, that, and the other? And she just like completely, like her whole energy just like shifted. She just like sat up, got really quiet, and very like, she was like, no, like completely like a total different person. And I thought to myself, what a fucking nut job, like, who is this? And then like
Sounds like
I don't
she's
know.
a Democrat.
I
It,
don't
it,
know. She's
it sounds like she's a Democrat. That's
But
what
she
it
didn't
sounds like to
explain
me
the
because that's
context of the conversation, so you can't leap to that. Just saying. Just saying.
what the Democrat stuff or what I'm saying.
No, what he was saying. Yeah, you
Okay,
cannot
okay.
leap because there was no context, so you can't leap to that conclusion. Just saying.
all.
Uh,
I only went to it from experience that that's the way most Democrats act that I come across. So
I get it. Just
when
saying.
they see the Trump flag in my yard, they freak out just like that. They, want to kill me, shoot me. They want to rape my dogs. They want to just crazy. They're nuts. Just saying.
yeah, so I thought that was kind of odd, like weird. I just like clocked what she had done, and it just seemed sort of like I was like that just seems to me like there's something, I don't know, it just seemed weird. And then like tonight when like you were talking about like splitting or just like I just kind of caught the end of what he was saying, but it turned on a light for me, and I thought, oh, I wonder if that's kind of like what I saw last night.
Splitting is essentially when somebody associates something negative. It could be about anything. So about like some sort of food that they don't like because it was bad in the past, and you associate it with your previous experience. And what you're describing, I only caught on to the latter part. What you said about her mood changing after you said something about her. What did you say to her?
Well, I kind of called her out. Like she was going on about like, well, her issue with me was that initially that I just said I had asked why. I mean, it's ultimately just like a power struggle type thing. She was.
So was this in like work or something? Like you were in a
Yeah,
meeting?
it's like a work environment. Yeah, it was like a work environment. I mean, she's delusional because she thinks she's the assistant manager, which she's not, because the manager went out of town, and like I don't know, there was just some schedule stuff that happened. But so she said, she goes, so when Kendra goes out of town, I'm the next one in command, and it was just this whole like stupid math. It was so stupid.
Well, she has an inferiority complex. She has a personality disorder.
Yeah,
Or a straight up
kinda,
psychopath.
yeah, that's kind of what I thought because I'm the manager at another place, and she had like brought that up and stuff, which is like, I mean, I was just thinking about the whole thing. I'm like, I so don't take any managerial, like whenever anything happens at that place, I always like, I'm just so happy to be like, this is not my fucking problem, go ask her. I always like redirect it to the manager, because I mean, if anybody's ever managed, like what a nightmare it could be. So when I go somewhere and I don't have to manage it, I'm just so happy, and I almost like slightly, I mean, I don't enjoy it, but it's like it's just like when something happens and I don't have to deal with it, it's such a relief. But yeah, I mean, it just, so basically what happened was she was trying to like give me shit for asking her why. And I mean, it was so stupid. Like me and Kendra switched shifts, and she tried to have like a hissy fit, like, I need to know about that. And I'm like, you're totally overreacting. Like, it's just irrelevant whether or not me and her switch shifts. Like, it's not like a big deal. Like, like in the real world, like it's not an issue. It doesn't constitute this erratic anger coming from you.
So yeah, it sounds like a workplace issue. But also she could, have some sort of like difficulty overcoming the fact that you are a higher rank than her in the workplace. And because of that, she elicited that reaction. But she doesn't have like some sort of weird disorder. Like she might just be anxious, or, she feels insecure, for example.
Right. But I mean, what I tried to tell her was, look, I mean, when you say somebody or you ask somebody to change their shift and they ask you why, that's not a problem. That shouldn't be an issue. I was like, when I manage like my team, when I ask somebody, to do something, I always give an explanation as to why I'm asking them this, and I'm asking from a place of humility too, because I understand that I'm imposing on them in a way. And I know that's my style of managing, but I'd like to respect the people that are on my team and let them know that I value the fact that they're there. And so if I'm asking you, especially if it's an inconvenience with something that they don't normally do, I will say, hey, look, Jessica's daughter's in the hospital. Could you please help us out and come in early? So it's like there's like the reason, and and all that stuff. So that I feel like, because I think communication, is important. It doesn't have to be long and drawn out. It just has to cover like all the bases. So, but like the thing was, is she just like she was like she was just being a bitch and like bitching, and then I just stopped her and was like, well, haven't you been asking why, like with all this other stuff that was going on, and she just pulled back, she just like immediately like. And I'm like, are you the only one that's allowed to ask why in the whole world? Because I was like, how else do I show her, like that what you're doing is I don't know. It just seems silly, I don't know.
It just sounds like she exhibits a lot of narcissistic traits, and she's trying to be controlling of the situation because she's insecure. Maybe perhaps about her rank, or you being superior to her in the office. So it could just be just a whole manner of things.
Yeah, I mean, and then it was funny. Like I told Kendra, there's a quote somewhere, and always says, if you want to see the true character of somebody, give them power and see how it transforms their personality. And I was like, and she's, but it's true, right? I mean, it is a great way to test someone's character, is you give them some power and you see what they do with it. Yes, no?
Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah. The only instance is if they feel that they're above that power that you're describing, then I guess you would still see their colors, because in essence they wouldn't really, do anything with their power. They would sort of just glide along. But it's just, is she a nurse, or is she...
Oh, no.
Okay.
Why nurse? Why are you guessing
No,
nurse?
because you mentioned hospital. I figured that you were
Hospital? Did I?
You did mention, yeah, you did say in the hospital. But anyway, if this is just the office, then
yeah. So anyway, and then you also said, what did you say? You said something like, if somebody jumps around to different topics, what is? I mean, isn't that just like ADD or ADHD? Like if you
no,
have a couple topics going on at once in a conversation.
no. If they deviate from certain topics and they start jumping around, that's confabulation. So that can, I mean, as I said, it could be a part of like a whole skew of different like disorders.
Okay, hold on. First of all, I don't know what confabulation means, and doesn't deviate. I just wanted to.
Yeah, if they go on tangents, deviating, if they start jumping around to like different ideas, like that's called confabulating. They're coming up with different ideas that have no relation to each other.
Okay. So what if if you're like talking to somebody about something, and then like something else pops into your mind that you wanted to share with them, and then you go to jump to that topic?
Well, that's just staying on course, isn't it? Right?
Okay.
You're sticking to the topic. If it just pops, into your mind, I mean, but if it's relevant, then that's supposedly normal.
Deviating from the subject regularly is attention
Deficit.
disorder. That's not being able to stay on one subject, not being able to stay focused on one subject. That is a tension disorder, an attention disorder. But so I don't know what you're because you even said that in what you called it. You called it a what? A
confabulating.
Confabulating?
Which is what? What was the definition of it?
When you can't stick to any one topic and you come up with like different ideas that have no relevance to what you're discussing.
Isn't that attention deficit disorder?
Well,
right, it's like the definition of attention deficit disorder.
Alcoholics
is not being able to stay focused on one subject. That your brain bounces like somebody changing the TV remote, and you have 2,000 different ideas running through your head all at the same time because somebody just keeps clicking.
Well, alcoholics exhibit confabulations as well. It's not just ADD, but ADD is, comprised of symptoms that relate to somebody's focus on a certain task. And it doesn't necessarily have to be about, having a conversation with them and them jumping around. Doesn't mean somebody has ADD, but it might.
You can't get me to do paperwork because I'm not interested in paperwork, so I cannot
exactly
do it. I get distracted by every little sound, every little noise, every little thing distracts me. I've had ADHD my whole life, so but if it comes to building something or working on a car or a machine, I can do it all day long. I don't lose focus. You can't sidetrack me for nothing because that's the passion of my life is working with my hands building things.
Well, it's because you're a man, for one.
Well, I think physical. I think physical activity.
Me.
I think physical activity helps with any type of like depression or ADD or anything like that because you're like I don't know, it just does. Because I think you're using your body and your mind. I think if you're just sitting around not using your body and you're just using your mind, I think that kind of might have something to do with it for people who are prone to that. But once you get your body involved, I think it kind of balances it a little bit.
I don't know because they'd give me.
I don't know. It's just a theory.
They gave me Adderall my whole life to, which is speed to most people. But if I took too much of it, I'd go to sleep. Like if I drink a pot of coffee, I'll go to sleep. It still happens to me, and I'm still have very days that I just cannot, do anything. I just bounce off the wall, wander in circles. I can't stay focused. It's like, oh, that's right. I was getting something to eat 2 hours ago. Anyways, I don't know what that is. Sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting. You were trying to find out about your.
Okay. It's all right. Does anybody else want to chime in or give their analysis of what I've said?
What's the topic? Sorry, I missed what you said.
Oh God. Let's see. Did we lose? We lost. What's his face? Hey, keyboard. Are you still?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your major that all of this? Do you?
Oh, well, I have a background in medicine.
Are you a doctor?
Yes. Yeah.
Ooh. What kind?
Just a general practitioner. I don't.
General practitioner. Yeah. Did you know that veterinarians make fun of human doctors?
Yeah, but the reverse is true. So we make fun of them.
I know.
But it's a bit ridiculous. I mean, I don't want to go off and start critiquing vets because I'm sure many of them are outstanding vets.
It's like cops and firemen, I guess. Everybody's got a like rival, right?
I've always trusted vets more than I trusted doctors.
But I think well, no, actually I can't make that statement.
Nothing personal, Doc.
Hey, there's some good doctors out there.
There are. There's some good ones and there's some bad ones. Like anything.
I haven't seen one in a lot of years, but I do take your word for it because you're in here and listening to you talk. Obviously, you sound like a good person. So you sound like you're not.
So you're a flat earther, Tiki Bird?
Yes.
Cool.
I just got my role. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. That's
I was
awesome.
wondering why you don't have a role.
Are you a emergency room or like a general practitioner? You have your own practice, or what do you?
Oh no, I don't want to go
Hospital?
into those details. No.
Okay, no, sorry.
HEPA, man.
All right. I took an EMT class. I just took it. I didn't take the test though. I just took it because I figured I don't want to be. I just don't want to be the stupidest person in the room. So
I put 7 mattress stitches in my pinky when I ripped it open.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I said I put 7 mattress stitches in my pinky when I ripped it open.
You had a jersey finger, is what it's called.
What, when you slice your finger from your freaking fingernail up to your hand?
Yeah, you sliced your tendon.
No, I sliced it long ways. Didn't slice no tendon. I just sliced it long ways right along the inside. Just flayed it. Flayed it right along the, just skimming the bone. And it was a razor blade. A friend of mine was trying to pop a balloon I had in my hand with a razor blade. He was drunk. And he laid my pinky wide open, long ways, all the way down it.
Ouch.
7 stitches long. But back then, I walked right into the pharmacy and I said, "Do you have any 301 silk?" Because I used to watch, oh my gosh, what was it called? Squad 51. What was the? Oh, anyways, Emergency. Anyways, I don't remember the name of the TV show, but I went in and asked them for the sutures, and they gave them to me. They were only a couple bucks for like 12 of them in a pack. They were all sealed. Anyways.
Jock, did you say your friend cut you open when he was drunk?
Yeah. We were like 21, 22 years old.
Well, I guess no good story started with a bottle of water, did it?
Oh, what were we drinking? I don't remember. I think we were drinking 10 High. We were drinking 10 High and 7 Up, and before that we drank a couple cases of beer, I think, that day. I used to drink a lot, but you know what's weird is I remember it all. I don't drink anymore. I haven't drank in like 15 years, except I had 3 little wine coolers and I was almost smashed off of them. Then I remembered why I don't like drinking. Ugh. Hate that feeling. Sorry about that. Dialoguing again. What's that even mean? So, Dove, how come you don't have a title? It says you have your Ladies' Night title, but no Flat Earth title?
Because Creation Bear is being misogynistic.
He doesn't have the role to give out Flat Earth titles.
Who does?
Timbo, QE, I believe Timbo does, but QE definitely.
Timbo?
I believe so, but you would
Timbo's
have to ask him.
lit?
You'd have to ask.
No, I don't. Creation Bear does. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Creation Bear.
Is
That's right.
anyone with a moderator color?
And Zodiark as well.
Zodiark. Who's that?
No, he can't either.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm. So how long you been in this server, Doc?
For the better part of half a year, but I didn't get my title until recently because I was on the fence for so long. I really was trying to deny Flat Earth just based with my preconceived notions about reality, obviously everything that's taught in school. But yeah, obviously part of me that was fence sitting for so long was because I just felt like the energy in here was basically to just grill people into submission, but it wasn't. You're just peeling back people's like the layers of what their conceived reality
Their
is.
ego too.
Yeah, and their ego as well. And upon that realization that people here aren't trying to deceive you, they're just trying to point you in a direction that is more suited to reality and what we perceive. So yeah, I just eventually just became way too exhausting to come up with examples that prove the globe theory. And you just have to sit down and just accept the fact that everything that's told to you in the media are lies, and you just have to just humble yourself.
Yeah, definitely. Like I so the first time I think was when 9/11 happened, and I was bartending at the time, and I was in Montreal, Canada, actually. And one of the regulars at the bar told me, he looked at me, he goes, "The USA did it," and I just looked at him like, "What are you talking?" Yeah, I was like, "What are you
Weird.
talking about?"
But that's funny.
And he just started with all of the conspiracy
What-
stuff. And I looked at him and I was like, "No way!" I'm like,
What was his
I don't.
ethnicity, if you don't mind me asking? Did he have an accent?
I think he was Greek Canadian.
Okay.
But he was either Greek or Italian, but he's Canadian. He's a Canadian dude. What do you mean accent? You can be more like.
Well, I didn't mean it to profile anyone. It was
That's
just
okay. Go ahead and
interesting
profile.
because if you had seen it on the news, from the perspective of CNN, and you're typical American citizen, you believe in your government, and you would believe that it was an attack on American soil. But
Well,
it
that's
wasn't.
what I thought it was. Yeah, that's what it actually woke me up. Like I woke up an hour earlier than I normally do. I woke up in just panicking. Like I woke up like what is going on? And I remember I looked at the clock and I'm like, God, I'm up like an hour early than I normally get up. And I just turned on the TV and it was on CNN. And one plane already went in, and then the second one went in. And I was I was fucking mortified. I was just sitting there watching it. And I remember I went to school and nobody knew about it there because I was in Canada. I was in Montreal, and not one fucking person knew about it. And I just walked in, and I was shocked. I was like, nobody fucking knows. And I remember I went up and I told the teacher, I don't know if I could concentrate, right?
It's no coincidence that you mentioned 9/11 because that's what led me to here. And I came across a Flat Earth channel, and I guess, this server didn't have all of the establishing sort of like the bots on Rumble and YouTube, but I just stumbled upon the actual the Rumble bot channel, and I clicked on the link, and it had a hyperlink to the Discord. So I just joined it based off of that sort of rabbit hole. And yeah, like the mods that were in here, some of them had left, but they asked, like, how did you stumble across the server? And I just told them how. But it was mainly just because of the 9/11 conspiracies. And obviously, you could just say the way you perceive reality isn't, what you think it is. But it just all of like everything like that connected, just sort of just interested me into joining the Flat Earth Society. But there are different, obviously, like different servers that believe different things. But this one, obviously, it doesn't try to deceive you or grill you into becoming a flat earther. But it was interesting how everything sort of connected, and it draws lines to like 9/11 and just countries, borders, it just everything connects. Like you can basically create a conspiracy out of everything, and it was just so interesting initially, but I didn't believe it. I was just like, flat earth, because I had actually debated people about flat earth in the past, even before coming across the or at least this Discord. And when like you just have to take the stance of a flat earther and try and debunk the things that globers say, and try and ask them how can essentially you can prove that there's a globe earth when X and Y are this, and you only perceive the horizon from your perspective, and with curvature, how can it be at that perceived distance? And like you have to come up with these examples in order to sort of just shift their mentality towards globe theory. So, but just how it led up to here is just is no coincidence. And there are a lot of connections to a lot of different conspiracy theories, but like I try and bring up speculative sort of conspiracy theories from time to time. They kind of get shot down because that's what they are. They're just speculation at the end of the day.
So, are you still practicing?
No, I'm not practicing.
Okay. Right. I always wondered why they called it a practice, and I always told them, don't practice on me, man. Anyways.
No, if they practice, then they do have a license. Like,
right. So, what's your thoughts on pharma?
Oh, that's very interesting. Now, I'm not gonna outright say that all pharmacy and pharmaceutical medications are bad for you, and you can delve into the deepest conspiracy rabbit holes that you can imagine possible. But the overarching theory on pharmacy and pharmaceutical goods is that they're innately artificial. They try and treat a certain disease from that perspective, from that way of treating a disease, symptomatically, right? So they're not going to outright heal whatever disease or whatever disorder is plaguing you.
Do you believe all these diseases were created by man?
So,
not by health?
When you mentioned that your spouse was taking medication, and it wasn't treating her bipolar disorder, or at least making her symptoms worse, that might be by design. Okay, that's all I have to say to you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree 110% on that. I mean, there's no argument coming from me.
But like you see commercials on TV, like you have to take X and Y, and then after a couple of months, because you're exhibiting dyskinesia or some other ailment, you have to take another drug in order to treat that, and you have to take drugs on top of drugs on top of drugs to treat those disorders.
They've got her back up to like 6 now.
Yeah.
day, and
Oh
she
yeah.
was only on 6 different kinds, not 6 different times, because half of them are 3 times a day, a couple of them are 2 times a day, and there's maybe 1 or 2 that are 1 time a day. Anyhow, nevertheless, I see worse things. The more of the medications I see worse things happening to her.
And
I
partly
can't
it could
get
be
that across
because,
to her because her doctor tells her.
well, her doctor's probably coming from a positive standpoint. He's trying to help, but
Sorry, guys, we've got
Help.
the YouTube bot in here. We're not allowed to
okay.
talk about medical stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I didn't realize YouTube was on up there, bot. Yep. So anyhow,
Hey, Doc, can I ask one question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just for the doctor, and obviously we're not allowed to talk about a whole lot of stuff, so I'll just
Mate,
make
let me
this
just
like
let me just pause the YouTube bot just for this question.
It sounds to me that you're swinging more towards terrain than germ. Am I correct?
terrain than germ. By those two terms, do you mean what like homeopathic medicine versus what? What do you mean? Like traditional medicine?
No, I mean that viruses are created inside the body as a means to tell the body what's wrong with it, rather than created outside and floating around trying to infect people. So your terrain is affected, thus causing your medical issues rather than pathogens floating in the air causing those issues. So I have to be very careful what I say because I don't want to.
You're okay.
Yeah.
The whole
I'm gonna have
terminology of
to.
germ can be split into 3 different areas, such as what is a pathogen, what is a germ.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to stop.
leave it alone.
I'm gonna have to stop the conversation, man. Before someone comes in, I'll get in trouble for it. Because I'm the only
Yeah,
one.
let's talk about something else.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Sorry.
You don't
Sorry, guys.
want to be.
I mean, unless you
could
can stop the bot.
If you two, no, I've already muted it, but I'm going to turn it back on. If you two want to talk about that in chill chat, just go down to. Oh, you guys might not be able to see the room actually. No, but I gotta stop the conversation there. Otherwise, it's because it's on Discord terms of service as well. Medical talk. They'll ping us for medical disinformation.
Yeah, all good. Let's let it go.
We can jump down a channel if you still want to ask that question, but it sounds like it has a philosophical basis. But yeah, which channel do you want to jump down to?
If you can go into live stream 2 if you can get in there.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to turn the. I'm going to turn the. Yo.
Timmy Bow.
I'm going to turn these back on.
All right.
All right. That got a little bit dangerous there.
I don't know if I'm going to talk there. I got nothing to say. I think I'm getting real tired.
What time is it there?
It's at 12:30.
Yeah, I don't know how you Americans stay up so late.
It's midnight. It's midnight. Yeah, well, we all have mental disorders.
Yeah. Too easy to get medication for it there, isn't it?
Well, then I would be asleep. No, I don't. I'm not on anything.
Nah, that's all right. I was only joking. I was making a
I'm
joke.
lucky. No, I mean, but most people are on something. See, I just got this text message from a friend that I work with, and she goes, "If they know physics, they will know that the Earth is a sphere."
It's a kind of a blanket statement, though, isn't it?
I mean, I would love to get her in here because she's got a mouth on her. She likes to run her mouth.
Because I think she would just be referring to physics of the gravity turning things into balls. That would be it.
Oh, I'm gonna say define physics, Miss Smarty Pants. Since you know.
Yeah, just say in what physics would in physics why would that make it a sphere?
Let's see. Why would it make it a sphere?
I think most people just think that gravity's a given. Yeah, they've heard gravity their whole life. It's because we live on a ball. I'm supposed to be upside down, and the only way for me to be upside down is gravity.
And she said, "Sorry, I meant geometry." She meant geometry. I'm assuming geometry is science.
Oh, geometry, yeah. Geometry proves it's flat.
Geometria. I like adding syllables.
Gematria.
Well, there's that too. Geometria. That's right. Are you familiar?
Gematria. It's a number thing or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like
So wait, hold on.
like
So she's like absolutely provable by math and equations. Just because numbers say so doesn't mean it's actually real, right?
yeah. Well, if she was gonna lose her shit and not be your friend.
Good. No. Me and her bicker all the time. That's where we're buddies. All we do is just like talk shit to each other. I don't know. It's one of those weird things. Which is so let's see. A sphere is the geometrical shape in 3D dimensional space that is equidistant from the fixed point and does not have any vertex. What is a vertex? In simple words, a sphere
Ask her
is
where they got the measurement of the radius from.
I will. Where did you get the measurement of the radius? Globetard. No, she loves this. She lives for shit like this. You know, she's so happy I'm in her life. Hold on.
Keep it interesting, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell her, dude. Sign up for Discord. It's free.
Yeah, tell her to come in.
Yeah, sign up Discord. It's free. Come talk to my buddies. That's not a word. What did she said? She said radialis disc. That's not a word, is it? That can't be.
Doesn't
Here,
sound like one.
I'm gonna send it to you in the DMs. I don't want. Hold on. Where are you? Timbo.
I'm gonna navigate my way through this. Distic. Oh, it's like she's saying, like radialis this dick, yeah. Like my ass, yeah. Is that what it means? Like bullshit.
Yeah, I think should be a great addition. Let's see. How do I invite somebody to Discord that doesn't
If
have
you
it?
go,
Like, where do I
that
go?
doesn't have Discord, no, you can't.
Okay,
They need to have Discord for you to send an invite.
Let's see. Let me go to apps. Let me make this super fucking easy for her.
Hey.
Hmm. Hold on, I'm gonna call her quickly and make sure she signs up. I'll be right back.
Hello.
AI. Oh, hello. Who's that? Ah, I
Hey,
knew it
hey,
was
hey.
you.
Oh, did I interrupt you guys? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're all right. No one was talking. Zodiac, have you met Tony?
Um, hello. I don't know. I'm not looking at my chat. I don't know. Probably.
How's things, Tony?
Pardon?
Are
How's
you
things?
are you a fan of the spinning ball space monkey religion?
No.
Based.
He
Yeah.
was.
He
He
was.
came in. He came in. Yeah, he's pretty young. So he came in arguing about the globe, and then I don't know what happened, Tony. Did something catch your interest that you couldn't debunk, or let us in on the story?
Is your last name Hawk, by the way, like Tony Hawk? I'm
No, it's
just
just
kidding.
a
I'm
fictional
just
name.
kidding.
No, no.
Anything specific?
I'm sorry?
Was it anything specific that made you realize?
Okay, so what happened was that I was in a plane, okay? So I think Kimbo knows the whole story. I was in a plane and I took a couple of pictures of the sky, and it was all flat. I couldn't see the curvature.
Nice. Have you ever
Mm-hmm.
heard of the tracing window argument? I know it's kind of weird. No one ever brings this up, but
Very little window is curved. That's where you can. That's where you can see the curvature, right? That one.
it's slightly different. So we don't have to get into it if you don't want to, but it's like it
Mm-hmm.
has to do with like, okay, so you know how um when you look outside the window, if
Mm-hmm.
it's flat, obviously you wouldn't, I wouldn't bring this up, obviously, but if someone says that they saw a curve, if you
No,
actually
obviously.
trace it, what?
Oh, nothing. Continue.
If you actually trace the horizon, it's like the shape of a. If it's flat, obviously it's a straight line, right? But if it's curved, it's like a U shape, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what's funny is that the U shape actually would be impossible because if you trace the line down and you go to the next window, it's going to go further down, and the next window, there'll be like the next window on the airplane, you'll see no curvature at all. And so it's hard to explain, but basically it's impossible. But yeah.
It makes sense, I guess, because then I came back to the server, and then I got some more proof, some measurements, and that just fully convinced me.
Nice. And do you think it's stationary, right? It's not spinning?
It's stationary, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Nice to meet you.
Mm-hmm. It's nice. It's a pleasure to meet you too.
Yeah. I can't see. Do you already have the flat earther role? I don't know. I actually don't even.
I'm not looking at my
I have
phone right now.
on the fence, bro. I have the on the fence, not flat earther right now.
Oh, okay. Do you still have like doubts? Like, do you have anything holding on? Anything that
Yeah, what's gravitating you still towards the ball Earth?
Okay, so I just had this one doubt.
Yeah.
So we know that, the sun revolves around the earth, right?
It
And
goes.
we
Yeah, we see the sun move across the sky above our heads. Yeah.
it's a bit hard to explain, but Antarctica is the boundary, right?
That's the
Well, it's more
boundary.
like
Well,
the
no,
boundary of
no.
the ocean, but not the boundary of the Earth itself.
Yeah, the size of the Earth is unknown.
Oh, okay. Well, then my doubt doesn't stand anymore.
Yeah, basically, a good way to think of it is like flat is not a shape. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's how we perceive the earth. Yeah.
Yeah. The only issue with having a limitation is we need the size of the Earth, basically, or we just need to validate that there is a limitation. I'm not saying there's not a limitation. I'm just saying, to
Yeah.
to actually know for sure, we'd have to go there.
Got you.
But it makes sense. It's like a shoreline. I mean, Antarctica. That's what they say, at least. I've never been there, but
If you go to
They're not
Antarctica,
gonna
you
let you
probably
go there
get shot.
anyways without all these paperwork.
I mean, if you can go there, but you'll probably be listed as missing, and then I guess you'll get shot by NASA or something.
No, they'll just let you go into a pen, basically, a little area, a little sandbox where only
Yeah, where Mr. Beast went.
yeah.
Mr. Beast, yeah. Imagine if Mr. Beast just decided, you know what? I'm just gonna try and going across. And he took like a bunch of airplanes and he just bought like an
No,
army
they
of
wouldn't let
airplanes.
they wouldn't let that happen either because they patrol the air,
Yeah, the
right?
guards are like, sir, what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah, exactly. They'll just tell him to turn his fucking aircraft around, or they'll open fire.
Yeah.
Nonsense like that.
No, I mean, also the company that manages Mr. Beast, I forgot what it was called, but like the company that manages Mr. Beast and his his like employees, like his friends, is owned by Disney. So like basically, the whole crew is basically managed by Disney.
Wait.
What?
Disney is their handler? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, no, yeah. This is fact. Yeah, there's like a company that basically like manages them, and that company that manages them is owned by Disney. Yeah.
Interesting.
For you?
I'll hold up. I'll get up the company name right now. I'll find it. Hold up. One
So
sec.
so Mr. Beast has handlers then?
Well, I mean, it seems that way, but
yeah, it makes sense.
Sure.
I thought what about big time streamers like Asmongold or somebody? I thought he was
I don't-
like night.
I don't know about him. He might be just a degenerate. I don't know.
Nah. He's pretty big. He's part
controlled?
He's part of Nightfire Media or something. I forgot what it's called, but he does have a handler.
Oh,
And
he does?
And he did work for what was it? The IRS.
Yeah,
previously.
I'm surprised he does have a handler though, because his lifestyle just seems so degenerate.
No, he's
I'm
just like us, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like he just seems like he doesn't seem like I don't know why. Maybe I'm
He
just
doesn't care as
naive.
long as he gets the money. What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm just too naive, I guess.
The funny part is like he's right on a lot of things, but he's also so wrong at the same time on a lot of things. It's funny.
He's blue pilled. Yeah.
Like he has that air about him where he knows a lot more than the average person, but at the
He
same
get
time, it's still not enough for him to know the whole truth, right? He just
he
looks
has
at
too
it
much
as
to lose. He has too much to lose.
no. It's not that he has too much to lose. It's just that like they take that stupid pompous position where like they figured it all out, right? But they needed just to dig a little deeper to like grasp the full truth, if you know what I mean. Kind of like people saying, "Oh, religion is just a form of control." I mean, yeah, if you just look at it from the surface, you know.
Right.
But that's just my take on him.
To be fair, he might be too busy to do anything. I don't know. But
What do
he
you mean
is
by too busy to do anything?
like streaming. I don't know.
Nah,
Maybe not.
well, he's playing video games and he's streaming and he
Yeah.
does this freaking welfare Monday shit where people basically pay him $5 to watch a 20-second video and react to it.
I found it. So the Disney Donaldson Company, or simply just Disney. Donaldson is a multinational company, a merger between Walt Disney Company and American YouTuber channel Mr. Beast.
So he does have handlers.
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks. I thought Mr. Beast was like totally organic. God damn it. So naive.
I mean, his how should I say it? Like maybe at the start he was organic, but when he started getting big, that's when he started getting handlers.
Yeah. Anything good, anything that goes mainstream just always gets hijacked, I guess.
Pretty much.
I think the
I mean,
offer.
I've heard of stories. I've heard of stories of like these like artists that like try to get into the music industry and like they get handed like shitty deals, and if they don't want to take it, then they basically get drugged, raped, and then blackmailed with the footage into signing the deal and stuff like that.
What?
Yeah, like some crazy shit like that. Like they'll drug them and then they'll get like they'll be like 5 dudes just like gangbanging him while he's out and shit. And
Just
and then-
for music though, like there's so much music out there.
Yeah, I don't know.
dude,
I've just
like-
heard stories about it and shit.
Like influence and like music and stuff like that is all soft power. It's not like the difference
Yeah.
between like hard power is like let's say the government is hard power, like you can control laws and stuff like that. Influencing people, making people think a certain way, that's soft power. You understand?
Mm.
So music and media and movies, that type of stuff is all soft power.
The only doubt I have is when you're talking about like a new artist that no one has ever heard of. I could see what you're saying if you're talking about someone that's already huge and they already have so much to so much influence. I could see that happening to them, but like a new artist that no one has ever heard of, I don't know. I have a hard time believing that they would be like trafficked or whatever.
You know what got Katy Perry into that got her big?
No, what happened to her?
Her first song was about what? What was Katy Perry's first song?
I don't know, fucking plastic bag. I feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind. I don't know.
No. It's actually I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's pushing the agenda.
Yeah, she pushed their agenda and then that's when she got big.
Damn. Okay.
Yo, by the way, is there any mod in here?
Is Creation Bear there or? I'm not looking at my phone. I don't know.
No, they're not here.
Shekel, maybe. No.
Yeah. Fucking yeah, bro. Yeah, there's a lot of fuck shit going on in the world, you know.
Yeah.
So.
You guys ever played Ark Survival Evolved?
Yeah, I played it. I think like last year or something, but like I wasn't really that into it, to be honest. I just got gifted it by a mate.
Okay, like I'm just saying, like that game really is a microcosm of what's going on in our world, like taking control of land, holding servers, and forging political alliances across servers, and fighting as dirty as fucking possible. It's a thing, dude. It really is.
Oh, what the hell? No, I mean, I didn't see any of that. I just played on a private server, just me and my friend. But
If you played on a private server, then yeah, you're sheltered, man. But if you played on like normal servers, you know that these guys will wait till you go to bed and then they will wreck everything you own. You don't even need to play on the server to know that that's gonna happen, right? I'm pretty sure that's why you and your friends decided to play on the private server in the first place, to avoid that.
Well, I mean, because basically I didn't know anything about Ark, and my mate was trying to get me into it, and he's just like, he's like, I didn't want to buy it, and he's like, oh, I'll buy you a copy, don't worry, and so he bought me a copy, and we played for a bit, but then we sort of like after a bit of playing, it wasn't that we got bored of the game, but like because we were part of this sort of like self-improvement like Discord, and we're just like nah, like these games are just a fucking waste of time. We might as well just like focus on like making money and shit. And then so like we just sort of he got into like trading, I went on like my own route, and now we're just sort of doing that.
You know what's funny? That game is a huge freaking trading market. If you
Oh
didn't
yeah.
know. Yeah.
That's probably why he went to trading. He was probably just used to it. But
Because that game, some people have built like 10-year-long legacies and stuff like that. Like the stuff that they own, the stuff that they
Yeah.
built has been there for years, right? And they absolutely refuse to lose it. And the thing I'm talking about trading is like either it's supplies or it's the animals in the game, like straight up. Like there's huge breeding servers where like this huge clan just owns it, never lets anybody play on it. All they do is breed their
Like a
animals in there
monopoly?
and sell it. Yeah, it's dude, it's literally just like political global nations, man. Like each server is like territory to a freaking tribe. And
Geopolitics?
dude, every game I play, it eventually devolves into politics, and it's just terrible. I freaking hate politics, but you cannot escape it. You really can't escape it. No matter what they establish, politics will creep in somehow. Like I played a game where like it's basically 4 servers in a free for all, right? To kill a boss in the center of the map. And guess what happened? All the servers decided, okay, this week you get the boss, this week I get the boss, this week this guy gets the boss, and it just rotates like that. And if you're not part of the big global alliance, well, guess what? They're all going to team on you, kill you, and then they just split it 3 ways instead.
So you'll never get the unknown
basically,
dark
if
horse.
your server is not a part of the alliance, you don't get a piece of the pie. That's basically it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have any Globers in here, by the way? I can't check my phone right now, but
Any globalists? I like to call them globalists.
any Spinning Ball Space Monkey Religion priests in the chat?
I support humanity on the globe.
You support humanity on the globe?
I support humanity.
Are you a fan of this?
I don't understand the statement, man.
No, he's a flat earther. His profile has flat earther on it.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's good.
But his statement says, "I support humanity on the globe." I don't understand that statement.
Yeah, I support. I just support humanity, just the human aspect, not the globe aspect.
I think he's joking around.
Quickly, like on the ball.
Bro, I want to get this fucking globe skeptic badge removed, bro. I'm a flat earther, bro.
Okay.
Get the shit out of my face.
Yeah, we need a mod in here.
Did you give us the 3 points?
3 points, bro?
Well, wait. Before we hold on. Before we do that, we need to make sure there's a mod in here, because otherwise we're just gonna waste his we're gonna end up wasting his breath.
What are you guys talking about? 3 points? What is this
In order
shit?
to get the flat earther rule, there's like 3 things that we have to. There's like a process. So
Oh,
but
bro, that's fucked up, bro. Nah, forget it then. Nah, forget it. I can't be fucked, bro.
it's really
I'm too lazy
easy.
for that shit.
Well, actually, it's
Not
kind of
fucked
hard.
up, bro. It's not fucked up.
No,
It's
it's
just that
not. It's not hard.
It's not that hard,
it's
but
not hard at all, man. It's just like you just
No.
gotta give us 3 reasons why you believe
All
we
that.
just
right.
gotta do it to
What do
make
I gotta
sure.
do? Where do I sign my soul off? Come on, what do I gotta do, mate?
You
We
don't
gotta wait
sign
for a mod
anything.
first.
You
Wait
just
for a
tell
mod.
us why you believe the Earth is flat. Nothing more. Or
I
should I
just think
say
it's
why
common
you
sense.
know? Why you
I just think
know?
it's common sense, bro. It's like
I mean,
bro, you can throw out all these like fucking
Yeah.
numbers and fucking calculations at my face, bro. But it fucking what I see with my fucking eyes, bro. My eyes don't lie. Like I see
Okay,
the
that's
Earth is
number
fucking
one.
flat.
Now,
But at the
now
same
2 more.
time, you gotta know. Like you gotta know what you believe in, man. Like that's all we're
I
saying.
d- no, I do, bro. The Earth is fucking flat, bro. Like what?
Yeah, but how
I
do you
mean,
know?
True.
Example.
True.
the fuck, bro. Like
That's convincing enough.
True and real, bro. True and real. But wait. We just need a mod before we get into this. Unless you don't care about the role, then go ahead. But it's just
no, I mean it'd be nice to have it. I just like I got told that there was like a little tiny like interview. I just didn't know that it was gonna be like all this. But
it's
I mean,
just
if there's a mod on
3.
here, then yeah.
Once we have a mod in here, we can do it. It's
Yeah.
really it's not that hard. We just
Yeah,
need a
it's
mod in
easy
here.
if you know what you know.
Yeah.
It really weeds out the trolls, man. We don't want fucking
Yeah,
trolls
that's
here.
the whole point of it, is to get rid of the fakers and the trolls. Yeah.
Like
Easy.
say,
Well,
some
I'm
trolls
gonna
would
go
say that
make.
they believe
Huh?
in the flat Earth, and then they start fucking talking like, "Oh yeah, we're trying to convince you back into the ball." Like, shut the hell up.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I mean I feel that. I feel that. Yo, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go make a coffee and then I'll be back.
All right, I'll catch you on the flat side. Get it?
You're.
Coffee sounds good.
Right back.
I guess one of the big things I always tell people about is the stars. Like, we know parallax. I've never seen parallax. Nobody's ever seen parallax except in the wandering stars. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but 4,000 years of recorded history, all the zodiacs are still where they're at. We're supposed to be zooming and speeding
Yeah,
through
but
space.
they would still argue the fact that the night sky is moving, henceforth we're rotating.
Except that if you really thought about it, we'd see a different night sky every night because we'd be in a different place, facing a different place into the galaxy. It would be a different night sky every night. At least that's what it seems like that's what would happen, right? Because the planet, the ball is supposed to be facing in a different direction every night. A little bit different, every single night.
Yeah, but what they believe is that the sun is stationary, so eventually you're just gonna get back to the same night sky anyways.
Or that the time of day is roughly the same every day. Maybe off by a few milliseconds. But there's been like a 1.54 millisecond change, and that was in, 2019?
Look, man, they proved gravity, okay? Recently, 2 black holes made graviton waves or some bullshit like that, okay? We got debunked, bro. We got
Apple
debunked.
fell from the tree.
We got debunked in 2020 or something. I forgot
Mic
when.
dropped. When Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped the mic, that's how they prove gravity.
Is it because of his skin color?
Whoa. Oh, I didn't say that.
You made it sound like it did.
Water.
Whoa. No, he's a sophisticated man, and he gave my bike back.
Actually, apparently, Neil deGrasse's past history was he was like a brainwashing expert or some bullshit like that.
He's secretly white. We
Wow.
just don't know.
Wow. That's really deceptive.
Yeah.
And
He's
also,
secretly white and secretly a woman as well.
his
Wait, you're telling
entourage.
me Neil deGrasse is secretly a woman?
I'm just kidding. It's a joke, guys. I'm joking.
Well, I mean, besides the fact that his entourage basically said that he's super manipulative, controlling, and super defensive when he's asked certain astrophysical questions.
Yeah. Honestly, he probably just wants money and fame. That's it. I don't even think he's evil. I just think he's just like a handler. That's how I see, like an actor. That's just
I
how I
thought he
see
was
him.
like a cartoon.
No, he's evil.
I couldn't remember his name for the longest time, so I just tell people, you know that physicist guy that looks like Cleveland? And they'd be like, oh, Neil deGrasse. Yep, that's the one. Looks like a cartoon to me.
Kneel of the grass. You shall kneel before Neil. He is your astrophysicist god now.
Wait, when you say evil, do you mean like what do you? Because I mean, like if he knows it's a lie, I agree with you, but not
Oh, he
evil.
knows.
Oh, he knows. Okay, yeah, then yeah, he is.
They all do. Come on, man.
Yep, then he is. That
You can even
sucks.
see it in the reporters' faces when it's brought up, man. Even on mainstream media, their faces they get this smirk on their face, like they know the Earth is flat. They just, oh no, it isn't. Like some kind of evil little game to them. Control.
Okay, think of it this way.
Yeah.
All the NASA astronauts, when they joke around and laugh on this International Space Station, are they evil?
They're telling the truth, bro.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Everybody
I see it.
smiles
Yeah,
when they tell
yeah,
the
you're
truth.
right. You're right. Never mind. He just seems like such a nice, like I don't know,
likable character because he's up
like he
there.
doesn't seem. Yeah, he just. They
You
all
like
seem
you
so
should say
polite.
Griffith from Berserk. He seems like a nice guy.
Oh yeah. Actually that guy looks kind of like a woman.
Yep.
I don't know why. I just thought of that. But yeah. Any spinning ball space monkey priests in the chat right now? Where are the priests?
Oh, they know better than to come
Wait,
into here.
who was that other guy that was talking about Antarctica?
I thought it was a girl. Or...
The Antarctic Circle?
No, like earlier we were trying to figure out what he was talking about, and then when we mentioned that Antarctica is not really the border, it's more like the border of the water.
Right. Yeah, there was
I want to
someone.
know what was he or she actually thinking.
Yeah, I think it was a
Then
girl, yeah.
She
Well, it's the
just
shoreline.
canceled it. She just but I just wanted to hear it out though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the. I don't know her name, but I wasn't. Yeah, I know who. I mean, I could if we really want to know, we could search we could you know, look at the live stream and then just go back like 10 minutes, and we can probably figure out what the person's Discord username is. But I'm not looking at my phone right now. But yeah.
Do you guys know Professor Phil? He's in this Flat Earth Discord apparently. No, he's not. He's actually
You
in
mean
another
Dave?
Flat Earth I
Or
don't
no?
know. No, never mind.
Professor
He's in
Dave?
Discord. No, Professor Phil.
Okay, never mind.
He's not
I
in
don't know
this
who Phil
Discord.
is.
He's in another Flat Earth Discord.
He's another
And
cartoon character.
yeah, he was arguing with me just a while ago about boats going over the curve and shit like that.
Oh boy. What did he think of the Black Swan?
I didn't bring up the Black Swan with him.
Oh, okay. Does
But
he know?
I brought
Go ahead.
But I brought up something like
You
aiming.
can zoom in on the boat.
Like if you aim at something, right?
I'm a-
And it's behind cover, does zooming in do anything to get the target out of cover?
No.
Exactly. So that's that. I tried to give him that
Oh, well.
example, and he still wouldn't.
He
Wouldn't take it.
He doesn't believe it.
Yeah, and then when we start mentioning, I start mentioning like other factors that could obstruct view, such as weather conditions, heat, temperatures, and of course, distance, that type of stuff, and angle, of course. He didn't know what how angle would affect your view.
Honestly, another good one besides the zooming in on the boats is, that coin where the GIF where you put the coin on the table and you zoom in on the coin. Have you seen those?
No. You can
Okay.
post it on the live stream chat.
Yeah. I'll next time I'm in the chat, I'll show you. It's really
You
it's
can
it's
do it on your own table at home with the coin. Just set your phone on the table, set the camera to its lowest point to the table, closest to the table, and just pull your phone away from the coin. And
Yeah.
you'll see that the bottom will disappear once you get all the way across the table.
Yeah, on a flat surface. Or I think that's the key is getting them. Basically, they have to admit that on a flat surface you can make objects appear to disappear from the bottom first, basically, and you can zoom in and bring the object fully into view after it disappears.
Do I need to bring a nice level to show that the table is level too? So I need
Let me show you the GIF. 1 second.
I would
It's really
love a
easy.
GIF. I'd love a GIF. I'd also love GIFs,
Right, as long as they're not on a holiday.
As
I'll
long as
accept
it's not a
anything.
GIF, though. I fucking hate GIFs.
1 sec.
There was this weird committee that told me that it's not pronounced GIF, it's pronounced GIF, and I was cringing. Flat GPT.
Okay, are you looking at a live stream voice text?
I'm back, nigga.
Welcome back.
Oh,
Is all you there?
Yo, I see the coin thing.
Yeah, that's just that GIF is just one of many. There's really good ones. I don't know what like basically if you search the word coin on the top right search results through all the conversations, you'll find like a bunch of really good GIFs, and you can show them that, or you can just type in boat zoom, and you can show them that as well.
The first thing that this Professor Phil guy showed me was the boat zoom thing already in like a couple of pictures, and he's saying, no, that's curved, that's all curved.
You can't zoom in. You can see the bottom of the boat though. I think that's the key. If you show them the ones where you zoom in on the boat, but you can see the bottom of it, that's really bad. Yeah.
No, he's the one that presented the boat zoom pics to me and said all that shit. And no, the pictures that he provided to me, you can't see the bottom of the boat.
Oh, you can't see the bottom of the boat?
Yeah.
Well,
but
in that case,
it honestly doesn't matter though.
Yeah, and in that case, I would ask him, what is the sometimes they give you black swans without knowing it. Like, what do you know what the distance to the boat was?
No, there's no distance or anything that he's
Oh,
giving me.
it was just a GIF.
But the thing is, I don't need the information to explain my point to him. I mean,
Yeah.
like, I asked him, okay, picture this. You're at a skyscraper, right? Ground floor, front door, okay? Can you see the top of the building? And then he's like, Yeah, easily. I just look up with my head, and then I was like, oh, how come you have to look up? Why can't you just look straight? And then because he didn't understand angles, right?
Right.
I was like, oh, okay. So I asked him what would you need to do to see it straight ahead? And then he told me he had to either walk super far back until the full building is in view. I'm like, oh, interesting. So you're telling me that when you walk back, it gives you a better angle on the full perspective of the building, right?
Yeah.
I was like,
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
and another thing is, I told him, what about height? What if you just go up? Pretend that you're Superman. Let's say you're flying. Do you think that you could see the top of the building by increasing your elevation too?
I see what you mean. So that also would affect the angle.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
like I could have like went full asshole mode on him because he was telling me that what was it? That you could see the entirety of the ship. Like in this argument, he says you have to go higher, and then you can see the entirety of the ship on the ball Earth, right? And then I was like, "Are you sure you could see the entirety of the ship? You think just because you go higher, you'll see everything? Can you see the bottom when you go higher? Can you see directly below it? Can you see behind it when you go higher?" Like I could have
Sure.
just dug into his comment and prove him wrong like that. Like just go super anal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
But like,
honestly, they need to like if they're just giving you like a random picture of a boat, then you
no, it's
can't.
not a random picture of a boat. It's more like
Okay.
it's those zoomed in images that he just snapshot. You know what I'm saying? Like
Okay.
you know how the current argument for trying to debunk the zooming in, right? You know what they say to debunk that?
What do they say?
Refraction.
They say that,
Oh,
okay, you zoom in on the boat, right? Why don't you wait for the boat to go past the curve again and then zoom in again like that? That's what
bro,
they're
what the
saying.
fuck? Duncan, bro.
What they're
That's
basically saying is you need
That
to watch the boat go beyond your zoom limit, and we're right.
well,
Like
how
basically, like
would you be able to zoom in the first instance if there was curve in the
yeah,
way?
exactly.
So
They
that
basically
disproves
move.
them.
They basically moved the goalpost, and I told him that no matter how far he moves his goalpost, the principle is you cannot bring an object out of cover by zooming in.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So like
You
he could
don't have
move the
X-ray
goalpost
vision.
all he wants. He could make it so that after we're fully zoomed in and then the boat goes out of distance again, it doesn't matter because we already like it would not be able to zoom in. It would not work in the first instance anyways if that were true, right? But yeah, all he
Yeah,
did was move the
I think he
goalpost.
needs to see the coin GIF.
Yeah,
He
I sent
needs to
that
see
shit to
that.
him. It's a
Yeah.
good one.
Once he I think and also yeah, once he sees that and the Black Swan, I think he'll realize. It's so funny because when people talk about boats, they're admitting that they don't even have to get on an airplane. Like they can just see it at the floor level. It's so stupid.
And then if they start panicking and being wrong and stuff like that, still this still does not have to do with anything with the shape of the Earth. Let's just say that.
This does not have anything to do with the shape of the earth.
Yeah, exactly. That they would say, oh, just because you can't see boats, just because you can zoom in on ships doesn't make the Earth flat, and the Earth's still a ball.
That makes the argument for that would be like sea level because it's on water. So yeah, I think the best argument for that would be like, okay, So if you can zoom in on the boat and there's no curve, that means the surface of the water is not blocking your vision. So if the surface of water is flat, then 70% is flat, you know? Because otherwise, because it has to display curve because gravity is pulling it toward the center. So if there's no curve on water, it's flat. So yeah.
Yep. They're not gonna
But
accept that though, dude.
there's so many ways you could take it. I mean, there's so many different things you could say.
Yeah, but the
But
thing
yeah.
is, they're like dishonest with themselves, man. They lie to themselves. They
Yeah.
lie to us to convince themselves most of the time.
It's just too comforting to not go out there, bro.
They don't want that responsibility. That's the comfort. That's the only comfort that they want.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Is there any globies in here?
Globalists. No, the damn
And
globalists.
anyone that doesn't have a flat earther will unmute yourself and speak up. Let us know your case.
Defend your model.
Yeah. We need some space monkey warriors right now. That's what we need.
You want me to send this guy an invite to this Discord?
Yeah. Send it. Send it.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
Oh, you know him from real life?
No.
Oh,
Like I
okay,
was just
okay.
chilling, and then one day he just like freaking like messaged me out of nowhere, and I'm like, "All right, bro, you wanna go? You wanna put
Send him
put on
into
your
the
gloves,
fire.
put up your dukes. Let's get going, bro."
It's the showdown. He's gonna enter the Thunderdome.
Yep. And start. Wait.
Honestly, I think if you can get him to question the moon landing, I think that's a good start. Well, you don't have to do that, but
Yeah, but
that's
I've had so many people. I talked to quite a lot of people actually, and then at the end of the day, they would start saying, "Well, yeah, it." That when they finally get cornered and then they see that the moon landing's fake, oh, they had to do they faked it to beat the Russians. That's the thing. Yeah, there you go, bro. Like I'm like
that's funny. So they
I'm like
justify it even though it's fake.
yeah, they will justify the fakery.
That's even a greater. That's actually a conspiracy theory. Is that
Yeah,
they
yeah, and
fake?
then at that point, I'm like, now you're making up conspiracy theories.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, man, I talk to a lot of people that they'll come up with anything. It gets to the point where me and my friend would like watch like what was it, like NASA fail videos and stuff like that, and then we would role play as the Globie that would debunk it and come up with the most absurd freaking conspiracy theories and explanations that our minds could cook up.
Just sprinkle a little bit of gravity and a little bit of refraction, and that's it. That's all you need.
Bro, I shit you not. Like you know that picture that you guys have in the sun channel in this thing? Like where you see the clouds behind the sun and you see the
Oh
clouds
yeah, that's
before the
fun.
sun? Like the
Yeah.
sun is between the clouds, right? I showed that to a guy, and you want to know what his explanation was for me on how that picture worked? He said that the clouds in the back, the sun was strong enough to shine through them, and the clouds in the front, the sun wasn't strong enough to shine through those. That's what he told me.
Oh man.
That's the type of explanations I get when they get cornered, dude. It's ridiculous.
It wasn't strong enough to shine through those. Wow.
The clouds in the back, the sun was strong enough, but the clouds in the front, the sun wasn't strong enough.
That's a good one. Good one. Yeah.
I mean, like at that point, like, what do you say? Like,
you could say, let me think. Well, if the only problem is if you start arguing, like for example, if you say, okay, in order to know that you need to know how far the sun away is from the clouds, because otherwise you wouldn't know. So what's the distance? Then it just leads into they don't know the distance to the sun, basically. But it's a dead end. Like if you the thing is, like, if you bring it up, what I just said, they're they don't have evidence of the distance of the sun, so it's like it's just nonsense.
and what about Owlish? Like, did Owlish come back?
Oh, how is she there?
No. She's not. I don't think she's here right now.
Oh no, it was Dove. Dove was the girl. That was her name.
But I'm more like talking about the other day. Remember, me and you were talking to Owlish.
Oh yeah, she's funny.
Is she trolling? I can't tell. She feels like she's trolling the entire time, dude.
The moment, you know what made me suspicious of her trolling is that the first thing she mentioned that convinced her it was a sphere is hurricanes. Like, what? That's crazy to me. Like, come on. Hurricanes is the first thing you think of when you think of, I want evidence that the Earth is a spinning sphere. No.
I mean, did she explain why? Like, did she elaborate? Or
Yeah, but it was like it's just kind of weird because I've never. That's like maybe the first time I've ever heard. Usually Globers will mention like pictures from space or I don't know.
Just call them globalists.
Yeah, but when
you know it works.
Yeah, but
Like,
this is like a
when-
unique person. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, but like when she elaborated, like what did she say?
Oh, she talked
Basically
about.
Coriolis,
Go ahead.
dude.
Yeah,
It's just a
Coriolis. Yeah.
Coriolis?
Yeah.
Well,
You know
no.
what Coriolis is?
No.
Are you?
I'm done.
The
I'm done.
phenomenon
Welcome to the
of
Flat Earth server, by the
flushing
way.
toilets going in different directions based on where you are.
Oh, that shit. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're in the northern hemisphere, it goes like clockwise. If you're in the southern, it goes counterclockwise. That type of nonsense.
Yeah, my toilet doesn't spin, bro. My toilet water doesn't spin. It just sinks, bro.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, my toilet can't hold water because I'm in Australia.
Oh dang, man. If you think about it, Australia is taking gravity shits, like you're pooping upside down.
Yeah, bro. That's crazy, bro. We really have to tense, bro, when that shit's coming out. Make
Dude,
sure it fucking just shoots out. Fucking boats. Yeah. No.
Do that stuff in Ark, bro. You put the toilet upside down in Ark, bro. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You mimic Australia.
You know what's the craziest part though is like even if the Earth was spinning, you would not be able to scientifically validate that it's spinning because you'd have to vary and manipulate the cause, which would be the spin or the cause of the spin, right? Which you can't stop. I mean, you can't manipulate the Earth spinning, even if it was not, or either way, you couldn't even do it either way.
You know what's even funnier? I went with them. I was like, okay, I concede that you cannot feel the Earth moving. Okay, let's like I pretended to concede that point, right? All right. So did you know that the orbit of the Earth around the Sun is actually ellipse? So technically, it's not going at the same speed. It speeds up and it slows down to maintain the elliptical orbit. So technically, if there is speed changes, you would feel
Yeah.
them get wrecked.
Yeah. That's a good one too. Yeah. I
And
usually
not only that, you ever been on a highway?
Yes, yes.
You know those big loops that you like basically
The
exit
turning.
to go into like those big turns
Yeah.
where you go into highways and stuff like that, right? Technically, like if you're going around, you actually have to step on the gas because the loop itself slows you down
True.
in a turn. So, and you feel it, like you feel the turn more when you feel the car more when you're turning. If you're going straight, it's a different story. You know what I'm saying? If you're going straight at
Especially, yeah,
the
the
exact same
elliptical. Yeah, if it's
Yeah.
not, yeah, it's changing the direction and the speed because of the ellipse.
Do you mean the axis? Because it's on an axis, you're meant to feel the direction and change of movement,
Well,
right?
no,
Because it's spinning, supposedly.
no. All I'm saying is, like when your car is going straight, right? You're not gonna like straight at a constant speed. You're not gonna feel anything. But the moment you start turning and in a constant turn, you feel it. You know what I'm saying? And the turn that I'm describing is the exit that goes into a highway. Those big loops where like you just hold the wheel at at a turn and you just maintain a constant speed. You feel that throughout the entire car, right? So what I'm saying is that their observation of us not feeling movement can only be applied to something going straight and constant. Turning and constant would be felt.
Especially on an ellipse, it's not just a circle that's you're turning on. It's an ellipse, so it changes actually.
Yeah,
So
it changes speed and it speeds up and it slows down.
Yeah, because the shape of the turn or the shape of the ellipse is not a uniform circle. It's a different turning, so you're turning at different degrees.
At the end of the day, it's just global nonsense.
I'm sure we'll get once they, once we get a Glober in here, we can we'll see what they say as usual.
We can slaughter them. We can slaughter their sacred
Yeah.
cows in front of them.
Yeah. Every time I get into that motion argument, I immediately go into like, okay, what's the scientific evidence? Because it just shuts it down so fast.
The scientific evidence is satellites, pictures from space.
Oh, let's go. W satellites.
And you don't feel the movement when you're on a plane, sir.
On a plane? Ooh.
Oh, and planes need to dip their nose down as they fly.
Yeah, we're on a plane, that's for sure. Get it?
Yo, have you guys ever heard of that like Anunnaki stuff?
That's speculative and it's irrelevant.
I feel like it's a
I know, I don't believe in it, like, either, but, like, I remember I had, like, one guy who was, like, we were talking about, like, the flat earth, and he was telling me, he's like, oh, well, no, the flat earth, it's not true, it's a psyop, because, like, the Anunnaki and stuff like that, like, he was dead set believer, and I'm like, okay, and then he's like, just think about it, bro, think about it, right? Like, if the flat earth was real, then how would Nibiru exist, like the planet? And I'm just like, like I didn't know what to say, bro. And I was just like, okay, bro. Like, yeah, you do you, bro. Like, I don't know what to say. I didn't know how to respond to that. But like, he was like dead set, man.
You could just say it like this. there's only two things, right? No curve and not spinning, right? And you could probably say there's no vacuum of outer space, and we don't know what size it is, and all that. But the main two things, mainly, it's just no curve, not spinning, right? That's it.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's been plenty of those like talks. Basically, so I'll give you some context. So basically, this was like in a Fresh and Fit server, and this was between like two senior admins. So this guy that was like about the Anunnaki, he was a senior admin, and then the other senior admin was actually like I think he's actually a member of this server, but like we haven't seen him in like months. We haven't seen him since like June last year. Like we don't know where he's disappeared off to. But he was like a flat earth. Yeah, he was like the flat earther. His name was Dorkhead. I don't know if you guys know who Dorkhead is.
You make it sound like they got him, bro. Did they get him?
No, like really, like I mean, like this guy, you know, he's like very sort of like he's got a lot of businesses and stuff like that. So we just assume that he's busy. I don't know what happened to him. Everyone that I ask, like they don't know what happened to him. But yeah, he just sort of went off the planet like last July or June, and we haven't seen him since.
Planet?
You mean off the?
True. Yeah, true. Yeah,
off the flat Earth.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is he disappeared. I messed up with my words.
But I'm just messing with you, man.
Dude, you would have shattered his whole reality. Like if you just mention the horizon, you mention it's not curved. Like he would have just completely broke down.
Yeah, I need to look into that.
That's the thing is that. That's the thing is that like we've had like hours, like hour-long like debates, like multiple hours long, and he just won't budge. There is nothing that you tell this guy, where you can actually tell this guy where he will actually like sort of budge and you know believe you, because he's so dead set on this whole Anunnaki belief that it's fucking insane, bro.
Honestly, like, I believe. You know what's weird? I actually think there's more possibility of reptilian than there is Anunnaki. I don't know why. It just Anunnaki sounds weird, but reptilian sounds more. I don't know.
Isn't it from the same belief? Like,
probably
don't reptilian humanoids come from that whole Anunnaki sort of belief?
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
But where could you even fit that in?
Look, the thing is, he basically reversed the whole thing, because like to believe in Anunnaki the way that he believes in it, it must be from other planets.
But so how do you even fit that in? Yeah, from other planets. But could you translate that into maybe it being from another dimension?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, like, even if you tell people that, like, you have another group of people, they're called ascensionists. You know what ascensionists are? They think that they're gonna ascend or some nonsense like that.
The enlightened ones.
And then there are 49 dimensions, some bullshit like that. I've
I know. There's like Christic ascension and Luciferic ascension. Yeah.
Yeah, they believe in ascensionism or some nonsense like that.
Wait,
right?
is it actually called that? Is that what it's called?
Well, basically, the idea is that Luciferic ascension is basically becoming like enlightened through drugs and like psychedelics and like fucking all this shit like that. Whereas like Christic ascension is doing it without drugs, just by like meditating and shit like that. That's like the whole idea.
But the point I'm saying is that these guys are like the mixture of the two, okay? Because they say that there are no aliens, they're from another dimension, right? But at the same time, their beliefs are still that the Earth is a ball and space is real and other planets are there. So you have one guy that says that aliens are from outer space. The other guys say that aliens are from another dimension, but planets are still real. like it's like just a wish-washy mix of the things that they fucking believe in. I don't know, like even if you tell them that the aliens are from another dimension, they might hop into ascensionism. I'm just saying that's just one of their layers, another
Okay,
layer.
do they believe in reincarnation? Because here it reads they believe in reincarnation.
Yeah, the ascensionist guys believe in reincarnation.
That's so sad.
But yeah, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, man, like even if even if like you tell them that aliens aren't real and it's from another dimension, that's all I'm saying is that there is a group out there that believes that aliens are from another dimension, but they still have the ball-tard belief in their system. Like they have a little bit of truth in everything, mixed in every single one of their beliefs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
but well, it sounds
it's always
exactly
a
like
mixture of lies and truth together. And for you to like debunk it, you have to like kind of be in the know. It's
Mhm.
weird. Like let me find something.
But the dude was just saying that his friend or the person that he was watching on Fresh and Fit, who is a hardline Anunnaki expert,
Mhm.
basically rejected the idea of flat Earth because it didn't confound with his belief. Because he had,
aliens.
yeah, because he had to believe in another planet. It just
Mhm.
sounds exactly like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Honestly, yeah, this guy, he's fucked, bro. Like I remember one time like there was like I was having like sort of a religious talk. We were talking about like Christianity and stuff like that. I was talking with like a mate, and he straight up like took over the whole convo, like trying to like, you know, sort of convert us towards like believing this whole Anunnaki bullshit. You know, basically saying like the whole Bible is like a sham and stuff like that, and you know whatnot. And he's like, "Oh well, where did Jesus go for 18 years? Tell me this." And I was like, and I'm like, oh, like I tried explaining it to him, and then he cut me off, and he's like, "What Jesus, when he was in fucking Egypt, he was being taught by Thoth like fucking how to like ascend and fucking this and that, and how to fucking do all this and like the secrets of the Anunnaki, like some random fucking bullshit, bro. Like honestly, like I fucking tuned out like the whole, like half the time. Oh, like the like it was like 5 minutes like into him like speaking, bro.
This
And
is
like
me
half the
quoting the Bible. Is it because there is no mention of him ever going into Egypt? Is there? I mean,
no, I mean there is, hold on, like in the start, like when Jesus was born, he
Yeah.
actually grew up in Egypt, because basically what happened was he was born and then you know
Herod
how like
tried to kill him. Herod tried to kill him.
King Herod, like he sent 3 wise men. He's, oh yeah, bring me Jesus so that I can worship him as well. But like he wanted to actually kill him, and then the wise men came. Joseph got a fucking vision, and he was like, oh, take the boy to Egypt. You know that they're coming after him, stuff like that. And so
Yeah.
he went to Egypt, and then for like 18 years of his life he was raised in Egypt.
Yeah, until Herod was dead, and then they came back.
Yeah, but it's like that. Like people were saying like, oh well, he disappeared for 18 years. It's like, no, the 18 years were just silent because he basically the silent 18 years. Basically, it's like him when he grew up, it was just very sort of like very boring, very silent. Like he wasn't really getting much like
is
you know like
also
attention.
the whole
You know?
Egypt thing, is that canon? Like, is that biblical? Like, is that in the Bible? Because
It's in the just start the New Testament, Book of Matthew. What are you talking about?
okay, all right,
It's in the
because he was pretty much in like Nazareth in Palestine pretty much the majority of his life, and he was still delivering sermons and everything else. Like, there was the whole him giving a sermon in front of the Pharisees, and
yeah. That was later on in life. I'm talking about like his childhood.
okay. Yeah, but he still did in his
But
childhood.
it wasn't 18 years though. He wasn't in Egypt for freaking 18 years. I'll tell you that. they had to leave until Herod died, and it wasn't that much longer. I don't know the exact years of Herod's life when Jesus was born, but I know that he wasn't in Egypt for 18 years because he was also a youngster, right? And he was talking to the Jewish believers and stuff like that. So you're right about that, Tiki Bird.
I'm just going to the wait, but so okay, so like you don't believe like in general that he went to Egypt, right?
Not particularly, unless he had to, like if there was like a mission where his family had to move. But no.
So you don't think he did go at all, okay? And Slav, it says that he's been there for 18 years, but I don't think that's true. I think it's shorter than that. I think Herod died not that much longer after the slaughtering in Bethlehem, I think.
Well, that's why I asked if it was canon or not, because people can make that stuff up. Because there are a lot of spiritual leaders that did go to Egypt. Like
yes. So I'll start. So it's Matthew 2. So I'll start from Matthew 2:7. I'll read onwards. All right. Then Herod, when he went up to when he had secretly called the wise men, determined from them what time the star appeared, and sent them to Bethlehem and said, "Go and search carefully for the young child, and when you have found him, bring back word to me, that I may come and worship him also." Then they heard the king. When they heard the king, they departed, and behold, the star which they had seen in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. And when they had come into the house, they had saw young child with Mary and his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented gifts to him, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Then, being divinely warned in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed from their own country another way. And then starting from 2:13, it's a new passage called Refuge in Egypt. So it reads, "Now when they had departed, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, take the young child and his mother, flee to Egypt, and stay there until I bring you word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him."
Does it tell you how long, though? Because I guarantee you it's not 18 years.
It must have been like a week.
No, not a week. It was a couple of years, I'd say.
Hold up. Let me just I know it's in here somewhere. Hold on, let me just get it up.
I'm pretty sure it's in there.
No, it's definitely biblical.
It's just the Ascensionists make really outrageous claims and said that Jesus turned into a freaking Buddhist at some point because he went on a mysterious journey that nobody knows about. I'm like, okay, bro. And the church is hiding.
Yeah, some people reckon like he went to like India and stuff like that.
Yeah, and became a freaking full blown Hindu. What are they called? A Hindu yogi master. I don't know. A full blown yogi. How about that? Hello?
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, that like I have like some Hindu friends, and like I remember they were telling me something about how like in the in their religion, like they also talk about like Jesus. But I forgot exactly like what they said, but yeah, they also believe in like, you know, that he existed and
that's the thing, that like I had heard that as well, but I believe that to be false. Like that couldn't have happened And that's why I brought up the whole Egypt thing. But yeah, he did go into Egypt, but the whole him traversing across India and becoming a yogi master is probably not true.
Yep. But yeah, man, like at the end
Okay,
of the
so
day, man.
it says here that he left when Herod died, and then now I'm looking online, and it's saying that apparently he left when he was 12, and that's when Herod died. When he was 12, he left Egypt.
Oh.
And he did pilgrimage to Jerusalem.
Yeah,
So-
Nazareth. He went back to Nazareth.
Yeah.
That's a little longer than I would have expected. I didn't think Harry would live another freaking 12 years for slaughtering that many freaking boys. But okay.
Yeah, that was crazy, bro. Fucking he straight up is like, oh yeah, well, look, I can't find Jesus, so all the boys in the area that are 2 and under get fucking killed, bro. Get absolutely mugged. And I'm like, what, bro?
You know what that is based off of?
What?
There's a movie. You ever seen a movie called Wanted?
The curving bullets.
With
yeah.
the curving bullets and Angelina Jolie and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have this thing called the Loom of Fate, and the Loom of Fate is what determines the hit list.
Oh, that was
yeah.
so crazy with the flies. Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, so the Loom of Fate in this metaphorical sense is the sky.
Oh goodness.
So the skies determine their targets. So basically the hit list is that whoever that star is pointing to needs to die.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And it's not fate that determines it. It's just that it tell like the fate is that these are kings, right?
Yeah.
These are people of importance, and how they interpret it is that the important people must die. So that's, and then they make it sound like it's fate that decides that they die. No, they decide that the person needs to die because of their importance in what's going to happen at the end of the day. So that's basically the hit list in a sense. That movie is about killing people that have great destiny.
Okay.
Think about it. Not a lot of people can understand. Here's the thing. The reason why they're called the 3 wise men is because they know what the signs in the sky mean. They understand what the star meant. They meant it was a king, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, a regular person, if you see a regular person in today's world, if we seen a great sign in the sky or something like that, you could say that it's like a ruler or something like that. And they say, no, that's nonsense, right? But technically, big things only happened 33 years after the star sign. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, because that's the light coming from the star.
No, not the light coming from the star. It's just that the events, the true ramifications really start ramping up after Jesus has done his sacrifice and all that stuff, where Christianity really started. It's 33 years after the sign, the event. This, right? A normal person would say, yeah, nothing happened, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it's the covenant. It's God's covenant.
Think of it this way. If I give you a signpost that says, in 10 miles you'll reach this city. You're driving down a car and then it says 100 miles till whatever city, right? That's a sign, right? Now, the naive person of these days would say, well, nothing happened. Like, I drove past that sign and nothing happened. Like, they expect something to happen right away. Oh, something has to happen right away after you see the sign, right? Like, oh, the moon is red. Oh, it means the end of the world. Next day comes, there's no end of the world. That type of shit. That's all I'm saying. Like, technically, the star was there and something happened 33 years after. It didn't happen right away. It was just a sign. The wise men knew what it was. They knew it was a king right
Yeah.
then and there. But people only knew of the king 33 years after. Right?
Yo, all this fucking all this Bible talk is like sort of made me think. Like, I think I might like start a Discord like just for Bible readings, like because I wanna like I really wanna
See the
I was
truth and
thinking
everything?
no, like I was just really thinking about a long time just having like a Bible study Discord, but I think I might like actually make it now.
Do it, man.
Yeah. There's this really cool thing I saw this one YouTuber do, Isaiah, where he does like and they're actually currently doing it right now in the Isaiah Discord. So like basically they have and they do the entire Bible in 90 days. Yeah, so basically they read 20 pages a day. Yeah, they read 20 pages a day, and in 90 days, the whole Bible is done.
The thing about the Bible is that you cannot truly discern it without the help of God. Like, you could read it as many times as you want. At the end of the day, you're going to miss something. You're going to interpret your own thing. So, like, I think I know the Isaiah that you're talking about, but, like, I know a lot of biblical people out there, right? And they'll argue till they're blue in the face that the earth is a ball.
Well, I mean, yeah, like I get what you're saying, but like that's like, for example, like if you have like let's say like, for example, I have like Orthodox Study Bible, right? So like basically what's good about that is if you don't have like usually it's better like if you're going to read the Bible to have someone there, like if you have any questions or whatever. But like what's cool with the Orthodox Study Bible is like every page you flick, the top half of the page will be the actual Bible, and then the bottom half of the page will be like it'll give it'll have like notes on like what the actual like verse means, like and what it's trying to like say and stuff like that.
That's
Wait,
cool.
Do you
I
have
wanted to
one that talks about the firmament, Slav?
No, that'll be interesting.
Bring up the study interpretation of the firmament for me, and I'll judge how good that study Bible is.
I'll bring it up right now. Are you talking about Genesis? I'll bring it up right now.
Yeah, bring up the Genesis.
bring up
one
the
where
firmament.
God divides the waters from the waters above
But
and waters below.
I wanted to ask: Are you Eastern European or?
Yeah, I'm Serbian. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Are you?
Yeah. But
you're Serbian as well.
No, not Serbian. But bring up the firmament.
Yeah, bring up the get. I think it was Genesis 3, maybe.
Because it would be funny if they came up with a lame excuse like, "Oh, this firmament is used to describe a partition between God and the world," but like they don't explicitly say that it's a physical barrier in between the heavens and the earth.
Dude, you should see the freaking Sapphire Throne one, man. The one that sits that sits on a sea of glass.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, like a crystalline firmament.
So yeah, okay. So it starts at 1:6. That's when he starts talking about the firmament. Okay, so Then God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the water, and let it divide the water from the water." And it was so.
And what
Thus
does the
God made.
okay? So what does
So,
the
okay.
thing say?
Okay. So the study. It doesn't actually say anything for that one. It
Of
doesn't actually
course,
say anything.
Oh,
I'm aware. I know.
But yeah,
Usually they don't.
but like it's pretty clear. I mean, if you read it, it's pretty clear that he's saying that the Earth is flat. You know, because he's saying like, and that there's a firmament and stuff like that.
Okay,
Like,
okay. I got another one.
it's pretty.
I got another
It's
one
pretty
for you, Bob.
straight to the point. And then there's another one that I really like where he's like saying that I really like as well. It's like saying, then God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of heaven for illumination to divide the day from the night." Which,
you know what's interesting about that, though? It
what's
wasn't
up?
to prevent the darkness. It was to give a clear indication that there was the daytime and the nighttime. They were separate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think like right here, like I think the Bible like itself, it tells you that the earth is flat, but like there's so many people who believe, there's so many, like you said, there's so many Christians that believe that the earth is like a globe, and that's just like retarded. Like where do you get that from?
Go to the one where it says that he sits above the circle of the earth. The one that all the globies use to say that the Bible is talks about a globe earth. See, the earth is a circle, therefore it's a ball.
I'm just reading. I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you where it is. It's Isaiah 40:22.
Isaiah 40:22. Okay. Let me go to Isaiah 42. Him. Okay. Isaiah 42. What?
40:22.
40:22. Okay. Okay, so this one actually does have study notes. Okay, so I'll read the verse and then I'll read the study notes. Okay.
Okay.
It is he who possesses the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers. It is he who stretches out heaven like a vault and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. And so that's 22. So and then the notes for 22 says, over 2,000 years before science proclaimed the earth was round and revolved around the sun, Isaiah spoke of the circle of the. Oh, okay.
Oh, so your study notes says that the earth is a globe, bro. GG.
It's trying to appeal to the modern audience.
Appealing to the yeah, I know, right? Just like how the gay churches appeal to the modern audience, but that's just me. That's no
Yeah.
excuse, man.
I mean, like I still think like that the study notes may say that like the study notes are separate from the Bible. I still think that the Bible is the word of God. Like
Okay, all I'm saying is that the study notes, you better just take it with a grain of salt. That's all I'm saying.
oh no, for sure. I mean, yeah. Wait, what the fuck?
Is that okay?
No.
Is that a reasonable suggestion? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think I accidentally. Hold up. What is this?
And you want me to cook your noodle even more with that study note thing?
Wait, sorry, I think I made a crease in the Bible. Just gotta fix it real quick.
Okay. Now I got one for you. Go to Isaiah 22 instead.
No, I'm just.
an earlier verse. An earlier verse. Read that for me.
Isaiah 22. What?
Just Isaiah 22 first.
You see.
Isaiah 22:18. Sorry. Did you read it?
No, sorry. I'm just going to it. Sorry. 22. 18. Oh, yep. Does this have? Okay, so there's no notes for this one.
Just
Okay,
read it though.
so it starts with an and. I mean, shouldn't we put more context to it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just read it though.
I mean,
It's fine. I'll get to the point.
okay.
When you read it.
And glorious crown, and cast you into a large and unmeasured country. There you shall die.
Wait, what? And glorious crown?
Yeah, I mean that's why I was saying. Like, do you want me to start with like
That's
one of the verses
wrong,
before?
dude. What the frick?
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
okay,
not.
I'm gonna open up Bible Hub now. I'm gonna read
I mean,
you.
I'm reading from the. There's no missing verses in the Bible. Like in this Bible, like I'm just reading what's there.
Here. This is what it says. 22:18. Okay, New International Version. Even though this sucks, I'll just read a bunch of versions for you so that you know what it's saying. He will roll you up tightly
Where
like
is it?
a
Where'd you
ball.
post it?
Okay, you want
Where'd
me
you
to post
post
it?
it?
Okay,
No, I mean, I thought that's what I thought you were doing.
okay, I'll post it. It's fine. You could
Wait,
jump.
are you a Christian or no?
Oh, I'm Christian. But jump to
Okay.
this real fast. Okay, click on the link and then read a bunch.
Where'd you post the link?
It's in what was it? Live stream voice chat.
Oh, hold up. Let me scroll down. Okay. Oh. Okay. He'll roll you up tightly like a ball and throw you into a large country. There you shall die, and the chariots you were so proud of will become a disgrace in your master's house.
Okay, now read the next living translation or something. Crumple you into a ball, correct? Right, and whirl you around and around, throw you like a ball. At least, this is how I check all the versions, man. I see which one's fucking around.
So I'll start from 22:15 and I'll go down to.
No, you don't need to. Okay.
No, because I'm telling you, like this like I don't know what Bible like that is, like New International Version. I mean,
I don't know your version, but the point is,
I have
the
an Orthodox
majority of
Bible.
the Bibles say ball, okay? And the whole point I'm saying is that this is an earlier verse of Isaiah, right? So did Isaiah know what a ball is? If so,
Yeah, but
according
this
to
doesn't say
version-
ball in it.
I know your version is weird, and I'm just saying you have to compare all your versions to every other freaking version. I'm just saying.
This is the only one that matters, though. What do you mean?
That's the only one that matters. You sure?
Well, I mean, this is the Orthodox. Like, orthodoxy is the way to go when it comes to Christianity. Like, orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is original. What do you mean?
Orthodoxy is original.
Yeah, it's separated from Catholicism in the 13th century.
I still don't trust anything like that. I'd rather just compare all of them. I can tell which one's messing around.
Well, I mean, this NIV. I mean, this verse has like a globe narrative.
Then go to King James. Why do you think I presented you with this resource? I'm not messing
We're
around.
in the Old Testament. What are you talking about?
There's no point on digressing on which one's better. I just want to mention that the reason why they mentioned it from a globe perspective is because they want to match the audience who they're catering for.
This is not.
Not
Oh my god.
no, and what I'm saying is that not everyone who's reading that Bible automatically thinks, "Oh, that's proven to be true." That what I'm saying is that there are probably flat earthers that take it as a flat earth perspective. And that interpretation is somebody's interpretation. And they don't want to go against or give a false narrative.
Look, we could do the same thing with Isaiah 40:22. Okay, why don't you compare all of them and see which one is proposing a globe perspective there, Slav?
Wait, what? Just so I can understand, like what sort of like point? Like, is there like some point that you're trying to like make, or
Yes,
what?
the point I'm trying to make is that Isaiah knows what a ball is, and he doesn't mention it in 40:22. He says a circle. Okay, this is an earlier
Okay.
version, earlier chapter of Isaiah. If he was gonna describe the earth as a ball in the throne one, right? Then he would have used ball. He knows what a ball is.
But he said circle.
Yes, he said circle.
Okay.
So people who say that have you not heard the argument that they describe Isaiah described the earth as a circle because he didn't use the word sphere because he doesn't know what a ball is? I've heard that
No,
argument
I
so
haven't.
many
I haven't.
times.
This is
And
the
you got
first time in my life. This is literally the first time in my life that
how
I'm
many
hearing this
times have you
argument.
brought this verse up in your life?
I mean, never.
Exactly.
Like,
I'm just giving
I
you one of the arguments that I've had when I
like
brought this verse up.
well, like literally like I have I engage in like these like religious like debates like a lot, and like for years now I've been
Yeah,
doing it,
but
and like
as a
I've
flat
never
earther or as a globie?
I've as a Christian, like but what I'm saying is that I've never in my life has anyone brought up this Isaiah 22:18 or 40:22. Like I never in my life. Like this is the first time that it's been brought up. Like
Of course, because
I've
you're
never
not
heard that sort of argument that Isaiah knew or didn't know what a ball was or like whatever. Like I mean, in my Bible it says circle. Like in that one he says bowl. Like
You want to know which one
you
says
know
ball? Here, I'll give you
that
this
one that
link.
you just sent. It said
No. I'll give you a link.
okay.
This is back to 40:22. You tell me which one that says ball because this one will tell you.
Okay, New International Version doesn't. Living. Let's see.
The Aramaic one says sphere, dude. The Dewey Reams one says globe, dude.
Yeah. Okay. So
You see, that's the thing. Like, look, people have Bibles, they have their study Bibles, whatever. But at the end of the day, I strongly suggest you compare all of them, and you will see which one's fucking around. That's all I'm saying. You see, like I can tell right away, Dewey Reams is screwing around, dude. All the others ones are
yeah, I
saying
mean, no, I
circle,
mean
and then all of a
that's
sudden this one says globe. Give me a break.
like like I see it, and like I mean I understand your point, but like I don't read the Aramaic Bible. I don't read the
I don't
Dewey
need
Reams.
I
Like
don't need you to read the Aramaic Bible. The whole
yeah,
point I'm saying is that check your version regardless. I check all the versions
okay.
all at once. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, no, like, I get you, like, I get you. I mean, look, bro, like, at the end of the day, like, I mean, I believe the Earth is flat, but like this whole like flat Earth stuff doesn't, my life doesn't revolve around it. Like, I mean, I'm not
I
like,
didn't say it does revolve.
no, like I'm like what I'm saying is that like yeah, if I see like some some sort of like how should I say like I'm not gonna like flip out if I see like there's like a Like in my Bible, it says circle. You know, I mean, I know the notes may say sphere, like whatever, but that's a notes. That's not the actual like sort of Bible. You know, in my Bible, it says circle. There's nothing in my Bible that says that the Earth is a sphere, that it's a ball, that it's like, you know, this and that. As far as I'm concerned, my Bible's like fine. You know.
Am I saying that your entire study Bible is trash? No, I'm just saying that you got to keep certain things in mind. Simply that. Like I said, like your study notes, I said take it with a grain of salt. If you fully trust in your study Bible, well, also take that in a grain of salt with a grain of salt, because like it might not be fully airtight. I'm not saying freak out and freaking burn that shit. It's satanic. No, I'm just giving you like examples of how like certain versions can have a little bit of biases. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
My life doesn't revolve around the ball earth, okay? Flat earth or ball earth or anything like that. My life
Yeah.
revolves around truth and speaking the truth of God. Is that not? And that's what really matters to me. Like, just speak the truth, you know?
No, fair enough. Yeah. Not for you.
So I'm not attacking your Bible or anything. I'm just saying that it's not as airtight as some people believe. Like you say, it's orthodox. It has to be there. No. Like compare it to everything, right? Certain verses it will align, and certain verses it won't. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you can say this. You can say the study. You can say the. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. The study notes are like maybe a bit weird, but like the Orthodox Bible will never like it's you never like it'll never be like corrupted or anything like that. Or the Bible itself is like.
To be
And I know that wasn't your argument. I'm just making a separate sort of point.
You know, it's funny. The only Bible I honestly think that's probably uncorrupted purely is probably the Masonic Bible.
Hey, yo, no, I
wanna
can
know
get that shit
why?
out of my. No.
I'll tell
Why?
you why.
Why?
That's the one thing that they do all their oaths on.
Yeah. Have you read Morals and Dogma?
No, not the stuff that they added. I'm talking about
No,
Morals and Dogma,
I'm
I don't
asking you.
really
Have you read the book? Have you read the book made by Albert Pike named
No,
Morals and Dogma?
that's not the Bible.
I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about a completely different. Just get the Bible just out of the topic. I'm talking about a completely different topic. I'm talking about Have you read the book called Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike?
No.
Have you? Did you?
Yeah. Well, actually, I listened to it. It's all for free on Spotify. But
And what were your what were your interpretations?
That shit's fucking satanic, bro. That shit's satanic. Bro, literally, like you have to like to get from like level 32 to level 33, you have to like fucking spit on the Bible.
Yep. And would they spit on a fake Bible?
Bro, you're spitting on the Bible, bro.
Yeah, would they spit on a fake Bible?
No, but like it doesn't change the fact that it's like disrespectful, bro. It's satanic.
Yeah, I get it, but my point is they wouldn't use fake stuff for their freaking satanic shit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's like I don't need any reading material or anything from them. Like if I know that they're on that type
I'm
of
not
shit.
saying that you need material from them. What I'm saying is I'd rather compare their Bible and see if there's anything off. That's all. But the thing is, I don't think it's off just because of the fact that they do their rituals, and the best way to mock God himself and do all that stuff is to use the truth. That's all I'm saying. I'm not endorsing Masonry. I know that they're satanic. What I'm saying is that they use real things. Like, think of it this way. Like if they had like an actual replica, like let's say this. What if in their dogma shit it tells them to take a giant dump in the Ark of the Covenant, right? Let's say it says that. And would they do it in a model Ark of the Covenant, or would they do it in the real genuine Ark of the Covenant? That's all I'm saying. You get me? They would do it in the real Ark of the Covenant if they had their hands on it. They wouldn't do a model. The model's fake. It's just a prop. The bigger insult will be on the real thing. So what I'm saying is, your thing tells them to spit on the Bible. I say that they're spitting on the real Bible. Hello?
Fair enough.
But
You
yeah,
would
like
say
I'm
that
not saying that I'm endorsing Freemasonry. I know they're satanic. I'm just saying that they would most likely make their oaths, their insults, all of that on the real deal, on genuine things.
is that version of the Bible the truest to the one before all the redactions?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we have to like explore what the heck is in that Bible, because I feel like it might be the purest Bible that they have.
And not the King James?
It might be comparable to the King James. I think King James is supernatural as frick, though. I can agree with you there. King James is crazy supernatural.
Yeah, see, I guess it really doesn't matter which, and now I'm not saying it doesn't matter, I'm just saying that the different interpretations might be slightly different. But King James is probably more close to the truth.
Yeah, I know, right? And I'm just saying,
the
like, what if
Orthodox,
the Masonic Bible actually is like exactly the King
yeah,
James?
maybe.
I'm just saying, like, that's what I'm thinking. That's what
They're
I'm
basically
honestly
asking,
thinking.
what flavor of censorship would you like?
It's not censorship. You're free to
No.
read it if you want to.
Yeah, exactly.
No, no,
It's not.
but it's the concept of it. It's basically like how you have different sects in like Christianity, all this stuff. They all create their own version, so it's just like pick your poison.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a little bit of corruption in every little bit of it, but it's just like, which kind do you want? What's your flavor?
But when you refer to the Orthodox as being the most true, it probably is in its own right. But the King James is probably the standalone King James Bible is probably the most true of them all.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. But I'm just saying, like, is there something more true than the King James? And that's what I was thinking. Like, show me, it might be the Masonry one, because like these guys are in the know. These guys are fucking disgusting people. These guys would shit in the Ark of the Covenant if they had the chance to. Like, I'm just saying. These guys might actually have the real legit one, and if it ends up being the exact same as the King James, well, that's just confirmed for me, you know. But like, I don't endorse anything they do. I think they're
I mean,
just
you can buy it. You can buy it for 38.50 AUD.
because like I've seen videos where like this people have like relatives, like grandparents and stuff like that died and they were Masons, right? And then they have a Masonic Bible. And then you know what's in the comments? Burn that shit! Burn that shit! It's evil! Burn that shit! And then the freaking owner of the Bible currently that inherited it, right? Inherited the Masonic Bible. She's like, why? It's just a Bible. I don't see anything wrong with it. And then everybody in the comments were like, it's evil! It's evil! Burn it! I'm like, is it actually evil or is it legit? You know? I'm not talking about their, you know, that's all I'm saying. But yeah, she basically just read through and it just sounded like an ordinary Bible to me. Like King James Bible, to be specific. So I would like grab one of those things and compare them, see what they say.
I mean, what? It's only $40 AUD. Like, why don't you buy one?
Where?
I said it's only $40 AUD. Why don't you buy one?
Is it? But the thing is, like, don't you have to be in their stupid little lodges to get that
No.
stuff? I don't think they
No.
just sell these things out, do they?
I'll literally send you a link right now. I'll send a link in the live stream chat.
Hmm.
You can buy it like right now.
VSL, what does that mean? Candidate entered apprentice and fellow craft regalia? Huh. I didn't expect this to be like available if you're not like part of their little fucking order, their little club.
No, they're open. You can buy like, a bunch of like their stuff. Like you can buy like you know, like um, you know, merchandise, whatever. You know, it's just like if you want to be in the club, if you want to like, you know the
Oh hell
secrets and
no!
shit.
I don't want to be in that fucking club. You kidding me?
Bro, I got offered to like one time because like I have basically like my mom like her well my mom has these like has this like friends. It's like this like husband and wife, and like the husband is like a level 30 Mason. The wife is like a level 5 or I think so. I think she's like level 5 or so. She's like new, but like he's been in like most of his life. But basically, like I knew that he was a Mason, and like I was asking him like a ton of questions, and I was like, oh, like like what's this and that, and you know
They
like
can't
like
disclose that stuff to you, honestly.
I know, but like I was trying to get him to like slip up and stuff like that, and then he's like, oh well, look, like if you want to join, like I can get you in, and I was just like, oh yeah, I don't know about that, bro, like
No,
Like,
no,
what were
no,
you
no.
trying to ask him specifically?
Yeah,
Like,
what were you trying to ask him?
No, like I was trying to trip him up with the whole like Masonic handshake and stuff like that, and like trying to ask him like if like about like their religion, like if they're actual like Satanists and like whatnot, and like what they do in their whole rituals and stuff like that. Like what do you need to do to like to get like to like level 31 stuff like that, like I was like, oh, what's the
Dude.
most fuck shit you've done, like kind of thing like that, like
No,
but like I didn't ask her like straight up like that. I sort of like tried like like
you tried
trying to trick him into
like,
answering. Yeah,
beat around the bush on
yeah, basically, bro, basically.
Dude, but I'm pretty sure he caught on to you, man, because
No,
like
yeah, like there were a few times, like a few questions that I asked him where he actually like chuckled a bit, and I was like, damn, like, but like he was solid, bro. He was solid. Did not let up once, bro. Like
of course, dude,
solid as a rock, bro. Yeah,
do you know the oath of what happens if you spill the secrets?
yeah. You get your like fucking tongue cut out and shit like that.
Yeah, your like guts, like you get disemboweled, and like your ashes get burned and spread across the sea. That type of stuff. It's
Yeah.
really morbid shit, you know.
Yeah, yo, I have to be right back. I have to fucking restart my computer. I have to get like a basically soon I'm gonna actually when I'm not being lazy and actually fucking have time, I need to go get a new mouse and keyboard combo. My mouse does this thing where like basically if I click once, it'll like register as like a double click, and like I can only fix it like if I restart my computer. So I'll be back. Good evening.
Hello? Hello?
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. You know, I'm if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah,
it's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that, how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something? You know.
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So, like the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the whole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say, in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like,
And
yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So, in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I mean there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero. There are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out. It's been done pitch black and so on. Right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. Well, I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah. There are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, right. And you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well, as they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says. I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas, liquid, surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean, like having, that's you know the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just, there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's
let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's much more suitable for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust.
Right.
If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're, let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that, skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort,
Yep.
and just basically life into believing in a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So, how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then hopefully your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. That is that fair? Kind of your position on it? Like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, the thing is, if we were to seriously debate, if I was some staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively reject flat Earth as a serious belief.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter.
Yeah.
A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then like
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah, it's
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under,
You're just
who knows?
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were
Because
thinking about it.
burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get out in it. I mean,
So you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. Just as a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the Gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were like, they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay, and the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair, I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man, which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man, is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy food. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
Cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread.
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of like generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Like yes, it's
come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it.
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und auf den Fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in German.
Yeah, und auf den Fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah, obviously that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question:
burger.
Chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder, basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a TAN into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. Ah, God. Yeah, but you know, I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever. But I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westfalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, you know, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW, as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, you know, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty, and that rhymed, so you know it's true.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person tongues with puns.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. Well, I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine. And yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, you know, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place, yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, you know, in that whole area. But yeah,
I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I, you know, I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually like drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of like areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany's beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, in I think it's in Duisburg, there's a like an old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire like factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a like so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. But like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. That's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in, they were being smug, or the server
Yes.
was being smug to them? Ah, they were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongo, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
Ah, all right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore. And I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
algebra.
Mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I mean, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to like do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is, I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1, but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah. I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can like carry on and I don't have to like add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's like just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first like page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
The point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got like the module handbook. I've got like my what you call it, like.
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again. To like
you
get
got
them
to appeal.
to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
Algebra's
kind of
not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the like the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would
tedious.
describe, like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy. Just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise. Not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically. Something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
For
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level. And you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality. That the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us, as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological, I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you...
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of, us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks? Were you taught that in school?
No, not really, no.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a...
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school. Like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically...
Well, they taught creation how so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like, basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think, maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
That was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusion, Spangle? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? And I
Okay.
guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically, what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went. It didn't start at a young age. That aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not. Okay, right. I'm not an atheist. If you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification. And
right.
It's peculiar. Like that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s. And
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating.
That
seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. I mean, it's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between Christian state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where's this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant, you were baptized. You are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in in elementary school, carrying on. Right?
Can they hear me? Like you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Yeah. Good old Skygazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you could go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
No, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
Also the rule.
That is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, you know, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, you know. It's kind of like, oh, it's for fun, bro. It's no big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So, you know, let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Oh, God.
So, Spongle, on a
you go.
daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro?
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living, how long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like, I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening.
But you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while. And if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what he meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't
If
believe
you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is
All
what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured believe.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
it's funny. Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun, and what I said about the portion of it that's flat is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming